when each one of us has had the chance to say what kind of country we want to live in. At 10 o'clock, the polling stations close after weeks, months, years of argument, and we'll have the answer to the question that's haunted British politics for so long. Do we want to be in or out of the EU? As at every election, there's been the usual round of main players casting their votes. Prime Minister David Cameron out early this morning in Westminster to cast his ballot, and so too other leading figures on both sides of the debate. There's not been for many years a choice that's aroused such passion, splitting families, dividing friends, for this is a vote with a difference. No constituencies, no first past the post. Every vote will count as equal as this country defines itself. Jeremy Vine's going to be watching for the first sign of a trend, one way or t'other.
I will be making my way along Downing Street through the night and watching the votes pile up. Blue for Leave, yellow for Remain. Could it be this close? Together we'll find out who's in the lead by the morning.
The votes are going to be counted locally at 382 centres right across the United Kingdom and one in Gibraltar. And we have reporters watching at some of the centres likely to declare early. Babita Sharma is in Newcastle.
For general elections, Newcastle has been pipped to the post by its local rival Sunderland. Tonight, though, Newcastle is hoping to become the first area to declare a result in this historic referendum. They think maybe, possibly, we'll have a result here as early as midnight.
Here in the studio, we'll be taking in the results announced locally and analysing them to build up a picture of how the country has voted and what the result is likely to be. John Curtis and his team have been working for months on how to interpret the early numbers to give us some clue to the answer. And Laura Kunsberg, the BBC's political editor, is here to bring news from the two camps and to speculate on the look of the political world we'll live in once this referendum is over. And above us, Emily Maitlis with guests, the victors and the vanquished.
Yes, we'll be analysing what each new result tells us about the state of the race and the choices each part of the country has made. And as the story unfolds, we'll ask which bits of the campaign worked, which flopped, and if British politics will ever look quite the same again.
Now, the ballot boxes stay open for just a few moments more, and then the drama of referendum night can begin. Now, when Big Ben strikes 10 in a general election, of course, we release our exit poll to give the first indication of who's won. For the referendum, it's not going to be possible. Exit polls work if they do by comparing one election with another and measuring the change. It'd be crazy to compare this European referendum with the one that was held 41 years ago. It wouldn't work. So patience is our watchword tonight as we wait for the first actual declarations to come through. So Big Ben has struck 10 o'clock, and we can now start trying to discover which side thinks has carried the day on the basis of the results that come in. Some of the polling booths, I said they were all closed, are staying open apparently because the weather's been so frightful in parts of Britain today that if you're in the queue to vote, the polling booth stays open until you get the chance to vote. And we do have one bit of news from Gibraltar. Gibraltar is an hour ahead of us, so their polls closed an hour ago. At their last general election, they had 71% turnout. This time, 84% turnout, so a big turnout in Gibraltar. Enthusiasm for the vote. And it's one of the things we'll be looking for is how big the turnout is, because the bigger the turnout, well, you'll tell us, Laura, the bigger the turnout, what?
Well, the expectation is that the bigger the turnout, the better it is for the in-camp, for David Cameron's side of the argument. The assumption all the way through this campaign has been that the outers have the enthusiasm. Their supporters are the ones who've been racing to get to the polls today. I have heard anecdotally stories of high turnout almost in every part of the country. Politicians I've been speaking to have been really struck by that, anecdotes of turnout of 70, 80% in some places. But The assumption that it helps the Remain side is just that. It is an assumption. And some politicians in the last couple of weeks have also said to me they've had voters in the kinds of parts of the country where people don't often bother to vote, saying this might motivate them for the first time.
Because Nigel Farage said, didn't he, that his supporters would, what was it, walk on...
Crawl over broken glass.
Crawl over broken glass, that's right, to get to it. Anyway, the count is done in each area of these 382, but it all comes together in the end. In one place, and Joe Coburn is in Manchester Town Hall, where the Electoral Commission, as it's called, is overseeing the whole referendum with a very different procedure from a parliamentary election.
Yes, David, in fact, you can hear the announcements being made behind me because I'm at the command and control centre of this whole operation here in the splendour of Manchester Town Hall. And this is where the national result will be announced, on that podium just behind me over the shoulder. That's the announcement of some of the procedure that's going to go on this evening. Before that national result is announced, we will have other points to make you aware of. Things like the turnout. The critical turnout figure for the national picture will be made at some point through the night. We don't know exactly when, but that, of course, will give us an idea of the tipping point of which side will have won. The 50+1, we are calling it, when one side will get to a stage where it's mathematically impossible to catch the other. Now, we've been told by the Electoral Commission there could be a decision by both campaigns to say you can go ahead and announce the winner and the loser ahead of the official national result. There are other things going on too. We will have the regional turnout figure for the North West, and we will have the result for that same region as well. Otherwise, throughout the evening, we will be seeing, no doubt, campaigners on both sides gathering here to see when they will be able to tell which way the land lies.
So the thing that everybody's been asking me, and I expect the same with you, Jeremy, is when do we first get an inkling? What's the first result to watch for? What can it tell us? Because people are so keen to see the way the wind is blowing. But Jeremy, what is going to be the moment, and how are we going to be able to tell what's happening?
Well, join me here in Downing Street. We thought we should look at the door of number 10 for a moment, because it was the man behind that door who took the gamble on calling this referendum. And David, yes, the sequence tonight is very important. So, blue for Leave, yellow for Remain. We're going to build the votes up down Downing Street as they come in. And let's just have a look at what we expect by way of timing. So, if you peer down to the end of Downing Street, you can see the first votes appearing. Now, of course, none have been counted yet. We're just putting them on the street in 50-50 to show you, by way of example, what we're expecting. By midnight, we think Newcastle will be in first, ahead of Sunderland, probably voting to stay. That's by midnight. Now, after that, by 1 o'clock in the morning, we're then expecting rather interesting collection. We're expecting Swindon, which is thought to be voting out if previous polls are anything to go by. Bury is 50-50. We should have that by that time of night. And also, let's just see, we probably will have Orkney as well by 1 o'clock in the morning. Then we move forward, 2 o'clock in the morning. We start to hear from London. We hear from places like Barking. Barking could vote out, but most of London thought to be voting to remain, expected to be voting to remain. Lots of votes in London. Westminster and Ealing by, we think, 2 in the morning. And by 3 o'clock in the morning, then some of the big city results come in. So the big numbers coming from the cities. The city's very powerful in this because every vote is equal everywhere around the country. We hear, for example, by 3, we think, from Glasgow, from Sheffield, and from Edinburgh. Now, if it starts to be looking very tight around this time of night, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, that could favour Leave because it's thought that the later results will go that way. But let's see. By 4 o'clock in the morning, results are rushing in. We will have a torrent, places like Plymouth and Horsham and Solihull, and the biggest, Birmingham, with 700,000 voters, we think, by 4 o'clock in the morning. Thought to be edging towards Leave, but really too close to have any idea. We don't really know which way any of these places are going. We're just waiting for the first signs. By 5 in the morning, could it be this close? Liverpool, Manchester coming in. And by 6, if we don't know, we're waiting for Winchester and we're waiting for Leicester. And honestly, it'll be, if it's this tight by 6 o'clock, my goodness, we might just get the result when Waveney comes in last. Will it be that close? We'll be building the votes up, blue for Leave, yellow for Remain, along Downing Street, through the night, a night of great suspense. We put them 50-50 here, but we don't know what's going to happen, do we? David.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. We were joined by Nicky Morgan, the Education Secretary, from down at Westminster. Nicky Morgan, thanks very much for coming in. Now, we don't know anything, but you obviously do, because you're at the heart of all this. What do you think's happened?
Well, good evening. Obviously, we've got a long night ahead of us. We are confident and hopeful that there will be a victory for the Remain campaign, but we'll obviously have to see. And I think I would agree from my anecdotal evidence that there has been a high turnout, certainly in my own area. We think there was an 85% turnout of postal votes in the Charnwood Council area, but we're going to obviously have to see how things transpire as the night unfolds.
Had you heard, as I've just heard, that Nigel Farage has apparently said that Remain might just edge it, in his words, might just squeak in? Have you heard that?
Well, I've just been told that. I think, as I say, we'll see what happens. Certainly from the campaigning that I was doing, listening to colleagues across the country, there was a lot of support for the Remain campaign. There were a lot of people who were contacting me in the last couple of days, constituents saying they had made up their minds to decide to support the Remain campaign. And this has obviously been a hard-fought contest, great passions on both sides, people very committed to the arguments. Let's see what happens. And then I think, obviously, if I think Remain have won, then we'll be able to go back to our domestic agenda on Monday as a government and get on with delivering other important manifesto commitments. But we shouldn't forget...
Will that apply even if it's a very narrow victory for Remain? Or won't the whole world have changed if you only just squeak in?
No, I think if there's been a clear win, then that's sending a message. I mean, one of the things, obviously, is going to be implementing the reform deal that the Prime Minister secured back in February. What I was going to say is the other thing we shouldn't forget is that it is this Conservative government, this Conservative Prime Minister, that has delivered an in-out referendum, something that was promised. It's only just over a year after the general election. That has been delivered. We've now got lots of other things to get on with. The
campaign's over. You're a loyal supporter of the Prime Minister. What do you think of the tone of the campaign, which many people say has, on both sides, been fought in a particularly vicious, rather bitter way that people didn't expect when it began?
Well, as I said just now, I think passions run high on both sides. People feel very strongly about this issue. Many people have been campaigning on one side or the other for decades. So you're going to expect that people are going to make their case with great conviction, and they're not going to necessarily pull their punches. But I think we've run a positive campaign on the Remain side. You have to look at the national broadcasts. A week ago today, I was launching the Women for Remain campaign, which set out the views of female ministers in the government across a whole range of different areas, the positive reasons why we should remain in the EU, and that's exactly what we have been doing for the last few months in that campaign. And look, there's no doubt there have been some rather unpleasant sentiments expressed. The Nigel Farage poster of last week, the Leave.eu picture when they tried to sort of get tangled up in the dreadful events in Orlando. And I don't think that has been very tasteful at all. People won't forget that necessarily, but it's important now that we see what the result is. And as I say, then we've got lots more reform in the EU, but also making sure that we can then deliver the domestic agenda which we were elected on as a majority Conservative government a year ago.
Nicky Morgan, thank you very much for joining us. While you were talking, we were watching the ballot boxes arriving in Sunderland. There is this battle going on between Sunderland and Newcastle. Some people say Sunderland, which is expected to vote out of the EU, that they're not keen to get the vote counted too soon because they actually depend on Nissan and other car companies who are like being inside the EU, but that's just a bit of mischief, really. And of course, they're rivals on the football field. So if Newcastle do win, there'll be loud cheers from Newcastle, and maybe Sunderland won't be too miserable. Now, I'm joined by, having just heard from Nicky Morgan, one of the leading figures in the Leave campaign, Ian Duncan Smith, who was Secretary of State for Work and Pensions until he resigned in March this year. Well, you heard what Nicky Morgan said. Let me just ask you that first point about what you think has happened, because at this moment, people are watching your face like they were watching her face.
Good. Well, I hope they're not watching too hard, because I've been around too long to want them to be scared before they begin this whole process.
We just don't want you to be inscrutable, that's all.
Well, I'm going to be scrutably inscrutable. I have to say that, having campaigned all this time, I'm very glad to find myself at the end of this. It's been pretty exhausting, I have to tell you. I've been out all day banging on doors on a big Get Out the Vote campaign for vote leave in lots and lots of different constituencies. I genuinely don't have a sense, because we are in uncharted territory here. We have never had this kind of a referendum, certainly in most people's living memory. Yes, back in the early days when we first joined, but it was different then. It was pretty much a foregone conclusion. This has been very different. It's been very tight. And I was just talking to Tom Watson earlier on, before he'll come on, I know, and we both said, we're in strange territory, because normally we can be talking to constituencies with constituency MPs, etc., and they'll tell us how it's going in their areas. Here, every single vote, as you said, counts for the first time ever, and that's quite difficult for us. We're wrong. So
Nigel Farage seems to think he knows how it's gone.
Well,
you roll your eyes, but I mean...
Listen, I never quite follow what Nigel Farage says, because quite often he says two different things at the same time. So my point, really, I'd say to you, is a couple of things I have picked up, though, on the road today. And one was that the turnout in council estates is very, very high. I mean, I've fought, I've been in politics 24 years now. I don't think I'll have seen turnouts like this in council estates. Turnouts high, I think, everywhere, depends.
Are you saying council estates will vote leave?
Well, all I know is what I got back from some of the council estates in Essex was they're up at 80%. Now, normally they'll be lucky if you get 30 or 40%
in a general election.
In a general election. This is very high, and Tom was agreeing with me. We don't know where we are, and that's what makes it very difficult to call, because people who often don't vote are suddenly voting, and so that's what makes this a little more problematic. So I'm trying not to be inscrutable. I'm just simply saying it's been hard fought. It's been, in many senses, great fun. It's been difficult, but we'll now have to wait for a bit and see what the results are.
What about the tone of the campaign, which, for the Tory party, for instance, people have endlessly said it got out of hand. Do you think it got out of hand?
Look, this is... there really doesn't get a bigger question than this, which is, who governs you? And that's just so big. You're bound to end up... Families will be split, parties were split, on both sides.
You insulting the Chancellor of the Exchequer?
Well,
Pinocchio, I see his nose growing longer.
Did I say that? I can't remember.
Yeah, you can remember it perfectly well. You've seen it on the television. Yes. Nose, when he did his budget.
I was thanked by a lot of cartoonists, by the way, for that little particular comment. I don't know how I thought of that, but anyway.
It's the kind of insult we didn't expect.
Except it's
lies,
it's a bit of fun.
Lies,
yeah, there's been a bit of that, and passions are high, and I don't make any bones about it. When you're dealing with an issue as big as this, that matters as much as this, nothing matters more, really, at the end of the day. It boils down to who governs you. When it's like that, then it gets really tense. And as you know as well as I do, tensions in parties are much more difficult to contain when there are differences than they are between parties. Between parties, it's quite standard, Conservative versus Labour, Liberal Democrats, you know what they're going to do. But once a party loses its cohesion for a period because they're all on different sides, you're always going to get, families break apart for things like this for a while, and they will take chunks out of each other.
But actually...
but they'll come back together, and that's...
Oh, really? But the Tory party's been torn apart for a long, long time by this
issue. Still here, though, and it's still in government, so they must have a solution to this, which is you do come back. The Conservative Party has an instinct, ultimately, I sense, that once the argument is over, they'll want to be back. We're in government. We have to get on with government, whatever happens. As Churchill once said, when asked by a young MP first arrived in after the war, he said, "This is wonderful, Mr. Churchill. On the other side are the enemy, and all around are our friends." He said, "No. On the other side of the opposition, all around you are the enemy." Well, you know that as well as I do. People disagree in parties more passionately than they often disagree with people on the other side.
Will there be
settle it?
All right. If it's a narrow victory for Remain, will there be a price the Prime Minister has to pay in terms of people who... I mean, for instance, the Chancellor of the Exchequer has been particularly insulted, reviled by people on your side for his budget, a punishment budget he was going to have. Do you think a head will roll and it might be his?
Well,
to bring people like you, well, I'm not saying you're going back into government, but to bring the party back together?
I don't make any suggestions on this one. I have been very clear about the Prime Minister. I said that whatever happens, the Prime Minister got a mandate. We want him to continue. Clearly, he has to make decisions about who governs with him and who doesn't. That's his decision, either remain or leave. But my simple point is there are lots of disagreements. I mean, I did fundamentally disagree with the Chancellor's position with regards to the emergency budget. Lots of us did. But, that may well be gone, and that's the end of it, really. So
I think you're going to stick around for a bit, aren't you?
well, if you'd like me to stick around,
well,
I'm very
I'd like
happy
you
to.
to.
You know,
Well, you're the only person we've got here at the moment,
Thank
so
you
you better
for that little
stay.
compliment. Well, okay, on that very high ticket, I'll stick around. If you
Stick
don't.
around, and we might have, within the hour, we might have something more substantial to talk about. Thank you very much, Ian Duncan-Smith. We're going over to Brussels now, to our Europe editor, Katja Adler. Katja, good evening. We know Brussels has been watching this all very, very closely. What's the mood there tonight? Are they all sort of watching the telly and trying to interpret what's happened?
Oh, yes. Well, of course, this was a referendum held in Britain, but whether the UK stays in or leaves the EU, that has huge implications for the rest of Europe. So this is being watched very closely, not just here in Brussels, but in Warsaw, Paris, Berlin, across Europe. And also across Europe today, town halls flew the Union flag in a sign of solidarity. But at the same time, there are plenty of Europeans who looked on at the referendum today in the UK with a big dose of envy. They share a lot of those criticisms of the EU that were highlighted by the Leave campaign. And so their worried leaders have started talking loudly about reform, because our referendum is seen as a warning, even by bigwigs here in Brussels, a warning that the EU in its current form isn't working and needs to change. But the big question then in Europe tonight is, can leaders push for reform in the EU alongside Britain if it votes to remain, or will tomorrow be the start of more awkward, frosty relations if the UK chooses to leave?
I don't want to be a sort of sceptic about this, but hasn't the EU constantly said it's got to work to change, it's got to be more democratic, got to be more open, got to do this, got to do that, and actually very rarely does anything?
Yes, got to be closer to the people. I've been following European politics for a very long time. They've constantly said it, and they've never managed it. I think what's different now is, in all the years that I've been watching politics, and I started back in 1996, I have never felt the mood in Europe be more Eurosceptic. Now, if you look across Europe, on the whole, that means they want the EU to change. They're not necessarily calling for it to leave. And their leaders are worried. They're looking over their shoulders at increasingly influential Eurosceptic, more nationalist-minded parties. So they know they need to do something. So there is a push for reform from the countries of Europe, the 27 countries apart from the UK, and they say that whether or not the UK remains in the EU, they will be pushing for change. But we do know Brussels, change can take some time.
Thanks very much, Katja. We'll be back with you later on when we get some more, well, some results in, I should say. Thanks for joining us. But there is news. Several Conservative Vote Leave MPs have this evening sent a letter to David Cameron saying he has, I quote, a duty to stay on regardless of the outcome of the referendum. Signatories include Boris Johnson and Michael Gove. Do they include Ian Duncan-Smith?
Actually, I wasn't asked to sign the letter, but I've been very public all along to say that I think he has a duty to stay. So
these are all cabinet ministers, are they? Who've said
I'm not in government any longer, so I assume that that's why I wasn't asked. I'm just a backbencher.
What do you make of this?
It's interesting. So this has been an operation that has been brewing for a couple of weeks. Now, it does tell you that there's a significant chunk of out Conservative MPs who feel very passionately about this, but who do want just to get on with it after the result, whatever way it goes. But it also tells you that people who are loyal to the Prime Minister are worried enough about the outcome that they have felt the need very strongly to put in place a sort of scaffolding around him to try to protect him, whether or not it's an outvote, but even if it's a very close remain. Because there's no question that bad feeling that you were just discussing with Ian during this campaign among Conservative MPs has damaged the Prime Minister's reputation in the party as well as the Chancellor's.
Let's go up to Newcastle, join Babita, and see if we're anywhere near getting this first result in. Babita.
Well, we've just had some pretty dramatic scenes here within the last 15 minutes or so, because the several ballot boxes have just arrived in the hall here. In fact, the first one came in just a few minutes after the polls closed here at 10 o'clock. So it's fascinating to see that the system that they've got in place here in Newcastle, because what they want to do is two things tonight. They want to beat their long-standing rivals, Sunderland, to declare a result before them, but they also want to be the first area in this historic referendum to declare a result. Now, what they've got is a system of runners, the students, around about 30 of them, getting in the boxes from the drivers in the car park, running them into the tables that you can see here. Their aim is to make sure that not a single table that you can see is without counting taking place. Now, There are 129 polling stations in the city of Newcastle. That means 129 ballot boxes need to make their way here. And from what we've been hearing, from the estimation of delivery to allocation to counting, that can take between 20 and 25 minutes. Now, some people here are particularly optimistic that they may be able to get a result by 11:30 tonight. Others, a bit more cautiously optimistic, are saying around about midnight. But it's interesting to note that whatever happens here in terms of the timing, 11:30, midnight, 12:30, is all about the voter turnout because, of course, that equates to more ballot papers. And from what we've been hearing, the turnout has been very high here today, probably in the region of about 68 to 70%, could be even higher than that. But Newcastle is one of the 30 areas in the UK where the Remain camp are expected to do particularly well. And this city has benefited from EU investment to the tune of around £90 million within the last 7 years or so. So for a lot of the people that we've been speaking to, it's very much about the economy and job creation in the city that they want to make sure is secure, whatever the result is tonight. But like I say, the activity continues to flow here in the hall. And yeah, we think, if we're optimistic, possibly, let's hedge our bets ahead of Sunderland around about 11:45.
Babita, thank you very much indeed. And it will be very important because it will be the first thing that we can really chew over. Though Emily has with her two people who are already prepared to say something about all this. Emily?
We're going to talk about the markets in a second and their reaction to what they think is happening overnight. But first, we're going to talk to our polling god here, John Curtis. David mentioned there was no exit poll, and you'll explain to us why not. We have had, though, what we might call a last-on-the-day poll from YouGov. John, just talk us through.
That's right. There isn't any exit poll. There isn't a poll where people have been asked outside the polling station what they've done. But YouGov have done what they did at the time of the Scottish independence referendum and indeed also last year's general election, which is to get hold of people whom they've been interviewing during the campaign and ask them, what have you done? And on the basis of that, YouGov are saying that Remain have got 52% of the vote and Leave have got 48% of the vote. So this is the first bit of public intelligence we've got about the outcome of this referendum. I'm sorry, but there isn't an exit poll, but as David has already explained, the methodology of that, which of course got it right, and unfortunately YouGov's poll, by the way, didn't get it right last year, the methodology of that relies on us being able to compare the results this time with the results last time, and of course there is no last time, so it's therefore much more difficult to do.
Kamal Ahmed is here, our economics editor, and on the strength partly of this and partly of what they think has been the sentiment of the week, we've seen a very strong pound.
Absolutely. I mean, Emily, if the markets were deciding this referendum, they would have already called it for Remain. The pound is absolutely surging on the markets post 10 p.m, post that poll that put Remain ahead. It's nearly at 150 to the dollar. That's a record high for this year. And actually, the pound has had its strongest week, one of its strongest weeks, for nearly 30 years. So clearly, investors think, from all the evidence they're seeing from the polls, we think that some hedge funds have taken their own private polling and have probably been having a look at that. They certainly think Remain has had a very good day. Now, clearly, they know not a lot more than we know here, but certainly in terms of the data there, and also FTSE 100, the shares on the FTSE 100 have also had a strong day on the market. So certainly the signals are that Remain has won. Now, markets aren't political particularly. They're not saying Remain has won. That's very, very good news. All they mean is that, therefore, the uncertainty of what Leave could have brought, they believed, won't now happen. And so, therefore, we can start focusing on the other type of issues, the other problems that Europe has, but one of them won't be that Britain has actually left.
And, John, in terms of early indicators, some people are already saying Gibraltar's the new Sunderland. Now, Sunderland won't like that very much. But when you're looking, for example, at that narrow gap from YouGov, 48.52, what does that suggest to you that are the factors that might be at play there?
Gibraltar, to be honest, we expect to vote very strongly for Remain, and indeed the turnout in Gibraltar at 84% is extraordinarily high. But of course, for Gibraltar, the implications of the UK leaving the European Union for its relationship with Spain is obviously pretty fundamental. Within the UK, well, Newcastle and Sunderland are rather different from each other. Newcastle is the kind of place, it's got a substantial university, it's got plenty of graduates living there. That's the kind of place where we expect Remain to do relatively well. In contrast, Sunderland, much more working class, doesn't have a much smaller university community. That is somewhere where we would expect Leave not to do astonishing well, but relatively well. So, for example, certainly if the Remain side were to win in Sunderland, that would be a very good news for them. That would be an indication that perhaps indeed we have voted to Remain. Though the truth is, even if the 52-48 from YouGov is right, we might still well get the Leave side narrowly ahead in Sunderland.
Thank you both very much indeed. We've had very different weather in the north and south of the country. I wonder if that will have played into turnout or turn up. We'll analyse that a little bit later. Back to David, though.
Yeah, it was so wet here, we thought lots of people wouldn't turn up. I thought at one point I'd be doing the broadcast all on my own, but luckily everybody has come, just about. And you'll see it when we go outside to Broadcasting House. This is the facade of Broadcasting House in London. All Saints Church on the right, and this famous building which is home to the BBC, from which the voice of the BBC has gone out across the world for scores of years. On this facade tonight, there they go, the figures, you'll see the scoreboard that tells us Britain's future. So passers-by in the street who aren't watching the television or listening to the radio will be able to see here what it is that's happened. So, we'll have more back here, but let's just first of all have, important as always, a full roundup of all today's other news. Here's Rita Chakrabarti.
Thank you, David, and good evening. The counting has begun of millions of votes cast across the UK in the EU referendum. A record 46 million people were entitled to vote on whether to remain in or to leave the European Union. The first results are likely to be announced in the early hours of tomorrow morning, with the final outcome expected around breakfast time. In the southeast, flooding caused by heavy rain led to several polling stations having to be relocated. Here's our political correspondent Ian Watson, and his report does contain some flashing images.
After an intense 4-month-long campaign, it was perhaps hardly surprising that David Cameron and his wife Samantha were keen to vote not long after the polls opened this morning. And tonight, some Conservative MPs have sent a letter of support, urging him to stay on no matter what the result. At the other end of the day, Boris Johnson was amongst the last to vote to leave, declaring that democracy has been served. He was also a signatory to the letter urging David Cameron to stay in post. The last referendum on EU membership was 4 decades ago, in 1975. Some voters will remember it well, others were having their say for the first time. And yes, that even includes Nigel Farage. He's made this referendum the mission of his entire political career.
I've wanted this vote, all my adult life.
But it's now reported that he thinks Remain might have the edge. The SNP had warned that Brexit could lead to another referendum on Scottish independence. But in Glasgow, the party's pro-EU leader, Nicola Sturgeon, voted to Remain and sounded confident of the result. The Electoral Commission said voting had been busy and brisk, and some voters had to demonstrate greater determination than the politicians to cast their ballots. Some refused to be put off by a little bit of rain, but one polling station in southwest London had to be swiftly relocated. In this referendum, every vote counted. There were no safe seats, there were no marginal constituencies. So decisions taken by each of us in polling stations like this up and down the country will now reverberate not just at Westminster, not just in Brussels, but in major capitals around the world. The official UK-wide result will be delivered here in Manchester, possibly a little after 7 a.m. It could, of course, be close, but what would happen in the event of a tie?
If it's a dead heat, then it's a dead heat. There is no casting vote. It's an advisory referendum, and that's what I would declare.
Whatever the voters' verdict, this referendum will have far-reaching consequences. It's not clear yet whether there will be an outpouring of peace and love between former opponents, or whether divisions will continue to grow. Ian Watson, BBC News.
Well, as the world waits for the UK's decision, the pound has risen to its highest level this year against the dollar and is on track for one of its strongest weekly performances in 30 years. When the New York Stock Exchange closed a short while ago, the pound was trading at just under $1.49. The FTSE 100 share index also closed up over 1 percentage point today. A man has been jailed for life for plotting a beheading on the streets of London, inspired by so-called Islamic State, which could have targeted a poppy seller. 23-year-old Nadir Saeed from West London was arrested in November 2014, just days before Remembrance Sunday. One of the world's longest-running civil wars in Colombia has been brought to an end after more than 50 years of fighting. The so-called FARC rebels have signed a deal to lay down their arms following 3 years of negotiations. More than 200,000 people were killed during the conflict. As we heard earlier, storms and heavy rain have caused serious flooding in parts of London and in southeast England today. Several commuter and underground lines in the capital suffered severe delays and cancellations. There were more problems this evening as commuters tried to get home after further downpours. Well, that's it from me. I'll be back with more updates throughout the night. See you later.
The battle of the tweets has dominated this referendum campaign, and the Prime Minister's got off the marks quick this evening. This is his tweet. Thank you, everyone who voted to keep Britain stronger, safer and better off in Europe, and thousands of @StrongerIn campaigners around the UK. Getting his message in, but it's early days. We don't know yet anything very much, except we've had one poll that's been carried saying there's a gap of 4 points, 52 for Remain, 48 for Leave. But it's far too early. And it could close, it could widen, anything could happen. It's only 25 to 11. And we haven't the slightest clue. So let's carry on like that. What we do know is that a letter's been signed by 84 MPs to the Prime Minister urging him to stay. And there's a copy of the letter, and there are the signatories. Laura, just tell us about this. Is this particularly significant, or is this just what was expected?
Well, I think this has been expected. We've known about this letter was doing the rounds among backbenchers for some weeks now. It was gathered by a backbencher called Robert Sims among his colleagues who favoured out. So the point of this is to say all of those people who've been going hammer and tongs against the David Cameron's position, arguing forcibly for out, we still want him to stay on.
Why?
Well, there is a whole range of opinion in the Tory party about what happens to David Cameron after this poll. There's no question about that. There is a small, hardy group of people who, frankly, have had enough of David Cameron's leadership a long time ago. It's not necessarily about the EU. There are people who've never really warmed to him, and he's been the leader of the Conservative Party for 11 years now. You know, that's a long time in politics. That's a long time for grudges to develop. I think the move behind this letter is that because probably the bulk of Brexit MPs don't want the party to descend into chaos and infighting in the wake of this result. Yeah. They do want to get on with it. They did win a general election only last year. That said, there is a significant group of people also who might be up for the chaos, who do want to see change in the party.
Would the Prime Minister take any notice of a letter like that, or would he just say, oh, God, there they go?
I think by the morning, that is going to feel like something that is not necessarily a big development overnight.
On our agenda.
And it's also worth saying, just very briefly, other letters, I don't know how many, but other letters that say something rather different about David Cameron's future are very likely to have gone to the chair of the 1922 committee, Graham Brady, who could press the button on a leadership contest.
You'll discover that by the end of this.
But even in the closing days, one senior MP said to me a few days ago, they think absolutely that there ought to be a leadership contest, if just to clear the air after a campaign that's been so bruising. I would say that's a minority view, but that is what some people think.
Emily.
Discuss already, isn't there? Let's talk to Tim Montgomery and Alistair Campbell. We'll come to that letter in a second, but first, Tim, have you heard or talked to Nigel Farage this evening? There were reports that he was suggesting a sort of concession to Remain.
I haven't spoken to anyone in UKIP today, but you're right, Nigel Farage does seem to think that the referendum is lost as far as Brexit is concerned. But just to give an indication of the divisions within UKIP at the same time, the Leave EU campaign, which is the sort of more feisty side of the Leave campaign, they've issued a poll which says that Brexit could still win. So UKIP not exactly singing with one voice tonight. And
it's very narrow, this YouGov poll, which, as we know, is not an exit poll. Do you think we've jumped on this quite quickly?
I do, actually, yeah. I mean, I'm very, very, very passionately for Remain, but I'm still a little bit nervous, to be honest, because I've spent all day, mainly in London, which is very, very positively for Remain. But I have met an awful lot of people. Ian Duncan Smith was talking about the estates. I was going around the estate this evening, and there were an awful lot of people telling me either they were going to vote Leave or they had voted Leave. And I don't believe the bookies and the markets always get it right. I still think, I think it's probably going to be a Remain win, but I don't think we should start talking about the outcomes yet. And as you say, we haven't had a single result. And as John Curtis was saying, it's very, very hard to poll in a referendum. Every single vote counts the same. And the thing I'm already getting worried about, seeing this Conservative Party letter, though, I really think is important now, because it has been a pretty horrible few weeks, I think, in British public life and politics. And I think that if David Cameron makes the same mistake as he made after the Scottish referendum, when he saw it very much about how he could then exploit it for the Tory party, English votes for English laws, which is what put booster rockets under nationalism in Scotland, if he doesn't understand that tomorrow he really has to do a big job about healing the country, because I think this vote has all been about inequality and division within the country.
Tim, take us inside Boris's mind. You're very close to him. What is behind this letter that, it's been called the Save Dave letter? 84 signatories on it. They planned this weeks ago. What's the idea?
Well, I think there is I think I largely agree with what Alistair has said, actually. I think the Prime Minister should focus on healing the country. We have had a massive rebellion of poorer, lower income, more insecure Britons against the status quo, and will Remain or Leave, there has to be an acknowledgement by the people that run this country, not least the Conservative Prime Minister, that something in the balance of how we run public policy is wrong. So I'm completely in agreement with that. But in terms of this management issue of the Conservative Party that you raise, it is also of interest.
None of the Remainers, that were Conservatives, the Michael Goves who've been in government for so long, were saying that during the campaign, were they?
Well, I think there was an element in terms of putting more money into the NHS, protecting Britain's working class from the freedom of movement, abolishing VAT on fuel. There was actually quite a socially just dimension from the Leave campaign. But in terms of the letter, I think it's just as notable that a large number of Conservative MPs haven't signed it. There is a lot of anger among Conservative backbenchers at the way David Cameron and George Osborne have fought this campaign. And although I'm still hoping that Leave will win, I in a way hope that if Remain are going to win, they win comfortably. Because if it's narrow, there's going to be an awful lot of poisonous resentment at the way the campaign has been fought, and that if it hadn't been fought in quite this way, it might well have been a Leave win.
We're going to account now, but we will come back to you both. Thanks very much, David.
These are some of the places we're waiting for now: Sunderland, Newcastle, Wandsworth in London, and the smaller Isles of Scilly and Gibraltar as well. Tom Watson has joined us, the Labour MP for West Bromwich East and the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party. Good evening. Do you know something that we don't know?
No. I haven't got a clue who's going to win, David, I'm afraid. I'd love to know, but I don't.
What do you make about what Ian was saying, that he's seen on council estates, as he put it, 80% turnout? And obviously the Leave campaign are hoping that that is the Brexit vote coming out. Do you think that is a likely interpretation?
I don't know how anyone can say that. What I do know is that all around the country our teams tell us there's a very high turnout, but whether that's people turning out to vote Remain or vote to Leave, David, I just don't know, I'm afraid.
What about this campaign? Because during it you were quite critical in a sort of polite, in your famously gentle and polite way, about the way Labour was perceived by the voters. I mean, a very large number you said don't know our position, we've got to redouble our efforts and all that. What was the problem?
Well, I think that was certainly in the mid part of the campaign. I think we've improved on that in the last sort of 10 days of the campaign. We just had it was very difficult for us to get airtime. You know, when you've got these kind of big figures in the government slugging it out, we found it very difficult to get our distinct message over. And we took a very early decision that we wanted a separate Labour in campaign because we thought we had things that we had to say that David Cameron couldn't or wouldn't say, particularly about workers' rights, but particularly about the kind of social Europe or workers' Europe that we wanted to see in the future. But your leader, Jeremy Corbyn, famously said, when asked, you know, on a scale of 1 to 10, are you in favour of the EU? He said 7.5. He did.
So
yeah.
It's not
and he also
kind of great cry of battle cry for the Labour Party.
He said it in fantastic style in a white fur coat as well, which deeply impressed me, David. But what I think it showed was, I mean, I think he's actually in touch where the British people are. You know, he has consistently said that he wanted us to remain in the European Union, but to reform the European Union. You know, he sees it as an imperfect institution that needs reform, but you can only do that if you're around the negotiating.
But on one of the key issues, immigration, you remember he was asked whether there was any upper limit, and he said no. You feel that actually Labour should focus on the levels of immigration if it's to keep the support of party members?
Well, we certainly both agree that we needed to look at the impact of the rules across the EU and how that hits labour markets. And actually, we did try in the campaign to get some positive suggestions over. We think there are things you can do now. We wanted to reinstate the Migrant Impact Fund, which helps communities dealing with migrants with schools provision and GP provision. And we also think the government could end this unscrupulous practice of some employers advertising jobs in the UK abroad, but not in the UK. Yeah. And it's manifestly unfair.
Do you think that Labour supporters will divide 50-50 on this issue of whether to stay in or out? Because I think if we are, well, we'll ask Ian Duncan Smith because he's here, but I think a lot of people on the Brexit side will be saying that those are the people who are going to vote for leave.
I simply don't know. I can only go on what the recent polls say, and of course we shouldn't believe anything that we read in the polls these days, but it certainly seemed to me that it said that about 68% of Labour supporters were voting to remain, which if that turns out to be the case, it will show that more of our supporters supported our position than any other political party. But I don't think we can tell that now either.
Do you agree with that, Ian?
I haven't seen any real figures about this. All I would say...
I mean, you were here earlier on, you were talking about 80% turnout in council estates and quoting that, but thinking that that was going to benefit the Leave side.
No, I wasn't making a particular projection. I think that the high turnout in the housing estates suggests something peculiar, which is that, first of all, something's engaged them and they want to turn out. I think there have been big issues in the campaign which have a lot of the debate has centred around what has been the impact of uncontrolled migration from the European Union on low-skilled workers, and some of the Bank of England stuff made it very clear that has pushed wages down. Now, I know this has posed a big challenge for Labour. Tom will be the first to accept and admit this, because in various areas, particularly around northern England, there's been a real issue about this in the east of England, where they feel like nobody's talking for them, and that's been the big debate. When you go onto the estates, they say, you know, no one bothers with us, and we have a real problem.
When we get our first result in, obviously what we and you will be looking for is some indication of what it means. Now, we've tried to work out a way of assembling these 382, we have to call them, they're actually local authorities, which is where the count's done, but these counting centres, 382 of them. And we've worked out a way, well, Jeremy and John Curtis have, of trying to measure, when you get the first result or second result in, what does it actually mean? You have to watch quite carefully. It's quite complicated, but it does actually make very good sense. At least I thought it did when I saw it, Jeremy.
It's quite a build-up, actually. All right, yes, let me show you our counting index. And through the night, we will come back to this again and again. So as David said, 382 counting areas. On the wall here, they are in alphabetical order, and they are in size is crucial here. The bar's size denotes the number of people in that counting area. So, for example, over here, Northern Ireland, for our purposes, counting as one area, has the longest bar. But you see there's a tiny one just there, very small bar. We've just put 50-50, blue for leave, yellow for remain at the moment because we've got no results in. So it's just a way of showing you the counting areas laid out in an index. But we can go one better. So let me just show you what happens if I order them based on the analysis we've done from most leave to most remain. So right over here, the counting areas that we think are most likely to vote leave, based on an analysis of how many pensioners who are likely to vote out, how many graduates likely to vote in, and other factors as well. And then over this side, right at the far end, you can see how many there are, 382, the most likely to vote remain. So as results come in, we'll see where the counting area is on this index, and we'll be able to say, that's maybe not what we expected, it's a surprise, or perhaps the leave vote is stronger than we thought, etc. Let me just focus a bit for you and show you one end of this index. So we go to most leave. So we've flashed the 40 here, the most leave areas. And actually, I'll show you on the map. You can just have a look. We put them on the map. You can see where they're gathered. A lot of them in east of England, for example, Thames Gateway, etc. I'll name them for you. Here we are. Let's put them on the wall. The most leave area, according to our analysis in the country, the place most likely to vote out is Boston in Lincolnshire. But crucial to us are one or two areas that are coming in early, which might give us an early sign. So Castle Point here, for example, we have as right on the far end of Euroscepticism. And also, let's have a look, one other that we're looking for, Basildon, also here. So they're coloured up 50-50 at the moment. As soon as we get results, we're going to grey them out and we'll put the colours in proportionately according to the vote, blue for leave, yellow for remain, and the winning colour will be on the top. So worth watching out then for Basildon there and Castle Point there to see whether the leave vote is as strong in those areas as we expect. I'll take you to the remain end now, and we'll have a look at the 40 here. And we've talked a lot, haven't we, about Newcastle coming in first and so on. That's quite far off to this end on remain. I'll show you where, because this will be a result to watch for. Here are the remains, and we've got, let's see, Wandsworth here, thought to be early, before 1 a.m, so we'll watch for Wandsworth. Right on the far end of Remain, the most Euro enthusiast part of the country, Gibraltar, then we got Cambridge and Oxford and Edinburgh. You could guess them almost, couldn't you? The student profile, academics, etc., voting to stay in. City of London there, expected early, that could be useful as well. Only 7,000 voters there in the square mile of the City of London. And I mentioned Newcastle, which we think will be first. It is at the Remain end. It's in the 40 areas we think most likely to vote Remain. Significance of that, well, if the Leave vote is strong in Newcastle, you might start to think that something's up. So I'll take you back to our index. As I say, we've got the colours on for now because we've got no results. Once we get a result in, I'll grey them all out. We'll build up the results, the winning colour at the top of the bar, and we'll see whether this index can give us an early sense of the drift of the results, David.
Thank you, Jeremy. Well, Tom Watson and Ian Duncan-Smith are a bit slow on the take-up on this one.
No, I worked it out.
Oh, you worked it out, did you? They were looking at it saying, I said, do you understand this? Oh, no. But just, Jeremy, perhaps just one thing to clarify. Blue is out, yellow is Remain.
Yes.
And what you've actually got, how have you worked out the likeliest to be exit and the likeliest to be Remain? What are the kind of assumptions you've made? Maybe then they'd understand it.
Half a dozen factors. So it's things like the greater number of pensioners in an area, the more likely it is to vote out. More senior citizens tend to vote out. Not looking at you there, Ian.
Got it.
Then also graduates. The more graduates you have in an area, the more likely it is to vote in. You look at the number of ethnic minority voters in an area. You look at UKIP support in the last European elections. So we've got about half a dozen. We put them all together. I can see Tom Watson looking slightly doubtful here.
No, he's getting it now.
No, we're getting it.
I'm getting there slowly.
Getting it, yeah.
What would be interesting, we could have a situation where the sequence is correct, but it moves more one way or the other. And I think later on we'll show you the middle 40. Because I think the middle 40 are where the action is going to be. They're the ones we would expect to go 50-50 in the event of a split result across the whole country. Yeah. So that's the place you look for.
Could we look at the algorithm on this one in a little bit more detail in a minute, do you think?
He wants the algorithm in more detail. No, he does not.
4 a.m.
But what we could say, very simply, is it's like a kind of litmus test, a political litmus test of each result, isn't it? You can tell. Do you know what a litmus test is?
Yes, of course I do.
You do, right, okay.
No, of course I do. I was just going to say, to take a crazy example, we said Boston in Lincolnshire is right at the end. Now, if Boston in Lincolnshire comes out for Remain very early on, Laura will be all over that, saying, my goodness, this is extraordinary. So you will get a sense, I think, of what the results mean.
Right. Well, while we absorb all that, let's go to Sunderland and join Naga Munchetti. Hi there. What's now? Look, we were told
Sunderland always has a sense of theatre about it.
Yes, we were told that Sunderland didn't want to come first because it didn't want to upset Nissan, so they're not counting quite as fast as Newcastle. True?
Well, I tell you what, I'm looking at those counting here, and we've been talking to some of the counting officers, and they're employing bank tellers who are really experienced at counting money really, really quickly, and they are frantically counting. So I don't know if those who are counting want to delay the result for Newcastle, but I can't comment on that at all. What I can tell you is that so far we understand that Sunderland has around 207,000 people on the electoral register. Interestingly, 89,000 of those registered for postal votes, and that may delay some of the counting and some of the time that we get back when we're expecting to return. We're expecting to hear, or we were told to expect a result around midnight. That might slip back to 1 o'clock. We've also heard some interesting comments from those in the Remain camp. They've been speaking, some sources from the Remain camp speaking to the BBC, saying that they were taking a look or trying to gauge the postal votes and saying there was 60-40 towards the Leave campaign, but the effort that they've been putting in from the Labour camp, the Labour Remain campaign, remember there are 26 Labour MPs in this region, 25 of those for the Remain camp, they've been making a concerted effort on the doorsteps, and they think that they've made a difference to the Remain call, or for people to back them in the Remain camp. So that's the picture here so far. I'm expecting a result around midnight to 1 o'clock. Likely that it's going to be after Newcastle. Remember, Sunderland came first in the general election. 9 minutes to 11 we had Horton and Sunderland South declare. Not going to happen this time round.
Thank you very much indeed. Just before we go to Basildon, it turns out that Nigel Farage has now unconceded, having...
What did I tell you?
You said he'd unconcede.
I said he'll do both.
Nigel Farage has unconceded. You said he'd do both things, and so he has. Clive Meyer is in Basildon. Clive, how are things there, and when do you expect to come... And incidentally, what's the turnout there? Has it been very big?
It's been huge, actually, David. One of the officials has just told me that they reckon turnout is anything from 70 to 75%, much higher than for a normal general election. They've been counting here for about 45 minutes now. Pretty much all the ballot boxes are in. They've been pushing them in, actually, on Asda shopping trolleys, which has been a bit of a sight to behold. But bearing in mind both sides have been shopping for votes over the last few weeks, then maybe that's not surprising. Given that UKIP was the only party here, David, to increase its number of seats on the borough council in the local elections, you get a pretty good sense of how the wind is blowing here. This is Eurosceptic country, there's no question about that. The real issue is just how big the proportion of the vote the Leave campaign actually wins tonight. And as I said, turnout has been very high. That will be crucial. The weather has been awful here throughout the day. You've needed waders just across the road at times today, but the turnout has been enormous. And the percentage of the vote has been high too. Now, local polls coming into the referendum today suggested that Leave might get something like 70–75% of the vote. If that is borne out with the final referendum result, then that could potentially suggest that Leave might do well nationally, because Basildon has been a bellwether in general elections and could well be a bellwether in this referendum as well. If the Leave vote is lower than that, anything from 60 to 65%, then that suggests that Remain have done a little bit better, and that could mean that Remain have done a little bit better nationally as well. We're expecting the result here about 12:30, going on to 1 o'clock. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens.
Thanks very much, Clive. Let's go to Swindon. Jane Hill is in Swindon. Hi, Jane. Well, Swindon's slightly less Brexity, isn't it? But what's the turnout there been?
We are hearing anecdotally, David, from both sides that turnout has been very high. They say there's been good, consistent polling all day long. Certainly, we do know that in terms of postal votes, there has been a particularly high return. One of the main electoral officials telling me that by mid-afternoon, in fact, 85% of all postal votes had already been returned, and that is really considerably up on a general election, getting on for 20% higher than you would expect at a general election. So that's interesting. I should tell you, here in Swindon, all boxes are here. They are all back. And that happened getting on for 15 minutes ago. So they are steaming ahead here in Swindon. Counting of the postal ballots began on the dot of 10 o'clock this evening. And apologies if it sounds as if I'm broadcasting from a nightclub. It certainly feels like I am. We've had some very, very loud music playing here. Now, us killjoys at the BBC got it turned off for a while because I said it's making it very hard to hear David Dimbleby. And they turned it off, and they came back to us and they said, I'm sorry, we're putting the music back on because we can tell that everybody is counting far quicker with the music on. So that is why it is rather loud and rather difficult to hear you here
Jane,
tonight. So they are steaming ahead, and both sides think
because
that we will get a result at quarter-2.
I'll come back to you in a moment because at this point we welcome viewers. Good evening or good morning, wherever you are, who are joining us watching BBC World News with these referendum results of this very important referendum that took place in Britain today. And we haven't yet got any figures. We're waiting for that. We have the slight inkling at the moment around that it might be a narrow win for Remain, but we don't actually know. We haven't actually had any results. So join us, and I hope you'll find the whole thing interesting and revealing. It's obviously a very important moment for Britain and for Europe and indeed for the rest of the world. Jane, I'll come back to you. So when are you expecting to get your result in?
Yes, so we think they are pretty much on track. That is the steer that we're being given from both sides. So could be about 1:45. That is what we are thinking. And just worth telling you, I think that Swindon has 2 MPs, both Conservatives. As one of them put it to me, we cancel each other out because there's one Remain and one Leave. Interestingly, they think that Swindon, as per the modelling, Swindon itself will vote to Leave, but perhaps only very marginally. And the modelling suggests that the Leave vote would be much bigger than that here in Swindon if that was going to be the picture nationally. So the Conservative MPs, even though one voted one way, one voted the other, they are both telling me they're pretty confident that the overall national picture, for what it's worth, they think will be Remain. But there could be a slight narrow win for Leave here in Swindon. But we should know that by about 1:45.
Thanks, Jane. I think people should be very cautious at this stage of the evening, 11 o'clock, about predicting. I mean, of course, people who are on the Remain side are keen to say they think it's in the bag. But we heard Nigel Farage saying, first of all, he thought they may have lost on the Leave side. Now he said, actually, I unconcede. So we really don't know. And I think it's important at this stage to wait until we do start to know, because facts are more interesting in a way, aren't they, than speculation. Tom Watson, you've talked a little bit about the Labour campaign. What do you think lies ahead for their party, the Tory party, if there is just a narrow victory, and indeed for what goes on in the House of Commons?
It's not really for me to predict what David Cameron's future is, although I see all those MPs signing that letter, which shows he must be in trouble if they're signing a letter of support at 1 minute after 10. And it does seem to me that there's a challenge for David Cameron or whoever leads the Conservative Party, because, let's face it, we end this referendum with the country more divided than it was at the start of the referendum. It seems like at some points we've been slipping into intolerance, and I think it's incumbent on David Cameron to try and bridge that divide, try and heal some of the wounds that the referendum campaign has brought about in the country. And that means his leadership over the next 4 to 6 weeks is really important.
But how can he do that if these divisions, which, I mean, Ian has been talking about, and you know perfectly well that people, we said earlier on, families divided, people divided. It is really a very, what can I call it, abrupt sort of breaking point for Britain. They've got one side saying this, because they've been presented with just one question.
Well, we need to hear what people were telling us. I mean, you know, the Labour Party have got to do that. We've got to understand what people were saying.
What can you do about it? If it's
well, for me, I think that there were many people who didn't hear or wouldn't listen to the argument that the EU has made us a more prosperous country. And I think there's a reason for that, because over the last 30 years, all the evidence shows that actually that prosperity has been shared with only very rich people, and they've not had their fair share.
But one way or another, half the country is going to be disaffected with the politicians, or with the other half of the country, whichever side has won. There's going to be disaffection, isn't there?
Well, of course there will be. You know, these things will take a little time to heal, both out in the country, by the way, and also in politics.
Isn't that rather optimistic? You've asked people to make up their mind what kind of country they want Britain to be, and half the people who voted are going to find that the other half doesn't want what they want.
Yeah, but I do think that...
And leaving aside party politics, I'm talking about that, you know, we've told 80% of people been answering this question.
But actually, I think within this referendum, and I agree with Tom on this, I think there have been some real things that political parties have now got to stop and think about. And the distancing of Westminster and politics from communities out far away from Westminster has been quite revealing. I know for the Labour Party there's a big issue about worrying about how they are getting out of touch with people that are always considered to be strong Labour supporters. And for my party, it's a big issue that people they had taken for granted that would be Conservatives for a long time actually suddenly have become quite angry about this debate because they feel like for the first time they're being asked a question which they've been trying to get across about what's happened to them. You know, it's not a case of... Tom's right, by the way, that many people out there on low incomes and low earnings do not feel like at any stage over the last 10 years they've at all been benefited by anything. In fact, they've actually seen some of their incomes fall. And this has caused quite a lot of turmoil. So there's a huge moment here for the first time. We don't rely on safe and unsafe constituencies and marginals. All of a sudden, every place in Britain has a voice now, and many places in our present system have never been able to tell us anything because nobody was asking them because they didn't matter in a general election. They do now.
I think, David, this is, of course, a huge reason why David Cameron's handling of this in the next few weeks will be absolutely critical. He, of course, ended up calling this referendum, conceding having to hold a referendum, really, to try to settle a problem on the right of British politics inside his own party and to try to hold off UKIP. What it risks unleashing is forces, really, that the sort of political classes, who've all been surprised that it even ended up feeling this close, whatever the result, didn't really anticipate. Many of them have discovered that they were more cut off from their traditional bases than they really realised, and the handling of that is going to be absolutely critical in the weeks ahead.
Just have a look at the morning papers. It's a very old-fashioned thing to do, really, considering most of the stuff comes through online. But anyway, they've had to make their headlines. Well, I don't know, the Times saying closest call for Britain. The Telegraph, Brexit MPs pledge allegiance to Cameron or to the Prime Minister. The Mail, again, not much of a story there. Well, there is a big story. The 100 billion parasite bankers have been talking about the city working through the night to make a killing on the referendum result. They'll be lucky. Project Reunite, the Mirror, has that picture, that famous picture of the we love you, Britain, of the EU on the left kissing Britain on the right. The Sun, Brex mad. I don't know what that meant to mean either.
Polling station chaos, I think.
Polling station chaos, or is it Glastonbury?
Very late surge in some of these areas.
And maybe it's just a railway station. And we've got other headlines. I don't know why we're mocking all these headlines. They have a job to do just like us. But well, that's the last one, apparently. Oh, we've got another one coming up. Here we are. The Guardian. Party leaders reach out to a divided nation. Well, you've seen it here at this table after bitter EU referendum, so we can vouch for that. And the Metro, Farage, I think it's all over, a remark which he has now distanced himself from, saying he's unconceded. So, nothing new there.
In general election, do you remember he unresigned?
He unresigned, yes he did, resigned and unresigned. Emily.
David, I'm going to speak to Chris Grayling now, who joins us from Millbank, the leader of the Commons. Chris Grayling, good evening. Thanks for joining us. I wonder what you're hearing about Nigel Farage. Has he conceded defeat? Has he unconceded? Terrible word.
Well, I'm a bit puzzled, frankly. I mean, I think it's much too early to concede or unconcede. At the moment, we haven't seen any results at all. What I'm hearing, clearly, there's been a high turnout around the country, but there's been high turnouts in areas that would be expected to back Leave. We're getting polls suggesting Remain as one. So I genuinely don't know what's happened, and I think we're going to have to wait and see until later in the night before we get a proper picture.
Can you confirm whether your name was on this letter that we're hearing about? 84 signatories from Tory MPs calling for David Cameron to stay on. Was your name one of those?
My name was one of those, and I think it's really important now that the Conservative Party, having won a general election, having promised to give the country a referendum and delivered that referendum, and we've had a lively debate over the last few weeks, but we're later tonight going to find out what the view of the people is. After that, we have to get on with the job of governing the country, and that means uniting behind David Cameron and carrying on implementing the manifesto we were elected on 15 months ago.
You would like David Cameron to stay on if it is a narrow victory for Remain?
I want him to stay regardless of the results. He's been a good Prime Minister. If we win the referendum tonight on the Leave side, we're going to need his skills to take us out of the European Union. If we're not successful, we need him to carry on delivering the change to the country that he's been doing for the past 6 years. So I'm very clear that we now all need to get back together again behind David Cameron and do the job we've got to do for the country, as well as keeping what is a very left-wing Labour opposition at bay.
And do you feel the same degree of warmth towards the Chancellor at this point? Were you one of the signatories saying they would stand against his austerity budget?
No, I wasn't. I always took that with a bit of a pinch of salt. I don't think that budget would ever have happened. But the reality is, of course, this has been a lively debate. There have been strong views on both sides. But now is the moment to say the polls have closed. It's now down to the counting of the votes of the British people. We have to accept that verdict and get on with governing as good friends and colleagues and people with a mission across this Parliament to make a difference to this country.
How easy do you think that's going to be? I mean, you have, what, 65 or so MPs signing the letter against the Chancellor. It's a mammoth task now to unite a party that has really seen divisions right through its heart.
Well, of course there's been bruises as a result of this referendum campaign. That was always inevitable. This is an issue that attracts strong sentiments on both sides of the argument. But there is far more that unites us as Conservatives than divides us. If you look at what the Chancellor's achieved over the past 6 years, turning the economy around from the brink of Greek-style ruin to a position where we have the lowest claimant count unemployment since the 1970s, he's done a great job. The government's done a great job, and we are midway through a process of social reform that I think will make a lasting difference to this country. So we need to accept the view of the British public. We need to carry on now delivering the manifesto. We've got another 21 bills to get through in this coming session of Parliament. That's all part of what we were elected on 15 months ago. So it's beholden upon us to unite and get on with the job.
You'll concede it is quite curious, though, to hear those who've been on the opposite side for weeks now talking about their wonderful record in government again. Just this week, I think it was, you talked about the South East becoming a very different sort of place if immigration went on unchecked. Do you think that is a message that will go through to your leader?
Well, it clearly is the case that if Remain wins, that it will be more challenging to deal with immigration, as we've said in the last few weeks. But that will not stop us as a government listening to the will of the British people, acting on what they've decided for us in relation to our membership of the European Union, and getting on with the job of doing what we can on a whole range of fronts, including
So
bringing
you
down
can
immigration.
still presumably negotiate with the EU if it is a Remain. Do you believe that?
Well, we're going to have to carry on working within the European Union to get what's right for Britain. We're going to have to carry on delivering changes that will make a difference in this country. On the immigration front, we've just passed a new Immigration Act that I think will make a difference to the challenge that we face. But we will carry on doing everything we can in the interest of the country off the back of the mandate we got 15 months ago.
Chris Grayling, thank you very much indeed. We're just hearing that Theresa Villiers has said she understands that Remain have edged it, but we should put a massive caveat in at this point in the night. An hour on air, we've not had a single result in, so the night awaits us. David.
Kettering in the East Midlands in Northamptonshire as another place we've just had its turnout. This is really interesting. The turnout 76%, and it was 67% at the general election. More people have registered. And the turnout is 76%, and so it's probably even more actual people voting. Look, I've just been joined by Douglas Carswell. He's the UKIP, the only UKIP MP. Now we've got other mixed messages coming from your leader, Nigel Farage, if you still see him as your leader, saying first of all that he thought that Remain had done it by a smidgen, and now saying that he's unconceded.
Well, I think we should take this with a large pinch of salt. I seem to remember on the night of the general election, similar projections about Thanet South going the other way, which turned out to be slightly off-key. Let's look at the facts. We're going to see Sunderland fairly soon. let's look at some hard facts before we know. What we do know is that it's likely to be very, very close. And who would have thought? Who would have thought, after everything that has been thrown at the Leave campaign, taxpayer-funded propaganda and the rest of it, who would have thought that it would be this close? I think it's been an extraordinary campaign, and I think Vote Leave has done incredibly well to narrow the gap and reduce the lead. Perhaps not quite enough, but perhaps they have done it quite enough.
What's the future of UKIP and UKIP supporters as a party if, in fact, it's not a victory for Leave?
I think there'll be many people after this campaign in all parties who perhaps feel that the leaders of their parties on the issue of Europe and many other things have more in common with one another in Westminster than they do with ordinary folk across the country. And I think many people will conclude that politics is a cartel, and we need to break that cartel, and we need new upstart parties like UKIP to break that cartel. If UKIP is an optimistic party that wants change and that looks to reshape the country for 2030, 2040, not go back to 1950, we can be that change.
Sitting on your left is Amber Rudd, the Conservative MP for Hastings and Rye, Energy and Climate Secretary. Thank you for joining us. You were the person who was quite rude about Boris Johnson in one of the debates, saying you thought the only number he understood was number 10, because that's where he wanted to be. The mood of the campaign, the style of it, was very vicious within the Tory party.
Oh, David, I'd like to think I made some interesting points about climate change and women's equality as well. But actually,
they may have got lost in the insults that you levelled at Boris Johnson.
Really insults. I mean, Boris is not made of porcelain, and he's perfectly content. We have a very good relationship.
He's not the man you want to drive you home at the end of the evening. What was that meant to mean?
Yes, that was mean we shouldn't get in the car with him and let us drive us out of the European Union. It was perfectly clear.
I thought it was rather a double entendre.
No, absolutely not.
No.
You mistake me completely. But actually, there's been a lot of talk about people having disagreements within the Tory party, and as Chris Grayling said earlier, there's been some fairly robust discussions. But there's also, I feel already coming together this evening, people who've had very strong views on different parts of the Conservative Party, already reaching out to each other and saying, whatever the outcome, and as Douglas said, it is too early to say, but we are very hopeful that we will unite again afterwards.
No, but the Conservative Party united is one thing. I think what Douglas Carswell was referring to is large numbers of voters being disaffected by that.
But that's
assume for a moment, we make no assumptions about who's won, who's lost. But the country was asked to make a decision between black and white. Are you for or against? Which is a difficult decision. I mean, countless people have been saying, I don't know how, I can't make up my mind. Once they've made up their minds, and they then find the other half of the country's gone the other way, they're bound, aren't they, to look for another... and somebody else, something other, some ideas to represent.
Well, there may be people. There may be people who think. But I was out campaigning in Hastings today.
Yes.
And what I had is quite a lot of enthusiasm from people coming up to me and saying, actually, we've rather enjoyed this period of thinking about why the European Union works for us and how Britain is stronger because of being in it. And they've enjoyed the campaign. It's brought them together. They've wanted to get together and talk about it. And actually, I think it's had quite a binding effect on people as well.
What, whether they're yes or no?
Yes.
Whether they're in or out?
Well, thinking about the politics of where Britain's place is in the world and whether we are better served being in the European or not.
Whichever way it goes, it's going to be close. That means there's going to be a sizable chunk of the electorate who are going to feel that they haven't got their way. And I want to see a new consensus. I don't want to spend the next 20 years having the sort of divisions over Europe that we've had over the past 20 years. If it's the case that Leave nudges it, I would like us to reach out to those who have genuine, legitimate concerns and, with a new consensus, take into account those concerns. Similarly, if it's Remain, we need to make sure that that considerable number of people who voted to leave the European Union are represented and some of their views are taken on board.
But how can they be taken on board? The campaign you've run is that the EU doesn't listen and that it won't alter. That's why you want people to leave.
After the Scottish result, there was a consensus that even the most ardent unionists agreed that there would need to be some devolution of powers to Scotland. And I think even if it is a narrow Remain, we need to recognise that considerable, significant proportion of the electorate who voted to leave need to have some representation.
Are you saying that the EU, after all, the arbiter of these things, will listen to the voice of people who've said they wish to leave and change their policy and their way of doing business? I mean, Amber Rudd, do you think that would happen?
I just want to, I think it might happen, but can I just pick up something that Douglas said, which is that the Prime Minister's never said he's fighting for the status quo. What we're fighting for is making sure that the UK has a stronger role within Europe and that it's good for Europe to be able to, good for the UK to be able to do that. We don't want things to stay still. We want to make sure that we can influence the European Union so it's in our interest and is stronger. But what I do agree with Douglas about is that there have been issues that have come out of this campaign which no government would ignore. We need to engage with them more, listen to people more about it and address them.
But Amber Rudd, how on earth do you do that, though? It was part of David Cameron's campaign that if you stayed in, you were voting for a reformed Europe, something that would continue to change. But just this week, the president of the EU Commission, Jean-Claude Juncker, was plain as plain could be. He said there would be no more change after the February deal. And the February deal that David Cameron had promised was so bold that most people concede was actually pretty much tinkering around the margins.
Well, I think we both know that what the president was saying was don't expect another renegotiation if you want to have another referendum. My interpretation of what he was saying is completely different to what you've just suggested. It's saying don't come back and ask us to have a different deal and have a referendum
on that. But so many members of the public want something else from the European Union.
And we will hope to influence that to take place by working with other European partners to do that. But also on the renegotiation, I think people dismiss it too quickly. The fact is, on the crucial case of immigration, he got a renegotiation, the Prime Minister, whereby European Union citizens come here to work. They can't take out until they've put in. They can't get full benefits for 4 years. That is quite a fundamental change. And once we vote, if we do, to remain, that will be a change that I think that people will appreciate.
But you also know very well that the Prime Minister was not able to get as much as he wanted on immigration, and he has not been able to offer what he initially went into on that negotiation.
But you underestimate what he did achieve.
I don't think anyone should be under the impression that because of the way people voted on Thursday, the fundamental problems that affect the European Union are magically going to disappear. It is a fundamentally flawed project, and the failures within it and existential to it are going to become ever more pronounced. I think we need to recognise that. The European Union, whether we voted to leave or to stay, is fundamentally flawed in its current form.
But Douglas, I hope if we vote to stay, you'll try to work within Parliament to make sure that we get the best for the country by working with the European Union, not always taking the position that we should leave the European Union if that's the outcome of the British people.
Well, let's see what the result is.
Indeed.
I think it's going to be neck and neck.
Let's hear a bit more about the result from Jeremy, who had his beautiful explanation a moment ago about the size of constituencies now, the size of the counts, I should say.
A bit of the mechanics, I think, David. Yeah, I wish I could give you a result. But so just the way it's working. We're used, aren't we, to Westminster elections and parliamentary constituencies. We have 650 in Westminster, roughly the same size. It's not like that for this referendum. Let me show you what I mean. We have here a proportionate map. So each counting area is different. Some are much bigger than others. I'll show you the smallest here, the Isles of Scilly. There we are, just down off the southeast coast, very, very small indeed. And then actually next to it, quite a big stalk here, which is Cornwall. Cornwall counts as one county. The height of the stalk represents the number of people in the counting areas. Later we'll turn them blue and yellow according to who came first, but we can't do that yet, obviously. The biggest stalk you can see here in the Midlands is Birmingham, just there. And we'll focus in a minute on London, where there's an awful lot of votes, but 33 different boroughs all reporting singly. Have a look at Scotland as well. A lot of votes in Glasgow and Edinburgh, not so many elsewhere, but Scotland thought to be going much more for Remain than any other part of the whole of the UK, and therefore Scotland may well be a crucial part of all of this. And if I take you down towards London, you'll see there's this forest of stalks, which represents really the density of population in the south east of England. So let's zoom in on London here and see those 33 boroughs, including the City of London, which is tiny, just 7,000 electorate there. Here they are. The height of the stalk represents the number of people who can vote. And it's quite possible, with Remain sentiment high in London, that all of these turn yellow by the end of the night. If they don't, if some of them go blue, blue for Leave, you might expect them, based on the analysis we've done so far of the counting areas, to be on this side, the east side of London, places like Barking and Dagenham, Havering, Bexley, and so on. So there we are, our proportional map. We clear it down. Once we start getting results, we'll show you the margin of victory for Leave or Remain in each particular area. But just a bit more there about the mechanics of it all, David.
Thanks very much, Jeremy. Let's go north to Scotland, which is a country still recovering from its independence referendum under 2 years ago. So it's had its second referendum in 2 years. A leave vote by the UK, many people have said, could have Scotland wanting to change its mind on independence and leave the UK to stick with the EU. Well, now, in Falkirk this evening is our Scotland editor, Sarah Smith. Sarah, good evening.
Good evening, David.
So what's the story that you can see there? Everybody said it was going to be very much pro-Remain. Is that what seems to be the feeling?
That's what we're largely expecting. We'll get the first result in here. This is the central count, where every result for each of the 32 local authority areas across Scotland will be announced. First one probably about 1 o'clock in the morning from Orkney. First mainline result about 1:30 from Stirling. The big areas, Glasgow, Edinburgh, Aberdeen, we won't get until about 2 or 3. And frankly, if you see any of them voting to leave, David Cameron should be very, very worried, because we are expecting a Remain result in most of Scotland, everywhere, probably apart from maybe the Scottish Borders or Dumfries and Galloway. They might vote to leave. Edinburgh, in fact, could deliver the highest proportion of Remain voters of any district across the whole of the UK. But it's not how Scotland votes that matters. If the whole of Scotland votes to Remain, it's still what the UK voters decide, and that, of course, could have, as you were saying, very profound implications here in Scotland.
And perhaps we should go now to Wales. James Williams is in Deeside this evening. What's the story in North Wales as far as you can discern it? Everybody's guessing at the moment, of course.
Well, David, we expect the turnout to be very high here. I've spoken to sources from all parties and from both campaigns right across the country. We're expecting turnout to be anywhere between 70 and 75%. But all the sources I've spoken to aren't willing to guess which way the result is going to go. What's been fascinating about this Welsh referendum campaign is that the long-held assumption that Wales is a massively pro-EU country has been challenged robustly, time and time again. Despite the vast majority of Welsh politicians wanting us to remain, despite the fact that Wales, unlike the UK, receives more cash from the EU than we pay in, we're a net beneficiary, despite the fact that migration as a proportion is lower here than in any other UK country, it seems that the result here is precariously balanced on a knife edge. And that could be very significant because, as one lead Brexit campaigner was telling me just a few days ago, look, if there's a narrow Brexit result right across the UK, then it's important that it isn't just England that pulls the UK out of the EU. And given that we expect Scotland and Northern Ireland to vote to remain, what happens in Wales in that context could be very significant indeed. Of course, over the last few years, the emergence of UKIP has been a big political story here in Wales. They broke new electoral ground back in May, winning seats in the Welsh Assembly for the very first time. But it's those Labour strongholds where we're going to be keeping an eye tonight. Places like here, Flintshire in the industrial northeast, which, according to John Curtis's analysis, is the most Eurosceptic place in Wales. But the local Labour MP is telling me that he's heartened by what he's seen so far. In this context, that means a narrow victory for Brexit. We'll also, of course, be looking at the council areas in the South Wales valleys, places like Torfaen, like Blaenau Gwent, Merthyr Tydfil, Caerphilly. According to Labour sources I've spoken to down there, they're a bit more confident that they've pulled some of their supporters back to the Remain campaign, but it could be just a case of damage limitation in some of those areas. As for the Remain camp, well, they're hoping to record big victories in some of the Welsh-speaking heartlands, Ceredigion, Gwynedd, and they're hoping for a big result in the capital city, Cardiff. So we're expecting the results to start trickling in from around about 1:30 in the morning, and we're expecting to be able to give you the all-Wales picture around about 4 or 5, but we'll keep you updated.
Thank you very
in the
much.
meantime.
Thanks, James. Thanks for that. And we'll go now to Northern Ireland, to Belfast. Now, they have a different way of counting here, which Chris Buckler, who is there, good evening, Chris, will explain to us.
Yeah, well, actually, it's being counted in 8 different centres, but a Northern Ireland result will be announced here. It is the same way of voting right across the UK, here in Northern Ireland too. It's a simple case of leave or remain, make your X. What has different here, though, is the polling has indicated that there is a big difference between how nationalists will vote and how unionists will vote. It has seemed very clear throughout this campaign that nationalists were very likely to vote Remain, perhaps 80, some people even said 90%. As for unionists, it was a lot more split, 50-50. And the key thing for unionists was to try and get the vote out from some of those in the Leave side, because the Democratic Unionist Party, which is the biggest party in Northern Ireland, is the party that's been really campaigning for the Leave side here. It has been arguing against the other big Stormont parties for a Leave vote. Now, talking to both Remain and Leave campaigners tonight, they say that they believe that they have got a big turnout tonight, probably double figures up of what the Assembly election was just a matter of 6 weeks ago. And they say in the polling stations they've seen people voting today who didn't vote in the Assembly election, who didn't vote in the general election. There are different people there. Now, from the unionist side, whenever you're talking to Leave campaigners, they say that they have seen people from working class unionist areas who have been out very motivated. But Remain campaigners have made it clear as well that there have been more younger people out. And whenever you take a look at the figures anyway, as far as nationalists being much more likely to vote and unionists being perhaps 50-50 split, I think it's clear we will get a Remain vote here in Northern Ireland, and we expect that to be announced probably sometime after 4 o'clock.
Thanks very much, Chris. Well, we will, of course, get constituency by constituency results, so we will be able to get it a bit sooner. Now, we've all been talking about Newcastle being first with the result. There seems to be a possibility that Gibraltar will be first with its result, and James Niche is in Gibraltar. Good evening, and tell us what's going on.
Hello from the southernmost tip of Europe, where the count in Gibraltar has finished. 20,000 passionate Gibraltarians have been exercising their right to vote in this EU referendum, with a massive turnout of 84% here on the Rock of Gibraltar. And early indication is that that result will overwhelmingly be in favour of a Remain vote. I've just been speaking to members of the Stronger In campaign. They're sincerely hoping for about a 90% for Remain. The result in Gibraltar is imminent. We expect it to be declared in the next 10 or 15 minutes. The count has finished and the results have been sent to the Southwest region for verification. They will now come back to the counting officer, Paul Martinez, and he'll declare. An interesting aspect of this campaign in Gibraltar is that Stronger In, they've run a very intense campaign. Remain or Leave have been practically invisible in this campaign, and that's why everybody that's here behind me, all the supporters, all the campaigners, are really hoping this is going to be in the European Union. Of course, this is 20,000 votes, so not a big number to give us the wider picture for the UK. So there'll be many people not sleeping tonight, hoping that this is now going to be replicated, at least as far as an in-vote is concerned, for Europe, for Gibraltar to remain part of the European Union, when that UK national declaration comes in the early hours of the morning.
Just briefly, for people slightly puzzled by this, explain how Gibraltar came to be in the EU and to be voting on this.
I was speaking to Gibraltar's Chief Minister earlier today, and he was telling me that this is British Gibraltarians being part of the British family, and that they stand united as one. The links between the UK and Gibraltar go far, for more than 300 years, and it was the Prime Minister, David Cameron himself, who gave Gibraltar the guarantee, because how Gibraltar would be affected by a Brexit. The guarantee was given by the Prime Minister when he called this referendum, that the people of Gibraltar will have a right to exercise their say. And that is why everybody here is hoping that the UK and Gibraltar will remain in the European Union. They say that a Brexit would severely damage the high quality of life that Gibraltarians enjoy today.
Thank you very much indeed, James. And we'll look forward to getting, I think it will be the first results. We're looking forward. This is Kirklees. There's counting stopped for a moment. It's just resumed. They had a minute's silence for the MP Joe Cox, killed last week. And the same in Leeds, I think, where counting stopped. It's now resumed. So I think we can go to the news, which is perhaps what we should do now. I don't know whether the news will have changed, but here we are. There is the front of Broadcasting House, and the result, which will show you not very much at the moment, because we've had no results. sometime later. There we are. Count underway. Sometime later we'll have it. So let's go and get a full roundup of the news. Here's Rita Chakrabarti.
David, thank you. Well, as we've been seeing, the counting has begun of millions of votes cast across the UK in the EU referendum. A record 46 million people were entitled to vote on whether to remain in or to leave the European Union. The first results are likely to be announced shortly. Here's our political correspondent Eleanor Garnier, and her report does contain some flashing images.
So Big Ben has struck 10 o'clock.
It was the moment polling stations closed. The UK had given its verdict. But now the waiting, a night of counting ahead. In Sunderland, the team began their traditional race to be the first to complete their count. And as ballot boxes were opened in Swindon, politicians said it looked like turnout was high.
People who often don't vote are suddenly voting, and so that's what makes this a little more problematic. So I'm trying not to be inscrutable. I'm just simply saying it's been hard fought. It's been, in many senses, great fun. It's been difficult, but we'll now have to wait for a bit and see what the results are.
It's very narrow. With rumours doing the rounds about who's ahead, it's a nervous wait for campaigners.
I was going around the state this evening, and there were an awful lot of people telling me either they were going to vote leave or they had voted leave. And I don't believe the bookies and the markets always get it right.
Tonight, it's emerged prominent Leave campaigners Boris Johnson and Michael Gove are among a group of MPs who've signed a letter calling on David Cameron to carry on whatever the result. It's been a ferocious and fractious campaign, and there are wounds that need to be healed. Eleanor Garnier, BBC News.
Well, as the world waits for the UK's decision, the pound has risen to its highest level this year against the dollar and is on track for one of its strongest weekly performances in 30 years. When the New York Stock Exchange closed a short while ago, the pound was trading at just under $1.49. The FTSE 100 share index also closed up over 1 percentage point today. Storms and heavy rain have caused serious flooding in parts of London and in southeast England. Several commuter and underground lines in the capital suffered cancellations and severe delays. There were more problems this evening as commuters tried to get home following further heavy downpours. Police in Germany have shot and killed a masked gunman after a terror alert at a cinema complex. The incident happened in the southern German town of Viernheim near Frankfurt. The man entered the complex and took some people hostage before being shot. Police say no one else was injured. Our correspondent Jenny Hill is in Berlin.
Security services and police sources, in fact, have told local media that actually it looks as though this wasn't a terror IS-inspired attack, but rather that it was perhaps the work of a confused individual who appears to have been acting alone. There were some witness reports that suggested that the man himself appeared very confused during the incident. Police have yet actually to disclose whether the weapon that he was carrying was a real or a fake, but just before 3 o'clock this afternoon, of course, they were called to the scene, as you saw there, and a very dramatic scene it was too. I think really this incident serves just to highlight yet again how Germany and indeed many other European countries are on a real state of high alert.
A man has been jailed for life for plotting a beheading on the streets of London inspired by so-called Islamic State, which could have targeted a poppy seller. 23-year-old Nadir Saeed was arrested in November 2014, just days before Remembrance Sunday. One of the world's longest-running civil wars in Colombia has been brought to an end after more than 50 years of fighting. The so-called FARC rebels have signed a deal to lay down their arms following 3 years of negotiations. That's it. More from me in a while.
We have the result from Gibraltar, so let's go to Gibraltar and hear from James Nish.
As counting officer for the Gibraltar area at the referendum held on 23rd June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 20,172. The number of votes cast in favour of remaining a member of the European Union was 19,322.
Well, you can barely hear it from Gibraltar, but you can see it on the screen, the result in Gibraltar. Just 823 wanting to leave the EU, 19,322 wanting to remain. I'm not quite sure why we can't hear it clearly, but anyway, that is our first declaration, our first result of the 382 we're going to get by 6 o'clock or so in the morning. So that is the first result. It is absolutely no surprise, because it was well known that Gibraltar was going to go entirely. I don't know who those 823 are or what their motive is. Douglas Carswell, they're probably friends of yours.
Maybe they're from Clacton.
Did you think that Gibraltar should vote out, or did you accept that it was going to stay?
They're going to have their own distinct perspective, and I think we need to respect that. But, you know, I hope that North Clacton undoes that result, but we'll see.
Okay.
Just a couple of tasters that are coming to me from various places around the country. Two different sources suggesting to me that Sunderland, which is going to be one of the other early results that we expect to be for Leave, might be very, very clearly for Leave. One source has suggested to me the sampling there suggests as high as 62% for Leave, only 38% for Remain. Now, that is, of course, way off being the official result, but it would be very important because Sunderland would be an indication of how strong the Leave vote might be in other parts of the country. Leave were always meant to be slightly ahead, but if they're as much ahead of that, that would be quite something.
Nigel Farage arriving at the headquarters of his part of the Leave campaign, Aaron Banks' headquarters. And Nigel Farage, apparently, he now says that his views about what had happened was based on what he'd heard from his friends in the financial markets. So when he said he thought that by a whisker the Remain campaign had won, that was what it was based on. Nigel Farage, of course, who was the man who actually got the whole referendum thing off the ground with UKIP way back, and has had a campaign. He's been quite cross quite a lot of the time with the Leave campaign for excluding him and refusing to turn up at places, and actually running his own campaign and being criticised rather robustly for some of the things, particularly that famous poster showing refugees from Syria, which Douglas Carswell and others complained about. Oh, apparently he did speak here. I don't know why the pictures are so rough. You'd think it was done on an iPhone, those photographs. But anyway, the pictures. Let's just hear what he had to say.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Good evening. I want to say a massive, massive thanks to every single voter today who had the guts to defy their party political leaders, to defy the establishment, to defy the elites, and to defy the big boys. I can't imagine there's ever been a campaign in which ordinary folk have been subjected to so many threats. I have to say that it's been a long campaign. In my case, 25 years. And whatever happens tonight, whoever wins this battle, one thing I'm completely certain of is we are winning this war. Euroscepticism was considered to be fringy, fruitcakey, to quote the Prime Minister. Pretty odd. And now it looks like tonight, maybe just under half, maybe just over half the country is going to vote for us to leave the European Union. I promise you this. If the result is that we vote to leave, we must make sure the government carries out the will of the people. If the vote is we haven't quite made it, then we've got a lot to look forward to as continued EU members. Tomorrow, Mrs Mogherini, the Foreign Affairs Minister, will launch their big new global initiative, including defence. Next week, talks begin for Turkey to join the European Union, and in July or August we look forward to the third Greek bailout. And what has dominated this campaign has been an issue that Westminster finds very difficult to talk about. An issue for which I have been demonised for much of the last 10 years, but an issue, and I shall never remember going to Bolton and a lady grabbing my hands with tears in her eyes and saying, Why doesn't the Prime Minister come and see what he's done to our lives, how he's changed our community, what he's done to the prospects of our kids getting jobs or school places or houses? And that issue, if we do vote to remain, is one that is not going to go away. The Eurosceptic genie is out of the bottle, and it will now not be put back. But perhaps even more remarkably, the biggest change from this referendum is not what's happened in the United Kingdom, it's what's happened across the rest of the European Union. We now see in Denmark, in the Netherlands, and even in Italy, up to and around 50% of those populations want to leave the European Union. I hope and pray that my sense of this tonight is wrong. And my sense of this, and no, I'm not conceding, but my sense of this is that the government's registration scheme, getting 2 million voters on, the 48-hour extension, may be what tips the balance. I hope I'm wrong. I hope I made a fool of, believing that to be the case. But either way, whether I'm right or wrong, if we do stay part of this union, it is doomed, it is finished anyway. If we fail tonight, it will not be us that knocks out the first brick from the wall, but somebody else. We have fought an amazing campaign. Even a year ago, we were told the Remain campaign would be 20, 25, maybe even 30 points behind the establishment position. We're not. We're running them close.
Nigel Farage there, who incidentally said that if it was a 52-48 gap, it would be unfinished business. If the Remain campaign wins 2/3 to 1/3, that would end it. And he said that if Remain wins, he was going to go out and get hammered. So he's obviously not going to be able, he thinks himself, to go out and get hammered tonight because he doesn't think they have one, but we'll wait and see. He also, incidentally, was already calling foul and saying that the government's extension of the time for registering may have swung things by getting 2 million more people onto the ballot. Let's join Babita up in Newcastle and see how close we are now. What is it, 11:45? We're about to get a result?
Yeah, we're about to hear a result declared here in Newcastle, David, in the next few minutes or so. But we understand from what we're hearing from our sources here that the result in Newcastle is going to be a marginal result for the Remain camp. That's a marginal result for Remain here in Newcastle. We're waiting for that official declaration to be made on the stage here with the Chief Counting Officer who's going to take centre stage here, Pat Ritchie. What's happening at the moment is that they have gathered all the results and they've punched those results through to the regional counting officer who is based in Sunderland. They're now authorising that and will make that public declaration of a marginal Remain result here in Newcastle. We're just waiting to have the official figures here, but I can tell you also that turnout was 67.6% in Newcastle. But what we're hearing on the ground here is a marginal result for the Remain camp.
Babita, thanks very much. John Curtis, if it is marginal for Newcastle, and we don't know, of course, it's not good for the Remain camp, that, is it?
Well, it's either not good news for the Remain camp or maybe in Newcastle our modelling has not proven to be quite so good. We'll find out later on which of those two things are true. But the truth is, given the evidence we have before us and given the character of Newcastle, this is the kind of place where we'd expect the Remain side to get around 60% of the vote if the country was dividing 50-50 overall. So if the vote for Remain is well below 60%, well, maybe Newcastle's exceptional. We'll have to wait and see. But that is certainly not a result that, shall we say, is consistent with the expectations that have been generated by a couple of polling exercises that were revealed shortly after 10 o'clock.
So it could be an outsider. It wouldn't, you wouldn't take it too seriously.
Oh, look, we shouldn't go too strong on just one result. Remember 12 months ago, Sunderland was quite good for the Labour Party, and we said then, hang on, this is not necessarily the way the whole country is going to go. So equally, I would say to you, we've got to get a number of results in before, and we start to build up a consistent pattern before we can even begin to sensibly speculate about what the result's going to be. All we can say at the moment is, well, we've heard the polls, and we may be now hearing Newcastle, and maybe we need to suspend our judgment.
When Nigel Farage said that government had fouled by extending the voting period and 2 million more people had come onto the register, do you support him in that? Do you think it's a rigged election, this, which is what he was in effect saying?
I think it's really important to show respect for democracy. We've just been through a very prolonged debate. Yes, I think we can legitimately complain about taxpayer-funded propaganda, about the Treasury pumping out a forecast fiction But when it comes to getting people to engage in a referendum, surely that's a good thing. We've waited 40 years for this moment. Getting more people to engage in the process is a good thing. And there are lots of things we can complain about, but I don't think that should be one of them.
OK.
Yeah,
Amber Rudd.
well, I just think I agree with Douglas. I think it's an absolutely ridiculous thing of Nigel Farage to say, you know, we have to respect the British people, and he needs to respect the British people in having made that decision, whichever way it is, as I will respect the decision whichever way it is as well.
What were you expecting in Newcastle? Because you obviously...
I'm afraid I don't have those sort of details to hand.
Oh, right.
I'm looking forward to seeing their interpretation.
All right. Laura?
I was just going to... A couple of other bits coming in. Being suggested to me it might be 61%, as high as that, for out in Crawley. But in London, in Wandsworth, a borough that would be expected to be Remain, being suggested to me it might be over 70% for Remain. But what... So early in the night, but it may well be we're looking at a very, very divided type of vote in very different kinds of community. Potentially, that might be the pattern of the evening.
You want to add something?
Just merely talking about the posters. I thought you were going to ask me about those.
No, I wasn't.
Should we? What would you say? Would you associate yourself with the posters that Nigel Farage put out during the campaign?
Thank you for the opportunity. And I think it was a fundamentally wrong thing to do. And let me say why. I think it was morally the wrong thing to do. Using a picture of people who had fled from a war in Syria, going to Slovakia, had nothing to do with the United Kingdom. Secondly, I think it was wrong because it gave ammunition to the other side who wanted to cast aspersions on our motives and our values. But thirdly, angry nativism doesn't win elections in this country. And I know that because in the Clacton constituency at the last general election, I made sure that the nativist posters were taken down. And it's the one seat that we won in that general election.
What's going to happen to UKIP? Here you are, rubbishing your leader yet again. Who's going to lead this party?
We need...
It's only you as the only MP.
We need change, but the way to appeal to decent-minded people who want change is not by whipping up some sense of the other.
Would you like to lead UKIP?
Absolutely
not. Why?
I couldn't be a constituency MP, a dad, and leader of a party. I just couldn't do it. It would be bad for me, and incidentally, it would be pretty disastrous for UKIP.
Prime Minister seems to do it quite effectively. He leads the Conservative Party and he's a dad. And you're never saying you're going to be Prime Minister yet.
I certainly wouldn't want to lead the Conservative Party. That really would be difficult.
I think that's out of the question, Douglas.
We can agree on that.
We're joined by Paddy Ashdown. Lord Ashdown, I could perhaps just warn you that we may have to go to Newcastle while we're talking for a result. So if I interrupt you and we go off to Newcastle, I hope you'll, for once, forgive me.
I always forgive you, David. I always forgive you.
Just come to this campaign itself. Do you think it's been damaging or cathartic?
I don't think the political class has covered itself in very much glory, I'm bound to say. Too much hyperbole on one side and a lot of, well, it's a heavyweight word, but I don't think there's any other word for it, lying on the other. By the way, I mean, Douglas Carswell and I profoundly disagree about this, but he really is an honourable man. He's just made two very important statements. First of all, that Nigel Farage, true to form, is determined not to accept the sovereign voice of the British people and he'll come back again. And secondly, on that poster, David, I don't know the result, and even if I do, having said I'd eat my hat on your programme last time, I'm certainly not going to do it again, especially with the blessed John Curtis there just behind you, to whom I owe a deep apology. Twice, by the way. I've done it twice, and I was wrong on both occasions. There is a question you just about touched on with Douglas that I'd like to raise with you. I think the thing we're missing here is the postal vote. I don't know what the total postal vote across Britain is, but was it 20, 25, maybe 30%? I don't have a figure. But John will know. And how do they take that into account in the polls? Because my guess is that the postal vote across the country will be very heavily Brexit, because it was cast right at the height of the Brexit surge at the time of immigration. Right. And frankly, a 4-point lead for the Remain, which is what you have, margin of error stuff, would be, is not enough to counter that. So I just wanted to ask the blessed John Curtis, how do we take into account the postal vote?
OK, well, St John is here, so let's ask him.
Well, the answer to you, David, is, of course, is that those people who've cast a postal vote can be interviewed by pollsters just as well as anybody else. The one thing the pollsters aren't allowed to do is to tell you how the postal voters in their samples have actually voted, because that would be against the law. But they can be included in the mix, and so long as they're not separately identifiable, they can be included in the polls. The one group, of course, that the pollsters couldn't get at are the overseas voters who were registered. And we reckon on a little bit of telephoning of local authorities, maybe there were around 250,000 of those. It's still not an enormous number, but that's certainly one group that the pollsters definitely could not get hold of.
I don't want to get into the intestines of this too much, but...
You started it.
Yeah, I know, but I'm really genuinely interested, because my sense is that the postal vote may well tip this in an opposite direction to the latest poll. So here's my question for John. I'm a postal voter. I voted out, but I've changed my mind. And you ask me now how I'm going to vote, and I may say I'm voting in at this stage, but that out is already cast. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The pollsters do. Once you've got into the period where it is possible for somebody to have cast a postal vote, people are asked in the interview by most pollsters, are you registered to have a postal vote, and have you already voted? In which way have you voted? So therefore the pollsters ask postal voters how they have voted, as opposed to simply asking them, everybody else, how they will vote. So, you know, within the limitations of polls, they should get that bit of the exercise right.
Okay, fine. In which case we'll wait and see. I mean, the bottom line truth, I think, as we all acknowledge, is anybody who tells you they know how this is going to go, don't. And I think this is still, even if the polls are right, they're within the margin of error of nothing. We're all just going to have to be terribly patient.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Lord Ashdown. And maybe you'll be patient and come back a bit later on to us from Westminster.
Delighted to.
Good to see you. Thank you very much indeed. Joe Coburn's in Manchester. Joe, what have you've got somebody with you, and I don't know who it is.
David, I'm here
you can
in
explain.
the town hall. Yes, no, it's Steve Baker, Tory MP, who has been campaigning for Leave. In fact, the Leave and the Remain campaigns are building up in their supporters here, obviously waiting for any more results coming through. But we've also been talking about the future of the Prime Minister, David Cameron. And Steve Baker, Tory MP for Wickham, you've removed your name from a letter that stated that David Cameron should stay on whatever the result as Prime Minister. Why have you done that?
Well, I signed the letter in a spirit of goodwill. I think it was on the Monday. But then as we went through the week, the campaign was escalating, Project Fear was escalating, and as a matter of protest I took my name off and I simply didn't put it back on. But I'm very happy to say tonight that I'd be very glad if the Prime Minister continued on tomorrow, whatever the result is. I think he does have a mandate and a duty to stabilise the markets, to stabilise the country and keep the Conservative Party together.
So why didn't you put your name back on?
Well, you know, I think sometimes we get carried away with names on and off letters. I'm very happy to tell people tonight that I'll be supporting the Prime Minister in the morning.
Now, how unhappy were you with what you called the punishment budget by George Osborne?
Well, I'm happy to admit that I was the one who organised the 65 MPs to say that they would, to issue a statement to say they would vote against it. So I was extremely unhappy with it. I thought it was ludicrous, and indeed I found myself talking to Remain MPs who also thought it was a silly campaigning tactic. It was really frightening people, and I didn't think it was a legitimate thing to do. And so, as a campaigning strategy, we responded in kind and said we would vote against it, which, of course, if it comes forward, we will now do.
Right, so you stated your support for David Cameron. Would you state your support for George Osborne to continue as Chancellor?
If George Osborne brings forward that budget, we'll vote it down. But these are not really matters for me. It's a matter for the Prime Minister when all things are considered.
Any of your other colleagues who have not signed that letter, or perhaps removed them in the way that you did, who are going to reinstate them?
I don't think there's any danger of colleagues combining against the Prime Minister. When you look at the number of colleagues who've been willing to sign that letter, as indeed I was, you can see that the movement in the party is to keep the Prime Minister in place and to ensure he's able to go forwards and stabilise the party in the country. And that is the mood of the Conservative Party. There's no appetite for letters going in to have a vote of confidence. We know that he does have the confidence of the party.
What about the hunch tonight on the result? We've had a few results in.
Yeah.
Obviously, that doesn't indicate necessarily what the outcome is going to be. What's your feeling?
Well, if Gibraltar is representative, then I'm in a lot of trouble. But my feedback I had today from Leave MPs right across the country was it was a mood of elation, a huge turnout and huge support for Leave in constituencies up and down the country. So I'm really looking forward to seeing the results when they come in.
Right, Nigel Farage seemed to indicate that Remain had the edge.
Well, I understand they've polled about 10,000 people, but I understand the turnout in Wickham's about three-quarters, so about 50,000 people. So, you know, they've polled about a fifth of the electors of Wickham who voted today. So I think the reality is that poll could easily be very wrong. At the moment we have poor quality data, but it's the best we've got.
All right, so you're confident?
I am.
All right, Steve Baker, thank you very much. That's it from Manchester for the moment, David.
So let's have a look at the front of Broadcasting House in London and see what it shows. It's the only result we've had in so far, and it's no surprise at all. And it's sounding as though this may be a very close run result tonight on this referendum. It's just sounding like that, because we're getting conflicting reports all the time. We had Nigel Farage saying he thought that Remain would win by a whisker. Then we've got this report. We haven't yet, of course, been able to find the answer, that Newcastle is well below expectations for Remain. So we're waiting for these figures. And this is the Newcastle count. It looks as though they seem to have pretty well wrapped it up, but of course all these things have to be carefully checked. The tellers here, Laura, as far as you know, these tellers, are they all from the two camps? Remain and Leave? They probably are. I mean, I don't mean the counters, but there will be tellers there checking, won't there?
There will indeed, and there will be people who are also sampling. So in these kinds of pictures, these kinds of moments, you tend to see people from either side sort of drifting around the room, looking rather nervously, trying to basically look over the teller's shoulders and watching as the size of the piles stack up on the tables around a counting room. There are always moments of huge anticipation. But interesting sources in the out camp are saying to me that all of their sampling is looking better than they had expected it to. Now, we are getting conflicting results, conflicting suggestions all over the place, but in the last few minutes, that is what's been said to me. They're sampling, which of course is just as they get to peek over the shoulder and look at the numbers stacking up, but is suggesting that they're doing better.
But to all those people who asked us in recent days, when can I get some idea of what's happened? The answer is not at midnight, because we haven't got an answer yet. Emily.
David, yes, I'm joined by Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh, who is an MP for the Scottish Nationalists. Very nice of you to join us. And with all these whispers, a very complex picture is now starting to emerge. Just one result in Tasmina, that's Gibraltar. Would you be surprised if Scotland wasn't quite as unified on this vote as many were predicting?
It's very, very hard to say so early in the evening, even if we're trying to make conjecture about what might happen across the rest of the UK. It's hard to say. I'm very pleased that there's been a high turnout in Scotland. It's been predicted between 70 and 80%, not quite the 84.6% record turnout in the independence referendum. But we're very, very proud in Scotland of the positive campaign that we have fought, and I think that will reflect a high turnout, and I'm very hopeful for a vote for Remain, but it's so early in the evening to say.
It is, of course, early. And if Scotland looks like a Remain, we're going to hand straight back, so we've got a Newcastle result, David.
June 2016, under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the Regional Counting Officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 129,072. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 65,404. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 63,598. The total number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. No official mark, 0. Both answers voted for, 20. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 5. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 44. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 69.
So there is the first result from England and from within Great Britain that we've had, and it shows the Leave campaign just a little bit behind Remain, not nearly as much behind as all the experts had been saying we should expect from Newcastle upon Tyne. 63,598 Leave, 65,404, and that is 49.3% for Leave, 50.7% for Remain. And that could be a very significant result because it's against the predictions that all the experts had made about what Newcastle upon Tyne would do. John, you were talking earlier on about students and people with degrees and all that, and that was why Newcastle was likely to be fairly firmly in the Remain camp. Not so.
Well, that certainly seems to be the case. So it may be possible that the experts are going to have egg on their face later on tonight, or it may be that this is a first sign that the Remain side are not necessarily going to do quite as well as those early polls suggested. I'll give you a couple of other things, David, that might give the Remain side reason for some concern. The first is that it looks as though the turnout, which may be across the UK as a whole, is going to be over the 70% mark, may well be lower in Scotland than elsewhere in the UK. There's not been much of a campaign there, partly because virtually all the politicians were in favour. Maybe that will work against the Remain side, given how pro-Remain Scotland is expected to be. The second thing is that we've spotted is that we have quite a lot of places now where they've declared their turn-up, and it looks as though in places where there's a relatively large number of pensioners who we know are more likely to vote for Remain, that these places have seen a markedly higher turnout than in those places where the age profile is predominantly younger. So, you know, these are just straws in the wind, but these are first straws in the wind that, shall we say, if 10 Downing Street was feeling a degree of relief at 10 o'clock this evening when they heard the YouGov poll, maybe the champagne's gone back in the fridge.
And we should say, of course, that for all that we show Newcastle upon Tyne or Sunderland or wherever, in the end, every single vote counts. And, and that's why Scotland's important, because if Remain people haven't turned out in Scotland, then those votes are lost.
Yes, the pattern of turnout in this referendum is as crucial as the number of votes cast.
We have Orkney. Let's see the Orkney Islands result. Leave 4,193, Remain 7,189, and that's 37% for Leave and 63% for Remain. It was expected to be strong for Remain. Well, it's reasonably strong for Remain. And we haven't got Sunderland yet, still not declared. Let's go to our reporter in Sunderland. Do you have the result in Sunderland? Naga? Do you know what the result is?
No, David, we don't have the result in Sunderland. Not yet, David. We don't have the result in Sunderland. They're keeping a very close eye on Newcastle, of course. That 1,807 vote split between Remain and Leave, that result from Newcastle came through. We've spoken to Remain campaigners here. They were quite pessimistic. We spoke to 3 Labour campaigners. They were expecting a 60-40 split towards Leave. We are expecting the result, though, in the next 10 to 15 minutes, hopefully.
What do they make of what happened in Newcastle when that news came through?
Very surprised at how close it was. I mean, lots of raised eyebrows here from the counting officers. Very surprised indeed. They aren't expecting it to be as close here, but as we know, as the evening turns out, what can we say? They're keeping a very close eye on all the results, but as I said, we're expecting a result here in about the next 10-15 minutes.
All right. We go to James Landale at the Remain headquarters. James, good evening. What's the reaction to that first result from Newcastle?
Well, I have to say, David, before that moment, there was a pretty cheerful, optimistic mood here. But definitely when they heard that result from Newcastle, there was a distinct sucking of teeth. But I think a little bit of the wind had been taken out of their sails. The mood here, I think, is still hopeful. They've been talking about how they hope that the economic argument has finally hit home, that the Labour vote has finally begun to harden a bit. They think that the Leave's immigration argument began to peter out, they say, towards the end of the campaign. But I think at the moment, the one thing that's worrying them, if you talk to 1 or 2 people here, is those postal votes. They don't know what that is. For them, that's one of the big unknowns. So still, I'd say the mood here is, cautious, optimistic, hopeful, but I think that last result certainly made them think twice.
It's interesting because we were talking about the postal votes here, and I think, Laura, your view was the postal votes people thought were largely to Leave.
Absolutely. All the chatter, all the expectation over the last couple of weeks, postal votes coming in very heavily for Leave.
Do we have an idea how many postal votes, what the numbers are?
I don't have an exact number, but again, as we're seeing in the turnout reporting back from today, very high turnout on postal votes, huge numbers coming in, was reported much higher than people would have expected.
25% or something, they
Something like that. Somebody said in their area it had been as high as 40%, but I don't have an indication what the actual...
Maybe John Curtis does. John, do you know how many postal votes we're talking about, if we're talking about them tending towards Leave? 2, 4, 3, 5, 6 million? How many?
Well, we're talking, I think, about 20% or so now of the electorate is being registered to vote by post. We expect them to be disproportionately older people, So I don't think we should be surprised that they're relatively strong for Remain.
No, but how many votes? How many people cast postal votes? That's what I'm asking.
Oh, well, the level of turnout amongst postal voters is always higher than the turnout amongst the country as a whole.
How many people cast a postal vote?
Well, we have an electorate of, what, 45 million? It's 20% of that, so sorry.
What's that? You're the mathematician.
I'm not that quick, right?
About 9 million.
10 million or so.
As John Curtis couldn't do a sum. The nation falls over.
No, he can do it. Anyway, 9 or 10 million. Let's join Nick Watts at Aaron Banks headquarters for the Leave campaign. Nick, are you there? Oh, hello. Yes, good.
Yes.
What was the reaction?
Yes, we just heard from Nigel Farage.
Yes. Go on, far away.
We've just heard from Nigel Farage in rather chaotic scenes here. Nigel Farage conceded, unconceded. I think we'd now say that he's semi-conceded, though obviously that might change when he sees that result from Newcastle. What Nigel Farage is doing is really setting up a battle on two fronts. A battle if Leave have lost against Vote Leave, saying they were too cautious, but also a battle against the Conservative leadership, saying that he will still continue this battle, he's not going to give up, and will be almost looking to Scotland and hoping that you'd be in a never-ending referendum territory. But I was also talking to Kate Hoey, who's one of the leading figures on the Labour Leave side, and she is saying, when we look at that Newcastle result, that is perhaps telling us the story of this campaign that people really only woke up to at the latter stages, which is this disconnect between the leadership of the Labour Party, who are overwhelmingly in favour of EU membership, and the grassroots members who do not share that view of the European Union.
Nick, thank you very much. Just to clarify, by the way, in case you're confused by these headquarters, this is where we were talking to Nick Watts, is Aaron Banks' Leave EU. That wasn't the one that was recognised as the official Leave campaign, which is Vote Leave, who aren't having a party for some reason. I don't know why. Why aren't they having a party?
Until 10 p.m, I kid you not, until 10 p.m, we were focused on getting out the vote. Dominic Cummings and Matthew Elliott have quietly and efficiently been putting together the most amazing campaign. They don't have time for champagne. They've been too hard-working.
Ah. Nigel Farage should put the champagne on ice ready, you see.
I prefer tea.
Forethought. Emily.
David, I'm going to pick up with Tasmina Ahmed Sheikh again, our MP from the Scottish Nationalists. And that point that John Curtis was making about turnout being absolutely central in Scotland and in London. Orkneys, I think we've had in at 68%, which was lower than many would expect. Is it possible that the turnout was depressed because of this uniformity, if you like, of message that was coming through? All the leaders saying the same thing in Scotland.
Well, it's very difficult to say. I think it's important, though, and a great positive point, that the leaders were united in their view that it's best for Scotland and best for the UK to remain within the EU. And if you contrast that with the campaign that we've seen across the UK, which unfortunately has been very much based on internal Tory party fighting, exacerbated further, as we can see now, by a letter that Tory MPs have found themselves requiring to sign, asking Cameron to remain. And we've heard from Chris Grayling earlier on in the programme when he was talking about having been a signatory to this letter. But let's remember, there are government ministers that did not trust David Cameron, their leader, the Prime Minister's judgment on the issue of the EU referendum. And therefore, I think there's a lot of work that requires to be done within the Tory party, whatever happens as a result of the referendum this evening.
There may yet be work for the Remain camp. What you saw, we watched that result come in from Newcastle. A win for Remain, yes, but on a very slight margin. Does that start to put the panic into your camp?
Well, indeed, all of the results we've heard so far have been wins for Remain. So I think we've got such a long way to go. And I think, as everybody is agreeing, it would be impossible to predict the result. And let's hope that it's one that will benefit Scotland and the whole of the United Kingdom.
Nicola Sturgeon suggested during the campaign that if there was a Leave vote, Scotland might decide it was time for a second referendum. It was a big enough, momentous enough event to trigger a second referendum on Scottish independence. If it is a Remain vote, and as you say, we're at the very beginning of the night, would the SNP then put any thought of a referendum behind it?
It will come as no surprise to you that the SNP wants independence for Scotland. We, of course, respect the results of the referendum we had in 2014. But it is absolutely a matter for the people of Scotland whether we are to have a second independence referendum. And
but the calling of it isn't.
It's not, well, it's not for any politician, not me or anybody else, to dictate to the people of Scotland when that should happen.
But would that go off the table, do you think? If it was a safe Remain vote, would that second referendum of independence for Scotland then just be off the table completely?
Independence for Scotland should never be off the table. It's a reason for being for the SNP, and we would love for Scotland to be an independent country within the EU with our own voice and seat at the table, batting on behalf of Scotland at every juncture.
Tasmina, thank you very much. David?
Murad, just before you leave us to make way for another guest, I know you're going to, at this stage, are you just a little bit uneasy about what's come through?
David, I'm going to be uneasy until we've got a final result. It's all to play for. It is going to be quite a long night, but we remain very hopeful that we've made a good case that the people will vote to stay in.
I know you hope that, but I asked you whether you're feeling uneasy, not whether you're going to be cautious, but are you feeling uneasy about that Newcastle result? It's the only result we've had, and it's, according to John Curtis, who's been working this out, leaving aside Gibraltar, who's been working this out for months, it should have been a much bigger gap between Leave and Remain.
As you say, there's over 380. There's 380 of these results to come in. So, yes, I am uneasy, but I've been uneasy from the moment the polls closed. I'm unchanged in that feeling until we get the result. I don't judge anything from that particular result because there's so many more to come.
So you don't think your campaign has been as effective as you would have liked? It's not going to be a walkover?
It was never going to be a walkover. We always knew it was going to be tight. When David Cameron made his Bloomberg speech and there were sort of polls taken after that, there were more people thinking that they wanted to leave than stay. It was always going to be tight. This is an important issue to air and have a debate over.
OK, thank you very much. I should say we had 3 results in, of course. We've had Orkney as well. Voting to Remain, 63%. We've had Newcastle upon Tyne, Remain down to 50.7, just over the 50%. And Gibraltar, 95.9%. So that's how things stand.
Just an interesting thing, I think we're hearing from tasters of results coming elsewhere. Broxburn, Stoke, Sunderland, Crawley, all, I'm being told, looking very, very good for Leave. Now, as we came on air, first discussions, of course, were cautious optimism from people like Amber and other people about Remain looking slightly safer than they thought they might be. But just around the country in various different places, suggestions coming to me, not confirmed, that Leave is looking like very big wins in some areas.
Should perhaps just explain the bottom half of our screen. You saw Clackmannanshire going through then, voting to Remain. We'll have each of these counting areas, these local authorities, showing there as the results come through. Top right, or bottom right rather, Remain lead by 27,256. That at this stage is not a figure that you can attach much importance to. It changes, obviously, as the votes come in. And also, at some point in the evening or in the early morning, when we get an idea of how many people have voted, we'll be able to give an indication of how many votes are needed to win one way or t'other. But at this stage, it's just a figure you can keep an eye on. The votes for Leave in blue and Remain in yellow. Don't ask me why those colours. They're the colours of the European Union flag. And they're just colours that have been chosen for tonight. Because obviously we have a cross-party. We can't use blue for the Conservatives. We can't use yellow for the Liberals. And on the right of that, declared 4 out of the 382. So that's how it's working out. Now, we're joined by Ruth Davidson, the hero of the debate at Wembley, it seems, Ruth, with people saying you should stand for the Westminster Parliament on the strength of that and fight for the leadership of the Conservative Party in the UK as a whole, not just in Scotland.
Well, I think people are maybe forgetting that with the devolution settlement that we have in Scotland, that the job I'm doing in Holyrood is a pretty big job. I get to slay nationalists every day and stand up to Nicola Sturgeon, so that's a pretty big job in itself, so I'm pretty happy where I am. Thank you very much.
What do you make of the argument that we were hearing just now, that Scotland may have a slightly low turnout? People may not have been excited by the campaign in Scotland, and because of this is... Oh, I'll come back to you if I may. We've got a result from Sunderland. I'll come back to you in just a second. So let's go straight to Sunderland.
Counting officer for the Sunderland voting area at the referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the Regional Counting Officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 134,400. The total number of votes cast in favour of Remain was 51,930. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 82,000. The total number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 82,394. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. No official mark, 0. Both answers voted for. 13.
Right, let's just, we've now had this second result in. Let's just go to Jeremy Vine and see where, and I'll come back to you, Ruth, in just a second, if I may. But let's just go to Jeremy Vine and see where these two results fit in with the pattern that you fixed there, where they go on your slide rule, as I think of it.
Yeah, well, to say these results are interesting is an understatement. Let's just quickly go through what we know so far. If you look at the map here, we've had results from the very north of the country in Orkney to right at the foot of the map here, Gibraltar, with that very strong Remain result. 90% margin for Remain in Gibraltar. That's what places it right down the end of our index. Now remember, our index was built to show us how Eurosceptical the 382 counting areas were. We've now had those two results from Newcastle and Sunderland. I should say, not glossing over Orkney and Gibraltar, but there are very few voters there. Newcastle and Sunderland came back with an awful lot of votes. Let's try and work out how they fit into our index and what they mean. So we start with Newcastle, and that's a strong Remain. According to our index here, it's one of the 40 most likely to vote for Remain. So you see beside it, you can see Orkney, for example, and Gibraltar at the end here, but we're focusing on Newcastle. Looking at that, you'd expect a good, sizable margin to Remain in Newcastle. Now let's have a look at what happened in that Newcastle result. Here we go. Look at how close that is. See, it's nothing like what our index suggested there. It's barely 1% in it, 49.3 to 50.7. Now, it could be, as John Curtis was saying, that when we analysed Newcastle, we missed something. That actually there was a strong latent Leave vote in Newcastle, which the data didn't suggest. But I'm pointing that out as quite a dramatic outlier based on our index. It looked like a Remainy kind of a place, and it's not. It's split almost 50-50. Now to Sunderland. Now, Sunderland is in a different position on the board. It's actually a little way into Leave. Remember, there's 382 areas, so it's not a long way into Leave, but you'd expect a solid margin for Leave in Sunderland. Let's have a look at what we actually saw in Sunderland. And you see 61% to Leave and 39% to Remain. So 20-point or more gap. Now, looking at our board, you'd think that's a bit more for Leave than we might have been expecting based on its position on the board. 'Cause it's not that far off the centre, Sunderland. You might have expected it to be tighter. So these results have given us something to think about. We're looking at our index, we're wondering about the order, we're thinking, wait, is Leave's vote here a lot stronger than anyone was thinking? We'll find out as the results go in, but my goodness, Newcastle and Sunderland, David, don't anyone go to bed yet.
Thanks, Jeremy. And the markets, of course, have been very sensitive over the last few days. Kamal Ahmed, our economics editor, is here, and you have news that these two results have already affected the markets.
Certainly, David, there are some relatively sweaty traders out there tonight. A lot of strength in sterling early on tonight after the poll suggested that Remain had done very well. In the last few minutes, sterling has come down markedly off a high of $1.50, where it was its highest in the year. It's fallen by 3 or 4 cents since then in the last few minutes. I think traders are sitting there looking at the result in Newcastle, looking at the result in Sunderland and thinking, oh, hang on a minute, maybe those polls are a little bit too optimistic for Remain. We're in the wrong position now on sterling. Sterling would be expected to fall markedly if Britain did leave the European Union. And they're maybe on the wrong side of this trade at the moment. And there is some significant selling. What you're going to get, I think, David, over the next 2, 3, 4 hours is great volatility for sterling.
They're making a lot of money while they do all this.
Some people will be making a lot of money somewhere when you have this amount of volatility, either buying or selling.
And why, just to explain the point, why, if it is a vote for leave in the end, will sterling fall?
Because that will be, investors will think that it could be bad for the UK economy. Most economists say that if Britain did leave the European Union, then ultimately that could be, in the short term at least, bad for the UK economy. And also investor sentiment might turn against Britain. Britain runs a current account deficit. We need, as Mark Carney described it, the Governor of the Bank of England, the kindness of strangers to support our debts. If those strangers start thinking, I'm not too sure about the UK economy at the moment, particularly if it left the European Union, then that would mean that sterling would start falling.
Well, you'll go on keeping an eye on it.
I will.
And keep us. We won't be gambling along with those market traders, but we'll be hearing how their gambles are going. We just rejoined Ruth Davidson. Thank you for your patience, Ruth, leader of the Scottish Conservatives. I was asking you whether there was a worry in Scotland that the Remain camp and the people who wanted Remain may not have pulled their weight tonight because the campaign itself was rather lacklustre.
Well, in Scotland, we're looking at a turnout that's not as high as the independence referendum 20 months ago, which was 85%, which was extraordinarily high for a democratic event anywhere in the UK. But it is looking like it's running around or even above 70%, which is higher than the Scottish parliamentary elections last month, higher than the general election. So I think it's been a pretty good turnout across Scotland.
Are you disconcerted by the news that's come in so far from the two results in England that we've had?
Well, I think it's just a little bit early to tell. I mean, 5 out of 382 declared. 2 of them are in Scotland, Clackmannanshire and Orkney. 1 right in the middle of the Central Belt in that urban corridor. One of the Northern Isles. It's not enough to tell us about Scotland, and I don't think 2 seats from the northeast is really enough to tell us about all of England.
Well, so, they aren't seats, of course. They're numbers, aren't they? Just numbers of votes. Yes.
Local authority areas.
That's the spirit.
Sorry, I'm in an election mode. What can I say? But in those local authority areas, I don't think that's enough for us really to say. I think in terms of what I can tell you about Scotland, you will find patchiness across the country. I think in Dumfries and Galloway in the southwest and Murray in the northeast, which is a former RAF area, lots of fishing up there, you will find it very close to 50-50. You may get a surprise result in the Western Isles, which, if you remember, in 1975 voted to come out, voted against. The rest of the country, places like my constituency in Edinburgh, you're seeing votes that look as if it's going to come out about 3-1. It looks as if it could be more than 70% for in. So it's going to be a very mixed picture across Scotland this evening.
Just a word about the Conservative Party. Do you see the Conservative Party as something in Scotland, as something very separate from Westminster? If the Conservative Party in Westminster goes into turmoil, they only got 1 MP from north of the border. If it goes into turmoil over this, would you distance the Scottish Conservative Party and say, well, look, we're really involved in politics in Scotland, and you can have chaos in the south if you want, but we will go our own way and work out our own policies and our own election stance?
Well, I fought my leadership election to become leader of the party in Scotland on a platform of keeping our party together. And while we're devolved in Scotland and I have responsibility for candidates and policy in lots of other areas, it is to be a part of the UK Conservative Party, and we'll continue with that. But I don't accept the premise of your question, David, because we as a party know we have much more that keeps us together than that divides us, and it has been a passionate debate. But remember, just a year ago, my colleagues in London were elected on a manifesto to govern, a manifesto that would have a referendum on the European Union. We've carried out that, and that we would respect the result, whichever it is, and it's far too early to tell so far this evening. And then after that, we would all, as Democrats, respect the will of the people of this country, come back together and govern to the manifesto on which we were elected.
But judging by what you said on Wembley Arena, you don't have much respect for Boris Johnson, and it's unlikely that... What?
I don't think you could take that from my performance at Wembley Arena at all. You know, there was absolutely no personal invective there. It was a really passionate debate on the issues, and they've been proper, you know, good, hearty issues to talk about. The economy, immigration, security, this country's place in the world. These are
pointing
big,
at him,
big
you've
issues.
lied about Europe, you've lied about Turkey, you've lied about the European army. It's not good enough. Not Boris Johnson. No,
that's why I said
him.
the campaign.
All
And
right.
I pointed directly to the leaflet that was there. So, you know, the campaign had absolutely made, I think, contestable claims, and I think that you know when all of the dust settles, that we should be able to look at a passionate campaign that was carried out in a way to bring those arguments to the people of the country, but then come back together as a party and govern to the manifesto to which my colleagues down south were elected.
Are you a bit alarmed about the state of the Conservative Party after this, though?
No, I mean, I think particularly in some of the younger elements. So myself, you know, I don't remember the Maastricht years and all the rest of it. I know plenty of colleagues from the 2010, 2015 intakes that, you know, haven't seen a previous issue regarding Europe within our party, that I know broadcasters with a longer track record like yourself always point to, David, who have a real wish to get on and do the job that we were all elected to do. And actually, European politics isn't what drives us. You know, it's about social mobility, it's about helping people, it's about reform of public services, it's about managing the economy, it's about giving people opportunities and helping, particularly with education, for people to be able to advance themselves and bring the country up and bring themselves up as well. So these are what drives us. It's not carrying out some sort of European feud.
Ruth, thank you very much indeed. We're joined by Leanne Wood, from the leader of Plaid Cymru in Wales. Let me go to her. Leanne Wood, what's the story, as far as you can tell, what's happening in Wales? I mean, there's been a lot of talk about Wales. First of all, it was going to be absolutely Remain. Then people started saying it might be Leave. Then UKIP did well in your local assembly elections. What do you think is happening?
Well, I think it's going to be close here, and it looks as though those areas that are suffering from deprivation and poverty the most are the ones who are strongest in favour of the Leave position. And I think that, you know, we just had a Welsh Assembly election, and there was a strong feeling there that people wanted change. And I think that this referendum has given an opportunity for that voice to carry on being put. But it's a wake-up call, I think, for the entire political class. It's clear that things can't just carry on as they are. The status quo cannot just continue. Something needs to give, and what we need to do from Plaid Cymru's perspective is strengthen the Welsh Assembly now and make sure that we've got an institution there that can deliver for people in a way that politics isn't delivering at the moment.
Leanne, thank you very much indeed. We've got more news about the pound, Kamal.
Well, David, it's absolutely taken a hammering since that Sunderland result, which seemed to suggest that Leave might be doing a lot better tonight. It's down 6% in the last few minutes. I mean, that's a hammering that we will not have seen on the market since 2008 and the financial crisis. I mean, that is a very, very significant move. I blogged early on this evening. I said, if the markets have got this wrong with their positive sense that Remain was doing very well, that their internal polls were showing that, there would be an almighty correction in the value of sterling into the markets this morning and into Friday. And boy, are we seeing that. I mean, everyone's going to be watching the next few results to see if that Sunderland result was an outlier. But certainly a lot of traders who thought that Remain had a very, very good night are now selling out of sterling as quickly as they can. And the graphs are remarkable, just almost vertically down at the moment, sterling on the markets.
Thank you very much. Well, we're joined here by Angela Eagle, Shadow Business Secretary, Labour MP for Wallasey, and Diane James, of course, UKIP MEP for South East England. But I guess I'm going to have to wait to talk to you until we've heard the latest news, which we'll cover, and then I'll come back to you if that's all right. So, we go back to Broadcasting House and to the results as we have them at the moment. Unfortunately, the result you see is on the right-hand side of the building, and we can't exactly see it from here. Here it comes. Well, that's fairly that's a helpful comment.
It looks beautiful, though,
It
doesn't
looks
it?
nice.
It's a lovely light.
Now,
to it,
this is
nothing
the
else.
thing you have to look at. Here we are. This is how it stands at the moment. And this is the... That's the 50.5 Leave and 49.5 for Remain at the moment. That's how things stand. And as it says, far, 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 far too early to call. Perish the thought anybody should go to bed. Let's have some news. Here's Rita Chakrabarti.
David, thank you. Counting is underway of tens of millions of votes in the EU referendum, with a handful of results being declared. In the last few minutes, Sunderland voted to leave by a significant majority. Newcastle, which was one of the first to declare, backed Remain by a very narrow margin of 1%. 46 million people nationwide were eligible to vote, a record number. Here's our political correspondent Eleanor Garnier, and her report contains some flash photography.
It was the moment polling stations closed. The UK had given its verdict. And the first result to declare Gibraltar, with a decisive 96% vote in favour of Remain. Not long after, Newcastle, with a narrow win for Remain.
65,404.
A much smaller win than expected. But in Sunderland, a huge win for Leave, with 61%. At a Leave campaign party, the UKIP leader remained defensive.
Win or lose this battle tonight, we will win this war. We will get our country back, we will get our independence back, and we will get our borders back. Thank you.
With only a trickle of results in, politicians are keeping their fingers crossed.
We're very, very proud in Scotland of the positive campaign that we have fought, and I think that will reflect a high turnout, and I'm very hopeful for a vote for Remain.
Tonight it's emerged prominent Leave campaigners Boris Johnson and Michael Gove are among a group of MPs who've signed a letter calling on David Cameron to carry on whatever the result. It's been a ferocious and fractious campaign, and there are wounds that need to be healed. Eleanor Garnier, BBC News.
Well, following those first results, the pound fell dramatically. Initially, it rose on expectations that the UK would stay in the EU, but it's since fallen back. When the New York Stock Exchange closed, the pound was trading at just under $1.49, but it's now fallen to $1.43. The FTSE 100 share index closed up over 1%. A man has been jailed for life for plotting a beheading on the streets of London, inspired by so-called Islamic State, which could have targeted a poppy seller. 23-year-old Nadir Saeed was arrested in November 2014, just days before Remembrance Sunday. Teachers in England are to stage a one-day strike on the 5th of July over pay and conditions. The government described the action by the National Union of Teachers as unnecessary and damaging. More now from our education correspondent Gillian Hargreaves.
Teaching unions say there are too many, in their words, huge cuts to school budgets, and there is discontent over workload and teachers' pay. And the General Secretary, the Acting General Secretary of the National Union of Teachers, has said teachers can't go on like this without significant change. The government, on the other hand, say this is unnecessary, it's damaging. They're perfectly happy to talk to the unions about these things and try and reach a compromise. So there's that strike planned for the 5th of July, and some more being threatened for the autumn term.
Storms and heavy rain have caused serious flooding in parts of London and in southeast England today. Several commuter and underground lines in the capital suffered severe delays and cancellations. There were more problems in the evening as commuters tried to get home. One of the world's longest-running civil wars in Colombia has been brought to an end after more than 50 years of fighting. The so-called FARC rebels have signed a deal to lay down their arms following 3 years of negotiations. Well, that's it now. We'll have more very shortly, but for the time being, it's back to David.
Well, as I said earlier, a moment ago, I'm joined by Diane James and Angela Eagle and Vernon Bognall, Professor of government at King's College in London is with us too. So this is a very dramatic story that seems to be unfolding here. Angela, what do you make of it?
It's too early to tell. We've known all the way through that this was going to be a result on a knife edge. The polls have been all over the place, and after last year's general election, we don't even know whether to believe the polls. My experience out campaigning, in so much as you can get experience of 46 million votes when you're out campaigning, is that it has been pretty close. And I think we're seeing that with the initial results that we've seen, and it's just too early to tell.
Your Shadow Chancellor, John McDonnell, has said that the result from Sunderland was almost like, he put it, a by-election protest vote. In other words, the scale of the exit of the no vote there. And he said people are cheesed off. Migration's a big issue. Do you agree with him?
Yes, but I also think that what we've got is protest from communities who've been under the most pressure. And what the Leave campaign have done is give it as scapegoat the European Union as the cause of that pressure, whereas actually the cause of a lot of that pressure is the cuts and the Conservative policies which have put the most pressure on the most vulnerable communities. And I think that if Leave wins, they will have been successful at getting people who are under enormous pressure in their own communities to blame the European Union as a scapegoat rather than blame the national Conservative government, which is what they should be doing.
So, Diane James, you've conned them if they vote to leave.
Sorry?
You've conned them.
I don't think so at all. Would you mind if I take up just a slightly different point, which is that, you highlight on your screen that this is the Nissan car plant. Nissan, I believe, was one of those companies that was effectively asked by the Prime Minister to write a letter to the employees. And I think what you're seeing here is the reaction to that, which I understand has been quite widespread across the country, where people have actually taken, shall we say, offence at being directed to do something, and then seemingly that whole message has been undermined in a later stage. And I think there's a classic here, which is in terms of the German let's call it almost CBI equivalent, today saying there won't be any tariffs, there won't be any negative reaction in terms of trade between the two countries. So I think people have been a lot more realistic. I don't quite agree with Angela at all on this issue about conning or trying to blame the EU. When it comes down to it, the Leave campaign has presented quite accurately what the issue is in terms of immigration and linking it to the freedom of movement.
I'm sorry, the bus wasn't accurate. The fact that Turkey's going to join any minute wasn't accurate. There were Leave leaflets put out which hinted very strongly that Syria and Iraq were going to join the European Union. This is a post-truth kind of campaign, and I think it's played on people's fears and it's divided the country. And I think what the Prime Minister needs to do, whatever the result is try to realise that he cannot keep imposing the worst burdens of cuts on the communities that are least able to cope with them.
Vernon Bogdanor, just watching the results as they've come in, do you think this is going to be a very tight run thing tonight? It looks as though it is, doesn't it?
The indications from the early results are that Leave is doing much better than one would have predicted. The tight result in Newcastle, where Remain could have hoped for a very large victory, because we're told that university towns and university graduates are very strongly in favour of Remain. The very large victory for Leave in Sunderland, and also the predicted low turnout in Scotland, are all good indications for the Leave camp. And I think we do have to face the possibility, no more than a possibility, that Leave will win this referendum and that Britain will leave the European Union. I think that is a possibility. Whether that happens or not, it's obviously a very close result. And I think one can't deny it's a real kick to the British establishment, because all three party leaders have favoured a Remain vote. Business is on the whole favoured a Remain vote. The financial leaders have favoured a Remain vote. The people have not taken their advice, so it appears.
The latest results we've had in are there on the screen. Sunderland, Clackmannanshire, Orkney, Newcastle upon Tyne. We go now to North Warwickshire and join Sian Geszczek in North Warwickshire. Sian, good evening. What do you have for us from there?
Good evening, David.
Evening.
Well, within the last few moments, I've spoken with the Leave campaigner here who's been wandering around with his clipboard and pen. The story that appears to be emerging here in North Warwickshire is that the Leave vote is much stronger than expected. In fact, he's just upgraded his estimate. He believes, and it's certainly not official yet, that the split is 70-30 in favour of Leave. I've been talking to the Conservative MP here, Craig Tracy, and he has been just having a chat with his counterparts up the road who've also been campaigning to Leave over in Nuneaton and Bedworth. The estimates there, he says, are as high as 80-20 in favour of Leave. Now, the count here in the hall is going very swiftly. We expect a result within the hour by about 1:30. I've also been speaking to Mike O'Brien, the former Labour MP who held this seat here a number of years ago. He's been desperately campaigning to remain, but he shrugged his shoulders earlier on when having a chat with me and saying, hey, it was always going to be an uphill task trying to convert people who want to leave to vote Remain.
Sian Geszczek, thanks very much. Let's join Luke Walton in Hartlepool. Luke, good evening. What is the message you're getting there? Because what we've been getting so far in all the places we've had is that the strength of Leave is greater than people had anticipated.
Well, it looks like it's going to be a very good result for Leave here in Hartlepool as well. It was always expected that there would be a Leave lead here, but now we're expecting perhaps as many as 70% of votes to go to Leave, possibly more. Great despondency among the Remain campaigners here. Leave very buoyant. It's always going to be a fairly happy hunting ground for Leave because UKIP are strong here. They came a close second in the general election. They've been picking up council seats. I think nonetheless, Leave have been very, very happy with the way this campaign have gone. They say that things like immigration is coming up on the doorstep, even though Hartlepool has a relatively small number of EU migrants. But they're also picking up a sort of general anger about the state of the local economy, decline of local industry. Perhaps the closure of the blast furnace down in Redcar was a factor there. And also, I think, a more general frustration about the political class, a sense of wanting to sort of put one over on politicians, a sense that the EU was a sort of cash cow that they were paying for. So I think there's a generalised feeling here that I'm picking up here in Hartlepool and indeed across the northeast. And as I say, we're expecting the declaration possibly here in about an hour's time, so we haven't got the detail, but I think 70% or thereabouts is where we're heading.
Luke, thank you very much indeed. Let's just have a look at this chart, which gives a rather dramatic picture of sterling. And I suspect it may have gone down a bit since then, but that is the fall in sterling as the result on the basis of the few results we've had. Sunderland, Newcastle, there's really those two. And what we've been hearing from North Warwickshire, I suspect, won't have done much good for sterling or from Nuneaton.
Just one thing that's just reached me, an expectation that in Lewisham, London Borough, Remain might have it by as much as 83% for Remain. That contrasted what we've just heard from North Warwickshire of 80-20 to Leave. Now, it may be, and it's very early, but it may be we end up with a pattern, London versus the rest of the country.
Right. Emily, in which case London will declare you independent.
Maybe London goes off and becomes its own country.
Yes,
the rest of us go
but
off
people
in a different direction.
people have quite seriously talked about London being such a powerhouse that it itself, I don't know where they get this from, but it itself feels that it shouldn't be bound by what the rest of the country thinks or wants.
Well, perhaps as Professor Bogdanor was suggesting, this, whatever the final result is, whether it is an outright result, the closeness, even the closeness of this would suggest that it's a big kick in the teeth to the establishment, which is, of course, business politics, nearly all based in London, and maybe that's part of the problem.
We've had a result from Foyle in Northern Ireland, and these results will all be added together before we get a formal Northern Irish result, but just have a look at it. Leave 8,900 and Remain 32,000, a strong nationalist area where we would have expected that. Let's join Emily again. Emily.
David, thanks. And I think we can speak to Ed Miliband, the former Labour leader who's standing by. Ed Miliband, thanks for joining us. Your thoughts on the Sunderland result? Was that a shock?
Well, look, I think it is early, but I think what we're seeing in some Labour areas is two things going on. There's concern about immigration, And then there is just the wider concern about the direction of the country. You know, knocking on doors in my own constituency today, and I don't know what the result will be there yet, obviously. Lots of people in this referendum are concerned about immigration, but they're raising a whole set of issues about the NHS, about their kids' life chances, and a whole set of things. And, you know, we've said throughout this campaign, this isn't a referendum on David Cameron. For some people, they are expressing unhappiness with the government as well as issues in Europe. But it's early days, and, you know, who knows where we're going to end up.
It does suggest, though, doesn't it, that the Labour-Remain line has really not won well with Labour voters in the North East.
Well, as you say, that we've got results from some parts of the North East, and it's early. I think all of the polls, and who knows whether the polls are right, but all of the polls indicate that Labour voters will vote, perhaps by a substantial margin, for us to remain in the European Union, while Conservative voters will vote for us to leave. So I think we have to remember the context for this. But look, there are, of course, lessons, whatever the result of this. There'll be lessons that have to be learned by the Labour Party, but not just on the issue of immigration, a whole wider set of things for the Labour Party, but also for the government, you know, about what people are saying about the state of the country, about their unhappiness about some of the things that are happening in the country, about the sense of pain and anger that there is out there, some of which is being expressed in this referendum.
I wonder what you make of Jeremy Corbyn's remarks just last Sunday that there should be no top cap on immigration. He appeared to play well with Labour in parts of the North East, but do you think that was a mistake?
No, I think you can't start saying it's because of one individual remark. Look, I think Jeremy's centre of gravity on Europe, which is to have kind of scepticism about some parts of the European project and the way it's been executed, but overall to be for Remain, I think that's where a lot of people are, actually. So I don't think it's to do with that. I think there are a deep set of issues here that have been building for a long time. And as I say, a lot of this is about people thinking we're unhappy with the state of the country, we're unhappy with the direction it's going in, and inevitably a referendum becomes about the specific issue, and of course it is about that, but also about a much wider set of things.
If your own backyard, if Doncaster votes for Leave, what will that tell you?
That there is a lot of listening, a lot of work that needs to be done, that it will be an expression, as I say, of people's concerns. Look, lots of people feel this is an unequal country, a divided country. They're angry at the state of the country. Now, I happen to agree with them, but I don't think the answer is to vote Leave in this referendum. But I think, never mind for the Labour Party, of course for the Labour Party, but for all of politics, in particular for the government, if this is a Remain vote, I really hope David Cameron recognises the anger and the division and the pain that there is in lots of parts of our country about what is happening, and I hope he tries to address that, because inequality and the division there is a big part of this result, whichever way it goes.
But what about the tone of the campaign? There were people that our reporters were speaking to saying they were very much for Remain until they heard the bullying sense from, for example, the Chancellor and his threats of an austerity budget. Would you have wished those parts of the campaign hadn't been run the way they were?
Look, I think it's too easy to be a critic of campaigns. I think inevitably, when you're arguing for the status quo, as the Remain side were, at least that part of it led by the Conservatives, inevitably there ends up being kind of warnings about leaving, and I think a lot of those warnings were right. I think, you know, a positive message, more of a positive message, was always something the Labour Party was trying to get across, not just remaining in the EU, but also reforming the EU in various ways. But I think it's too easy to criticise campaigns. There's deep anger out there, and some of that is being expressed in the way people have voted.
Ed Miliband, thank you very much indeed, the former Labour leader. Back to you, David.
Isles of Scilly, the result has been declared. Not very many votes here, but nevertheless, 621,803, the smallest of all the counting areas, the Isles of Scilly, and 44% Leave, 56% Remain. And we're waiting for Swindon, which I think we may get. And again, I stress, these are not constituencies, obviously. We're just gradually accumulating numbers. But Diane James, if it goes the way that it may go now, towards a narrow victory for Leave. What would the next steps be, in your view?
Well, I would hope that David Cameron, given that he's already had this letter from a number of his MPs, will continue as the Prime Minister. Now, that might surprise some people for me to say that, but he has at least undertaken this referendum, something that the country has wanted for a long, long time. He will have heard, he will have received the signal from the population that we do want to leave the European Union, and I would hope he would then form a very, very top team, and possibly split into two, but a part of the team going over to Brussels, starting the negotiations that are so sorely needed, and the other part of the team here back in the United Kingdom handling the civil service and all of those aspects.
But he has said that if it is Brexit, he will trigger the 2-year period, the Chapter 50.
Article 50.
Article 50, which only he can trigger. The government has to trigger, saying we're going to leave, and that gives you 2 years. Are you suggesting he shouldn't do that yet?
No. Well, he's got two options, hasn't he? He can just straightforwardly repeal the European Union Act. That's probably my understanding from some of the Conservative MPs who I've shared the stage with at events. Their view was that that was the preference. But Article 50 is the one that is the very clear message to Brussels and to Mr Juncker in particular, that we are serious, and of course it then kick-starts the whole negotiation process. But we do, at least with invoking Article 50, know where we stand in terms of we kick-start the process, we have 2 years, we have a certain element of reasonableness, maybe 6 months, but at least we know what we're working towards.
Werner Bogner, we're waiting for Swindon to come in. I may interrupt you when it does come in, but it seems there are a number of options, actually, if it were to go for Leave.
No, the only legal and constitutional option is laid down by the European Union, the Article 50 procedure. David Cameron tells the European Council of the British voters' decision. They're meeting next week. Some people have said that should be delayed, but he's an honourable man. He will accept defeat. He said he will do this as rapidly as possible. But there is a much larger question here, that if there is a vote to leave, and of course it's far too early to predict that, he'll have been given instructions by the British people to do something he doesn't want to do. Would he be the best person to negotiate Britain's exit from the European Union?
As counting officer for the Swindon voting area at the referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 113,060. The number of votes cast in favour of remain a member of the European Union was 51,220. The number of votes cast in favour of leave the European Union was 61,745. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. Both answers voted for, 33. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 5. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 57. And the total number of ballot papers rejected was 95. Thank you.
Swindon, 61,745. Leave, 51,220 remain. You can read that on the screen there. And the Leave side is 55%, 45% for Remain. And I think, Jeremy, that's pretty much in line, Swindon, isn't it, with what you were expecting, or what you and John Curtis were expecting from Swindon. Do you want to just take us through where you've got to?
Yeah, well, let's compare it to the Sunderland result, because when Sunderland and Newcastle came in, the shock of that in this studio, because Leave had done so much more and so dramatically better than our index suggested, or our knowledge of those two counting areas suggested. So we're now seeing it stabilised a little more. We are in for a long night here. There's no question about that. So let me just show you, first of all, Sunderland. Let's just remind ourselves of where Sunderland is. Now the midway point on our index is where you'd expect it to be a 50-50 result, if the result across the nation is 50-50. Here we see Sunderland into Leave territory, but not by much. And let's remind ourselves of the Sunderland result here and how dramatic it was for Leave. So you see a more than 20% gap for Leave in Sunderland. So that's a better performance for Leave than we might have expected in Sunderland. but now we have Swindon. Let's have a look at Swindon. So if you look at the algorithms that we used, and we were talking about earlier, this analysis that we did of these counting areas based on how many pensioners who tend to vote out, how many graduates who tend to vote in, ethnic minority voters, UKIP voters in 2014, etc. You put together all those factors, we ended up with Swindon as a more Eurosceptically inclined area than Sunderland. So it looked to us like Swindon would vote even more for Leave. But that result has come in like this. And you can see the margin is much closer. So it's 55 for Leave and 45 for Remain. Now, that's what we would have expected based on Swindon's position on the index. So Sunderland and Newcastle might be outliers here. Maybe there's something going on with the vote in the north of England. But it's all getting very, very interesting on our board, and there's no way of even starting to call it. David?
We have a result in from Broxbourne. This is our first home counties result. Broxbourne in Hertfordshire. UKIP had some success in the local elections, and this is the result in Broxbourne. 33,700. Leave, 17,000 Remain. That's 66% for Leave and 34% for Remain. And we're joined now by Nick Robinson, who suddenly turned up on his way. Nick, what are you doing tonight? You're going from north to south through the night, is that right?
We started in Edinburgh, David, at the polling station there in the middle of the evening, been to Newcastle, here in Sunderland, on my way to Leeds any second, then to Peterborough, trying to see and to paint a picture of a divided nation, because I think what is so striking about what we're seeing tonight is a divided nation, divided by nations themselves, Scotland v England, of course, divided by region, divided by class, divided by educational background. I think these results suggest, as Jeremy was just saying, that that is what's going on here in Sunderland, and may help explain a little bit of what Jeremy was saying about the difference between results here in the northeast and in Swindon there in the south, is that I was hearing from people on the Leave and the Remain camps here. There are people in this town who have not voted, in this city, not voted since 1983, not voted, in other words, since the days of Margaret Thatcher, who came out, as they put it, and this was people on both sides, to kick the establishment. People who left their houses for the first time to vote. They wanted to kick not just Brussels, they wanted to kick David Cameron, they wanted to kick the establishment, I was told, they wanted to kick the bankers, they pretty much wanted to kick anybody they could, and they believed that voting Leave was the way to do that.
What's your view of the way that it's gone so far?
Well, what intrigues me is whether this becomes a pattern, or what we actually see is the mounting up of votes in working class areas where there's a revolt against the establishment for Leave, but equally a mounting up of votes for Remain in urban metropolitan areas with a younger demographic. That's why I think it's much too early to tell whether this Sunderland result, that early sign in Newcastle as well, is giving us a national picture, or merely suggesting that this great gulf between the different voters is even greater than we realised. That, in other words, I was hearing from a whole series of senior Labour figures that in recent days votes had hardened up amongst what you might call rather patronisingly Guardian readers. Metropolitan, liberal, younger, professional classes, people in the public sector, had hardened up for Remain. Now, we may not see that until we see the vote in those urban areas later on. Okay. But when you're seeing votes in the smaller towns, the towns that are often described by psephologists, as the left behind, people with high working class populations, what you're seeing there instead is in fact a mounting up of votes for Leave, because they want to kick someone, and the opportunity to do it was to vote against the establishment and to vote for Leave.
Where are you going to pop up next, Nick?
Leeds is my next stop.
Look forward to seeing you.
A couple of hours from now.
Thank you very much. See you there. There's something interesting about the London turnout. There was vile weather in London today. The roads were flooded, the trains weren't working, the underground wasn't working, there was all hell let loose. And John, you think that there's been an actual effect on the London, which was expected to be very heavily Remain, wasn't it? That it's had an effect on the vote in London?
Well, perhaps. Certainly the 7 or 8 boroughs that now have told us what their level of turnout is. Given what's been going on in the rest of the country, we would have expected around a 2 to 3 point higher turnout in these boroughs than has actually been reported. Now, maybe it's the weather, maybe it's not, but whatever is the cause, given that London is indeed one of those places that was expected to be relatively strongly for the Remain side, if this is correct, it's another little bit of bad news for the Remain side that, so far as turnout is concerned, again, the numbers may not be working quite as much in its direction as it was hoping.
I mean, the truth is there hasn't been any good news for the Remain side yet, has there, this evening?
Well, that's a slight exaggeration. I think the truth is, for example, that in Orkney and in Clackmannanshire, the result was pretty much in line with what we were expecting. It wasn't too far off in Broxbourne. So we've had some places where the outcome has been much closer to what we might think expect a 50-50 result. Newcastle and Sunderland so far really stand out. I think what perhaps the Remain side might worry about is the only place that's really coming better for them than we were expecting was the Isles of Scilly. And of course, the Isles of Scilly is the smallest of all of the counting units that we've got tonight.
Not to forget Gibraltar. Thanks, John. Well, I think only 800 people voted to leave. Emily.
We're here with Tim Montgomery and Alistair Campbell again. Tim, what are your team captains saying after results in Sunderland and Swindon, all looking very positive for leave?
Certainly those results are looking positive for leave, but perhaps the most interesting thing is the turnout. You're seeing, just as John Curtis was explaining, in London, in Northern Ireland, in Scotland, lower turnouts, whereas in the leave areas, like some of the places we've seen in the North East and the home counties, the turnout is much greater. It seems to be the case that, as a lot of people expected, those that want to leave the European Union have always been more enthusiastic. And despite the weather, despite obstacles, they've turned out. So if this is true, and we should still be very cautious, but this could be a much better night for leave than many of us were expecting a couple of hours ago.
Alistair, Kate Hoey said in the last few moments that Labour could end up losing thousands of voters over issues like immigration. I wonder if you think that the EU has become a proxy, if you like, for everything broken in a lot of people's lives, that divided country that Nick was talking about.
I certainly think, and this is the danger with referendums, I don't think this referendum has just been about Europe and the European Union. I think that a lot of the people who've been turning against in this debate, particularly in a lot of what are seen as traditionally Labour areas, are people who just feel that the financial crisis happened and the people who caused it got away with it and they didn't. They feel that there's too much division, there's too much inequality, that all they've had from this government who talk about this great economic miracle is actually austerity, austerity, austerity. And they're basically saying 2 fingers to the lot of you.
But Labour
and if we
knew
don't
all
listen
that,
to that,
didn't they? I mean, Labour's known this for years now.
No,
you saw the vote disappearing in the North East to UKIP.
And I also think that the Labour Party has to understand that we can't just sort of keep on with banging on the same old messages that have come out through this campaign. I think this is about the Labour Party has to be really careful about this because, and I said to you earlier, 2 things I said to you earlier. One is this is not over, and secondly, I'm really worried about this just becoming about the Tory Party and the Tory Party leadership. There's a real danger for Labour here as well, and we have to face up to the fact that large parts of the country are actually turning away from both of the main parties, and I think this referendum has unleashed all sorts of stuff. It's why I always thought it was a bad idea to have it. And that sounds arrogant. Don't let the people decide.
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
It's more than sound arrogant.
No, I don't think it is arrogant. No, I don't.
Not insult the people on such a fundamental issue like this.
I've met so many people.
Years.
I've met so many people around the place in the last few weeks saying, you've seen them in agony, having to make decisions that ultimately I think
democracy.
No, I want politicians to be elected and then lead. And we're in this position because of a lack of leadership and a lack of strategy.
Well, when you look at the leadership, every single leader except one has been on the Remain side.
Yeah, and I think Jeremy Corbyn gave a gift to the Leave campaign on Sunday when he said there was no upper limit on immigration from the European Union. And Alistair is right about the austerity factor, the fact there is a global revolt against the existing capitalist system. But I think Labour have underestimated how concerned the working class vote is about the lack of control over immigration.
More concerned than that, Tim, than, I mean, you and I have looked at that graph of the pound literally falling off a cliff.
Yeah.
Not literally, but falling off a cliff.
But,
factoring in a 40% leave tomorrow.
But people look at that and they think this is just markets making money. So, you know, we've given this kind of... The bookies and the markets have been telling us what's going to happen.
So the economic argument actually never got through.
No, the economic argument, I think, did get through. But for a lot of these people, they heard everybody talking about we're going to lose this great economic success that we've got, but they're not feeling that economic success now.
And also, you know, these are the same people who... Remember the Queen's famous question to the economists? Why didn't you see the crash happen? You know, we've had the economists and the establishment wrong about Iraq war, wrong about regulation of Wall Street, wrong about immigration,
Michael Gove
wrong
was
about...
right to say the British public don't need experts.
Well, there is a problem.
They need political leaders.
There is a problem we have at the moment, is that those powers that be, those established authorities, aren't trusted by at least half of the country.
Thank you both very much. David.
Angela Eagle, you were listening to what was being said up there, and we've got John MacDonald saying about Sunderland that people are cheesed off, migration is a big issue. Has Labour lost touch with its core voters?
Well, clearly there are people for who life is really tough. And
they're your people?
Yes, yes. And life has been made tougher by the decisions that the Conservative government nationally has made.
So they should turn to you?
Particularly the austerity decisions, particularly the huge cuts that have been focused quite unfairly on the areas that are least able to cope. And our country is divided now. We don't have a government that seems to care about the opportunities and the future prospects for communities like that.
So why hasn't Jeremy Corbyn and Mr MacDonald, why haven't they been able to get this vote out and get it to vote for Remain?
Well, I think a lot of that vote, and I've talked to some of it in my travels, they wanted to kick the government.
But and kick you?
They didn't like Margaret. They didn't like what the government are doing. They wanted to get rid of the Prime Minister, and they saw this as a way of doing it. And we've had discussions all the way through this campaign about whether kicking the government in this way was the right thing to do, because it's more likely to cause a recession. We've seen what's happening with the pound, and they will be the first to suffer, especially with a Conservative government.
So you failed with your argument.
We have not been able to get through to all of our supporters, of course, but I think you'll probably find that there's a majority of Labour supporters, when all of this has added up, that have voted to Remain. Our vote is less split than the Tory vote, for example.
But it may be,
in fact, the Conservative government is split top to bottom, and they are in charge of the country.
But it may be a critical part of the Labour vote didn't come out for Remain, which would have saved the day for the Remain campaign.
Well, we don't know what the results are going to be yet, and we mustn't assume. I mean, we always knew this was going to be a knife-edge referendum. We're at a very early stage of the results, and we don't know what the results are going to be yet. So I think it's too early to have that analysis.
When one of your MPs, admittedly unnamed, says that the EU issue simply shone a light on how out of touch Corbyn and MacDonald are with traditional Labour voters out of London, do you think he has, or she has, sense on her side, or is that nonsense?
Well, look, I think there's a divide between those that live in cities and those that live in deindustrialised areas of the north. We have a Chancellor that thinks that having a press release about the Northern Powerhouse is good enough. It's not good enough. We have to make certain that the government of our country takes account of the proper interests and looks after people up and down the country.
I have a feeling you aren't answering the question that I asked. I'm not sure. I may be mishearing you.
I mean, I've not come on this programme to have a go at my own leader. I think we've got a government that is split down the middle. They've had to issue a Save Dave letter tonight, and a third of the Brexiteers in the Tory party haven't signed it.
And so there's no need for a Save Corbyn, Save MacDonald letter?
I think we ought to wait and see what happens in this referendum to see whether we still have a functioning government.
All right. Thank you very much, Angela Eagle. We've got a result from Kettering. Let's have that. Kettering voting to leave, and 32,800, 21,000 and 30, that's 61% Leave and 39% Yellow for Remain. It was expected result that Kettering in the East Midlands would go that way. How many are we now? We've got a Leave lead of 18,778. Let's join Clive Mowry. Clive, what have you got from Basildon?
Yeah, I mean, we're expecting the final result here in the next 20 minutes or so. They're a little bit behind, but I was talking to the leader of the Borough Council here, who's from the Conservative Party, and they're looking pretty forlorn, it has to be said. It looks like a pretty resounding win for the Leave campaign. We did expect that. The polls leading up to the referendum today suggested that it could be anything from 70 to 80%. The feeling seems to be around about 70%. We haven't got confirmation of that yet, but certainly from talking to some of the UKIP members of the council here and some of the Vote Leave activists, they're saying that when they've been canvassing over the last few days and weeks, they've been hearing people talking about immigration, they've been talking about the issue of sovereignty, and they've been also talking about this being a protest vote, an attempt to sort of give the political elites a kick. The whole idea that politics as usual has gone sour for them, and for those people in this area, working class, white, who have, you know, seen their jobs disappear, who have certain issues and problems. UKIP and the Vote Leave campaign say they've been able to tap into that resentment, and that's being borne out as a result in the result this evening. So as I say, in about 15-20 minutes time we'll get the official count, but it's looking something like 70% for Leave here.
Well, thank you very much indeed. Let's have a look at the results we have had in, again on our sliding scale there, Jeremy.
Yes, here we are with our index, 382 counting areas. We've ordered them based on our analysis from the most inclined to Leave, we think, to right over here, the most inclined to Remain. And we've already had the surprises from Newcastle and Sunderland, which didn't really fit in with our index, but over time, it may well even out. Let's see. Let's look first of all at Kettering here. Let's find Kettering on our polling index, and you can see it's quite a way towards most Leave. You would expect quite a substantial vote for Leave in Kettering, and now we'll see the actual result here. Let's have a look. And it's 61% to Leave and 39% to Remain. It's maybe Leave's vote a tiny bit stronger in Kettering than we might have expected based on its position on our index, but nothing like the surprise of the strength of the Leave vote in Newcastle and Sunderland that we saw earlier. Still, substantial margin there for Leave in Kettering. Now, if we go to Broxbourne, I'll show you Broxbourne on the map here. Just come with me. And you can see just here in Hertfordshire, north of London, that flashing blue. Blue meaning, of course, that Leave have taken Broxbourne, taken a kind of parliamentary language, isn't it? Leave have come first in Broxbourne. Let's see by how much. Here they are. So this is Broxbourne on our index. Looks very Leavey, doesn't it? It looks very Eurosceptical. It's in the top 15 most inclined to Leave, according to our own analysis before the night began. What's actually happened? And here we have, what, a 32% gap. 66 to Leave, 34% to Remain. Again, that's just a bit more for Leave than we were expecting based on our own analysis, but not a sensation, not a shock there, pretty much where it stands on the board. Now, the key thing to remember here is that unlike a Westminster election where you have all those constituencies that are roughly the same size in terms of numbers of voters, here, constituencies of vastly different sizes. So just take a look. This is our proportional map here, and I'll bring up the stalks in the floor, where the stalk is in a colour. It's the colour of the side that has won in that particular area. But the important thing really is the height of the stalks. So up here in Orkney, you've got a really, really short stalk because not many voters. These are the Newcastle and Sunderland results, and you can see just how many thousands of voters were involved. So when we hear from Birmingham at 3 or 4 in the morning, 700,000 eligible voters in Birmingham, that'll be the biggest stalk on the map throughout. So just worth remembering that when a counting area has a lot of voters in it, it really packs a punch. David, back to you.
Thank you very much. We've got a result in from Shetland, the Shetland Islands, 5,300 leave, 6,900 remain. Small numbers here. 43% leave, 57% remain, but slightly less for remain than we had anticipated. And West Dunbartonshire, 16,400, 26,794, and this is slightly better for remain. The share 38% and 62% there for remain. So I'm joined now by Alex Salmond, the Scottish National Party MP for Gordon in the House of Commons, formerly the leader, David Davis, former Shadow Home Secretary, who's been fighting for leave all this time. All right, here we are at 1:15. Alex Salmond, what do you make of it?
Well, it's going to be nip and tuck. I'm astonished what you said about Shetland, incidentally, because Shetland was one of only 2 areas in Scotland way back in 1975 which voted 2-1 not to come out of the European community as it was then. The fact that Shetland's voted pretty decisively to remain actually is a very, very good result, as indeed the other results from Scotland have been. Can I just add one wee corrective to the programme? This talk about low turnout in Scotland. Clackmannan, which is declared...
I don't think anybody said low turnout. Well, they said slightly lower than expected.
Okay, well, give me an example. Clackmannan, 67.5%, good result for Remain in Scotland. Sunderland, a very good result for Leave in England, 65%. It doesn't stand up to much examination.
Well, let me just explain. What we're talking about is general election turnout, and in Sunderland it's comparing the general election turnout with this turnout where there is a spectacular increase. So it's not like with like.
Yeah,
it's not apples and pears.
It's still a very strong turnout in Scotland and a very strong vote so far for Remain, but clearly this is going to go right down to the wire.
Indeed.
And the constitutional implications are fascinating.
Well, that I'll come to you. But let's just hear from David Davis on the results so far. We heard at the very beginning of this that Nigel Farage said his friends in the city had said it wasn't, where the game's up, and now he says he's changed his mind on that.
Well,
what's your view?
For Nigel, it's not unusual. He does change his mind from time to time. But look, this is less scientific than a normal general election, as I'm sure you've explained already to your viewers.
Not at all scientific. It's a matter of just counting the votes.
But your comparisons, even the comparisons you're doing, are judgments.
Yes.
And one of the things, and they're not massively off, but they're not entirely reliable either. What I can see happening here, or the beginnings of what's happening here, is that Scotland is pretty much voting as one would expect. Northern Ireland, as we've seen, broadly as one would expect. The north of England, the industrial areas of England, erstwhile Labour voting working class voters seem to me to be going very heavily towards Leave. Now, it's not a big fraction of the population, but nevertheless they're going heavily towards Leave. And that's all to do with the fact they haven't had pay increases for several years, that they blame immigration for that sort of thing. So my hunch at the end of this, I agree with Alex, that it's going to be nip and tuck. But I think it's been nip and tuck with the odds on Leave.
If it is Leave, what's your view about David Cameron and George Osborne? What should happen?
Well,
you didn't sign that letter, did you?
No, I didn't, but I said...
asking for him to remain.
I never sign letters, either positive or negative ones. I always think they're...
You never sign letters at all?
Not that sort of letter, not that sort of... No, not in groups of other people. If I send a letter, it's from me. As I said on your programme, I think, your Question Time programme, it seems to me that so long as David does something sensible about putting somebody in charge of the negotiations, then and then what the country's going to need is stability at home. We're not going to be wanting to have a leadership election in the middle of all that. So I think the next couple of years, which is what he's saying is 2 or 3 years he's saying he's staying for anyway, is perfectly reasonable.
And George Osborne? You say the kindest thing for Dave to do to George would be to move him on and give him a bit of time away from the dangerous front of the country. Stand by that, do you?
Well, that was said to be in George's interest.
You were just giving him a helping hand.
Giving a helping hand. Yeah.
So, Alex Salmond, if it does go this way, I mean, you've always said that if England or if the rest of the UK voted to remain, to leave, and Scotland voted to remain, it would trigger another independence referendum, and Scotland would want to remain in the EU.
Yeah.
Even if it was just that close, that would happen, you think? If England, let's put it like that, started pulling out of the EU, you think it would trigger?
Well, yes, I do, but there are actually 2 fascinating constitutional possibilities. One, you've just mentioned, Scotland looks like it's going to vote solidly Remain. If there was a Leave vote in England, dragging us out of the EU, then I'm quite certain Nicola Sturgeon would implement the SNP manifesto, in which she received 47% of the vote last month. But then there's the other possibility, which is just emerging, that it's possible that Scotland, Northern Ireland, might tip the balance overall, England having voted to leave. Another constitutional conundrum. Perhaps at the start of this process, the First Minister, Nicola Sturgeon, offered David Cameron a suggestion that perhaps she should put a four-country lock on this result, that all four nations within the United Kingdom would have to vote the same way. He's said that was ridiculous then. I suspect he's sitting in Downing Street perhaps thinking it wasn't quite as ridiculous as he thought.
OK, let's get... we've got some more results. Stay where you are, if you would, and we'll come back to you at the first opportunity. South Tyneside. The result from South Tyneside, a Leave share of 62% against 38% for Remain in South Tyneside. And Tim Iredale joins us from Leeds. Tim, what's your feeling about what's happening in Yorkshire?
Well, we haven't had any results here in the Yorkshire and Humber region so far. All we've had are turnout figures, which are very high, much higher in most areas than last year's general election. But already the Vote Leave campaign here believes they are well ahead in the Yorkshire and Humber region. One senior Vote Leave source said a moment ago they believe they've won Yorkshire by a country mile. And they say they're picking up votes for Leave in solid working-class Labour areas, parts of South Yorkshire and West Yorkshire, where Labour has been the dominant party for many, many years. And the feeling on the ground here is that the Labour Remain message just hasn't been hitting home in those areas.
Tim, thank you very much. We're just talking about betting here. You're a famous betting man. Did you bet on this thing?
The market I trust most of all is not your parade of first-class sophologists like John Curtis. It's the exchange betting market, which is people have exchanged now £82 million in real money. And on that exchange market, it's come in. I mean, Leave has come in from 14 to 1 to about 7 to 4 in the course of the last 2 hours. But it's still staying as the favourite in that market. So David, if he absolutely believes it's going to be a Leave, he can now finance his leadership campaign for the Conservative Party.
And are you still putting money on?
Well, no, but I've always said I never bet on things that I set my heart on because it clouds your judgment. So I'm very for Remain. So I think horses are much more reliable than betting.
You can set your heart on a horse, surely.
Well,
let's get back to serious. Let's get back to serious.
But he's right. This is emotional bit. I put 200 on this afternoon, but mostly, I must admit, because I was so irritated by my colleagues in the Leave campaign saying, we're going to lose, we're going to lose.
No, they had to get somebody to tell them how to write a betting slip.
I know, yes,
wasn't me.
I'm hopeless at it. Yeah.
David Davis, what process would you imagine following in the next few days from, if it happens, a Leave vote?
Well, I think the first thing is the Prime Minister has to decide who's going to take that control of that, what team he appoints. They're going to have to do quite a lot of consultation. It's going to be quite a long time before either we do what they trigger Article 50, as they call it, start the process, the process of negotiation. They've got to do a lot of preparation, and that'll start in the next few days.
Do you think he'd trigger it immediately, as he said? Because, no. I mean, there are all sorts of things you can do. You can talk till the cows come home and never trigger it. It's only an advisory. Yeah.
It will be unwise to trigger it straight away because you've got a lot of preparation to do. I mean, you've seen in this campaign, with the Leave campaign talking about the various things that might happen, that there is not a unanimity of view as to how to play this. There are a variety of ways to play it to Britain's advantage, but it will take some time.
And it's not up to the Leave campaign, is it?
No, it's not. It's up to the Prime Minister. It's up to the government. Yeah. And nobody should pretend it's simple. There's quite a lot to be done.
I think it's absolutely incredible. I mean, if the Prime Minister loses this, then I don't see how he can survive as Prime Minister. I mean, I just speak from personal experience. If you stake your career on a referendum and the people vote against you, then it's time to get... I mean, talk about lame ducks. I mean, this would be a duck with no legs and no stability whatsoever.
Alex, your
referendum
was existential to your party. I mean, it was, what it's all about. This is not. This is a promise that actually David Cameron made to give the British people their right of say.
And he's conducted a campaign of bullying and intimidation, and half his cabinet have said you can't believe a word he says. And he's going to continue as Prime Minister? Yeah, right. Fat chance.
Right, now everybody says that one of the reasons that people are voting Leave is because they've had enough of politicians. So for the moment, just for the moment, we've had enough of you.
And we've been nice to each other.
We joined Dan Johnson in the Cap and Gown pub in Worcester and go back to a quite different world. Dan, I mean.
Indeed, this is a pub that takes its politics seriously. They are having an all-night party here, taking in the results with a few pints as well. Let's grab a quick word with Neil, one of the regulars here. How are you voting today, Neil?
I voted Remain.
And how do you think it's going so far?
Well, it's clearly far too close to call. I think the result in Sunderland was quite significant, and just got to wait and see how it pans out. I think London's going to be significant as well now.
Have you been confident?
I was to start with. I'm not quite so confident now.
And how have you found the campaign?
I found it quite disappointing, really. I think the positive case for being involved in Europe just hasn't been made. It's all been very negative. So I think it's been a disappointment overall.
OK, thank you. Well, we came to Worcester because this is the part of the country that will apparently vote the most evenly, 50-50 in and out. Now, I have to say, quite hard to find people here voting to leave. There are plenty of young people here who voted in. Guys, just give us a flavour of how you're finding it this evening.
It's been very interesting. Right. But it's quite hard to tell at the moment. It's sort of still incredibly early, isn't it? Yeah, quite early. So I'm not very sure.
And are you all voting in? All voting Remain? You're a Leave voter.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
Well, it's still early days, you know. I mean, I feel like I mean, look at it, you know. I mean, there's still over 330 left undeclared, you know. We're confident.
Confidence from the Leave side, was that?
Well, I feel like absolutely. We've got our fingers crossed, but I feel like.
I think it's likely that Leave will lose, but still, I think a very close result will be good for Britain.
Yeah.
Because it means we have a very good chance of enacting reform. If there isn't a massive Remain side victory, it means we obviously have a lot of discontent throughout the country.
Do you not worry about that discontent in the future?
No.
You think things will come together all right after this vote?
I think any discontent will manifest itself within a need for reform within the EU.
OK. Thanks a lot, guys. Well, they've taken it seriously here. They've had debates in the run-up to the referendum. And I think the main question for people here, Leave or Remain, is going to be at what point they go home.
Well, Dan, thanks very much indeed. Well, I hope they stay up till 6, with a bit of luck. Let's have the result from Dundee, which has just come in. Dundee votes to Remain. The Leave side, 26,697. Remember, all these votes count. We're treating them as though they were constituencies when you see them like that. They're not constituencies. What happens in Dundee and what happens in Plymouth and what happens in Colchester, it's all the same thing. They all get added together. 40% Leave, 60% Remain. And Lagan Valley, Northern Ireland, a unionist area, they vote to leave. DUP were in favour of leaving. This is a DUP area, Lagan Valley, 25,700. 53% for Leave, 47% for Remain. Leave are ahead at the moment by 15,872, as you see it. We'll soon get to a point when we can say the kind of figure that either side has to get if it's to win. So we'll be able to have a target. It's based on the turnout, adding all the turnouts together, and then you can work out where the midpoint is.
Presumably subject to recount.
What?
Presumably
subject to recounts, yes. It's just over 16.4 million, I'm told. 16.4 million. And so what a long way to go, because the Leave are on just under 500,000, Remain on just under 500,000. So 16.4 million, if you want to make a note of it, is the winning post. Let's get a full roundup of the news now. Here's Rita Chakrabarti.
Thank you, David. Initial results in Britain's referendum on membership of the EU show support for leaving is stronger than expected. Counting is underway of tens of millions of votes, and early reports suggest turnout has been high. Among the first counting centres to declare official results, Sunderland and Swindon chose to leave. Newcastle and the territory of Gibraltar voted to remain. Here's our political correspondent Eleanor Garnier, and her report contains some flash photography.
It was the moment polling stations closed. The UK had given its verdict. And the first result to declare Gibraltar, with a decisive 96% vote in favour of Remain. Not long after, Newcastle, with a narrow win for Remain.
65,404.
A much smaller win than expected. But in Sunderland, a huge win for Leave, with 61%. A win for Leave, as expected, and a sign that the results in Newcastle and Sunderland may not be indicative of a wider pattern. At a Leave campaign party, the UKIP leader remained defensive.
Win or lose this battle tonight, we will win this war. We will get our country back, we will get our independence back, and we will get our borders back. Thank you.
Very narrow, this.
It was a bruising campaign, and some say whether it's Leave or Remain, politicians need to do more to listen to the country.
Whatever the result of this, there'll be lessons that have to be learned by the Labour Party, but not just on the issue of immigration, a whole wider set of things for the Labour Party, but also for the government, you know, about what people are saying about the state of the country.
It's looking increasingly like turnout across the UK as a whole will be a little above 70%. And remember, every single vote counts in this referendum. Eleanor Garnier, BBC News.
Well, following the first results, the pound has fallen dramatically. Initially, it rose on expectations that the UK would stay in the EU, but it's since fallen back. When the New York Stock Exchange closed, the pound was trading at just under $1.49. It fell at one point to $1.43, but has since recovered slightly. One currency analyst said traders are very jittery. A man has been jailed for life for plotting a beheading on the streets of London inspired by so-called Islamic State, which could have targeted a poppy seller. 23-year-old Nadir Saeed was arrested in November 2014, just days before Remembrance Sunday. One of the world's longest-running civil wars in Colombia has been brought to an end after more than 50 years of fighting. The so-called FARC rebels have signed a deal to lay down their arms following 3 years of negotiations. More than 200,000 people were killed during the conflict. President Obama has suffered a setback in his plan to spare millions of people living illegally in the US from deportation. The Supreme Court has blocked the reforms, with the opinion of 8 justices split equally. Mr. Obama called the ruling heartbreaking.
Today's decision is frustrating to those who seek to grow our economy and bring a rationality to our immigration system, and to allow people to come out of the shadows and lift this perpetual cloud on them.
Storms and heavy rain have caused serious flooding in parts of London and in southeast England today. Several commuter and underground lines in the capital suffered severe delays and cancellations. There were more problems during the evening as commuters tried to get home. Well, that's it. There'll be more from me in a little while.
Broadcasting House in London, showing the state of play at the moment with, it has to be said, not very much in. We've only had, well, we've got a long way to go, 34 out of 14 out of 382. We've got a long way to go. The yellow and blue, the Remain side in yellow, 49, Leave on 50.7%. And a slight modification to the figure I gave earlier of 16.4 needed to win, 16.4 million. It's now estimated at 16.8 million. We have a result in from Western Isles. Let's just see that. Ilan Shear, my grandson who speaks Gaelic will be complaining about my pronunciation, but Ilan Shear, the Western Isles, 6,600 Leave, 8,200 Remain, 45% Leave, 55% Remain. So that's how things are at the moment. Emily.
David, a lot of people have been asking for international reaction to the results so far. So it's an awful lot to put on the Polish ambassador's shoulders. But Witold Sobkow, your sense of how the race is going so far tonight as we watch?
Let me just say at the beginning that I'm just an observer, because, of course, we will respect any decision that will be made by the citizens of the United Kingdom, and Britain will always remain our friend and ally, independently of the result. But of course we are very nervous, because if you speak about the national interest of Poland, we would like to see the United Kingdom as an active member of the European Union, shaping policies.
Because they have been a big supporter of Poland, a non-Euro country. Do you feel that your position would be weaker if the UK left?
There are several reasons. One reason is that we have more than 800,000 Poles living here, and of course, whatever happens, we would like to ensure their rights are respected, acquired rights are respected. Another reason is that the European Union needs unity and strength, and with the United Kingdom, we have a huge country that can influence our global policies in security, defense, foreign policy. So this is about our global strength as a bloc, and this is very important. And the third reason is we are afraid of a chain reaction in the European Union. We don't want this. We want to be a coherent global bloc that could face new challenges, as we have had, like a wave of refugees and wars in Syria, Ukraine.
Let me ask you something, though, because Britain is one of your largest trading partners. We are past the campaign, we are past the threats and the language. Do you actually think that EU member countries would choose not to trade in the same way now with Britain if it is a leave vote?
I think there are basically three models that can be adopted in the negotiations, or by Britain.
And we've talked about the
it
different models.
on,
But what is
on
your
the
gut feeling? Do you think Britain would be punished? Do you think its value would be regarded and understood? What is your sense, though?
It's very difficult to say, because Article 50 of the Treaty of the European Union just says that the negotiations are going to take 2 years, and then by unanimity they can be extended. But if there is no unanimity, they will not be extended. So within 2 years, Britain can achieve whatever it can achieve, and then we will be left with the result of the negotiations. So it's difficult to say, but for us, Britain is a very important trading partner.
You talked about the 800,000 Poles
Yes.
that are resident and working in Britain. What was your understanding of their sense of how the campaign went, the tone of the campaign?
More than 80% of Poles here supported Remain for obvious reasons. In the campaign, we had a mixture of different sentiments and feelings, and some hope and optimism, but also
You didn't hear
some
rejection or
fear and rejection and misconception. Yes, especially about immigration. Yes, I would say so. That this subject perhaps was not treated with a lot of objectivity.
Ambassador Sobkow, thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
joining us. We have another result, David.
Just a reminder of the latest results we've had, and we've had East Ayrshire in. East Ayrshire votes to remain, 58.6, and 41.4 for leave in East Ayrshire. So we'll have more in just a moment and see how we can, whether it's too soon to give a kind of picture of the overall pattern. So let's go to Hartlepool now and join Luke Walton, who I think has maybe... Have you got the result, Luke? Are you the counting officer?
I have got some...
For Hartlepool?
I'm not the counting officer, but I've got some unconfirmed final results here, which is that Leave are on 32,000, Remain on 14,000, which means that Leave have taken more than 69% of the vote on my figures. As I say, those haven't been confirmed, but I understand from a number of sources here that that is the final picture here, which was more or less where Leave thought they were heading tonight, but I think was ahead of expectation, before today. So a very, very good result for Leave. I mean, the context here is that this is a Labour stronghold, but it's also somewhere where UKIP have a good organisation. They've been picking up councillors. They came a strong second in the general election, so not entirely unexpected. But the message I'm getting from Leave campaigners, one said to me, this was a vote against the establishment and a feeling that Hartlepool is a forgotten town. So I think there's a wider feeling here, both against Labour, but more broadly, I think, against politicians.
Interesting against Labour, because we've had Labour people here slightly dodging the question of whether Labour was failing, and indeed might have helped lose this referendum by failing to get out some of its 1/3 or so of Labour supporters. And that seems to confirm what you're saying.
I mean, I have heard from some Leave campaigners that actually, they felt they would expected more Labour MPs, more Labour councillors out on the doorstep, not just here, but across the North East, a sense that in some areas Labour were slightly sitting on their hands, perhaps targeting more favourable areas with, more middle-class people, more university students, and perhaps had almost given up on the most disadvantaged areas. So I think there is a wider question for Labour. After all, they actually hold most of the seats in the North East, and here in Hartlepool, I feel that UKIP want to build on this result and actually target this seat and potentially challenge Labour. So I think there are wider political issues at play here. Of course, there's also economic issues here as well, with all the problems that Hartlepool and wider Teesside has had over the last few months.
Luke, very interesting. Thank you very much indeed. Let's talk to our political editor in the Midlands, Patrick Burns, familiar figure on election nights for a number of years. I don't think you were there in '75, Patrick, were you?
I was around. I've described this as a twice-in-a-lifetime experience.
Oh, right, OK. So, twice in a lifetime for you, twice in a lifetime for me. What are you getting? I haven't had any results yet, have we, from the Birmingham area? I don't think. No.
We haven't. It's rather slow here because of the sheer size of it. There's an electorate of something over 700,000 voters in Birmingham alone. So that means in terms of sheer weight of numbers, we do tend to lag behind. But we have been wondering whether what we might see is a kind of divergence between those areas around the outer edge of the conurbation, like North Warwickshire, where we heard from Sian Greszczak earlier on, which looks like a pretty resounding win for the Leave campaign, and other areas like Cannock, Dudley, the Black Country, where UKIP have won seats on local councils, and that does seem to be the expectation there. Whereas would Birmingham, as a more cosmopolitan city with this vast electorate, we saw Jeremy Vine stalk there, so much taller than any of the others, would that offset the Leave tendency in the big city? And that does seem indeed to be the indication. We're hearing that early indications in Birmingham are that Remain has something between 55, maybe 60% of the vote. So that's cause for a certain amount more optimism for the Remain side of this than we were seeing earlier on in the evening, David. One other place to look out for during the course of the evening, we've heard of Jeremy talking about the algorithms. Well, Worcester, apparently, according to this great calculation, is about as typical as it's possible to be. So if a little bit later on we see a close result from Worcester just down the road from here, that could be an indication, could be, with all the usual safeguards, that we would have a very close overall result for the UK. But still really quite early days here. It's also worth pointing out, David, that there's two issues here at the same time. This one big local count, the biggest in Britain, but also this is the regional centre where the whole Pan-West Midlands regional figure will eventually be collated, but we're a way off that yet, of course.
Patrick, thanks very much indeed. We'll be hearing from you again later, I hope. Confirmation of Hartlepool, which Luke Walton gave. Here are the actual figures: 32,000, 14,000 for Remain, 70% for Leave, and 30% for Remain. Laura, what are you hearing now? What is the feel among the political class about what's going on?
Well, I think the people who've been on the side for Leaving are very happy with the scale of their victories. On the inside, they're certainly more nervous than they were a couple of hours ago. But they are holding out very much from the results from the big cities. Interesting hearing Patrick talking there about expectations in Birmingham of 55 to 60% for Remain. A couple of London boroughs, I've been told that they're expecting more than 80% of voters to cast their votes to stay in the European Union. And that is what the In campaign are more nervous than they were, but they're still looking for and expecting good things to come, particularly from the London votes. But I think there is a pattern emerging that one senior politician has just described to me, where we see Remain doing better in their areas, Leave doing better in their areas, and as a result, the country is more polarised.
Basildon, we have the result.
The Basildon voting area, declaration of local count totals. I, Bala Mahendran, as counting officer for the Basildon voting area at the referendum held on the 23rd of June 2016 under the European Union Referendum Act of 2015, and having been authorized to do so by the regional counting officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 98,062. The total number of votes cast in favor of Remain was 30,748. The total number of votes cast in favor of Leave was 67,251. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 63. And can I now take the opportunity of thanking everybody who has assisted in this process.
So there's the percentage. Let's just see that 69-31 for Basildon. 69-31. We started the programme, the evening, looking with Jeremy Vine at a kind of way of seeing these results so we could judge whether it looked as though it was going to end up as Leave or Remain, anticipating where various places would lie along a line of probability. Just one way of assessing as we went along what's going on. Jeremy, can you take us through that again with the results we've now had in?
Yes.
And tell us how well it's doing.
Yeah, well, it's extremely interesting and dramatic, and there's something going on in the northeast, no question. Let me just explain here. We have the 382 counting areas. We've grayed them out where we don't have results yet, which obviously is nearly everywhere still. But on the basis of a 50-50 result, if it was absolutely even between the two sides, we'd expect the ones in the middle to be evenly split. So we're looking at expectations based on a tight result, and I can tell you what's happening against that expectation. So we're going to the northeast here. I'll just actually flash the councils in the northeast. There are a dozen of them. You'll see some of the bars flashing. The longer the bar, the more the voters in that area. Most of them on the Leave side. Now we had, didn't we, that extraordinary result from Newcastle, which is actually one of the few on the Remain side, quite dramatically for Remain, it seemed, until the result came in, when actually it was almost neck and neck, almost 50-50. We've now had another northeast result, Hartlepool. Let's find them on our index so you can see they're down the Leave end. So the expectation would be in Hartlepool that Leave would win. Let's see the actual percentage here and have a look at what Leave actually did. So in Hartlepool, it's really storming victory for Leave by 40%, and that goes way beyond what we would have expected in the event of a tight result between the two sides. You're looking more 10 or 20% Leave. So 70-30 is an extraordinary result for Leave, even though Hartlepool are on the Leave end of our spectrum. We'll have a look at another one now. South Tyneside we saw coming in. Let's find it now. It's not so much towards the Leave end. It's about midway between the halfway point on the index and the very end. There's South Tyneside. Let's have a look. So you wouldn't expect such a powerful vote for Leave. Let's see what actually happened here. and you can see it's 62% to 38%. And the margin there, again, is much bigger than we expected. And Sunderland, we started the night with, didn't we? Just one of the very first results. We pointed out that actually, based on our analysis of all the factors in Sunderland, they were Leave, but they're not deep into Leave territory, so we weren't expecting anything but quite a tight result from Sunderland, and actually we ended up getting this, 61 to 39, so it was the Leave side really showing a clean pair of heels to Remain in Sunderland. So we're gathering some intelligence here on these North East councils, the 12 councils I mentioned in the North East, and just making the point here that Leave is really storming it in the North East of England, in the councils we've seen so far. And if I just bring back the index for you, here it is. You can see the results on the map that we got so far, but of course there is an awfully long way to go. And I suppose the point to underline here, David, is that if Leave are overperforming in the North East, Remain are going to have to overperform somewhere else to catch up.
And we have, thanks Jeremy, a long way to go, because we gave the target of 16.8 million as the winning post, 16,800,000. Neither side has yet anywhere near a million. That gives you an idea of how much there is still to go. Leave on 723,000, Remain on 675,000. So there is a long, long way to go before we can safely call this. We've got more results in Merthyr Tydfil in Wales, 16,291 for Leave, 12,500 for Remain. That's 56% for Leave there, 44% for Remain. Renfrewshire, votes to Remain, 57,000, 31,000 for Leave. The west of Glasgow, including Paisley. Midlothian, votes to Remain, 28,000, 17,000 for Leave, 38% for Leave, 62% for Remain. And Scotland pulling its weight, Alex Salmond? Because you were very critical of the Remain campaign a lot of the time, and there have been some murmurings that the SNP have made it difficult for the Remain campaign.
Well, on the contrary, I think it was really important for someone to say that the style of the Remain campaign, led by the Prime Minister and George Osborne, neither of whom are flavour of the month in Scotland, but was the wrong way to conduct this campaign. So Scotland, the Remain campaign in Scotland, conducted a totally different campaign. And it looks like the result in Scotland is going to be more than 60% for Remain and less than 40% for Leave. So, if you're judging...
Is that up to snuff for you? I mean, we expect...
Oh, yeah, that's right on our expectations. Okay. Now, incidentally, just as a historical point, remember we said that Shetland was one of the two areas which had voted out back in 75. The other was the Western Isles, Nahilan and Yir. The Outer Hebrides, that's the Gaelic name for the Outer Hebrides. It's also voted to Remain. So it looks like just about every single area of Scotland is going to vote for Remain. But I understand your grandson won a prize for Gaelic, so
he did.
He'd be the one who would give you a wee bit of coaching there.
You're such a show-off, Alex. Rochford, let's just have the result from Rochford, then I want to talk to John Curtis. This is the Rochford result. Leave 67%, Remain 33%. And on a high turnout, 79% turnout, nearly 80% turnout. John, let's just have a look at where we've got to so far, and you tell us what you think's going on.
Well, I think the first thing we should say is you're absolutely right to emphasise that it's far too early to call this referendum for any of us to be sure what the result's going to be. Many of the results that we've been getting tonight have not been that far adrift of what we were saying would happen in that local authority if the country as a whole were to divide 50-50. So that's certainly an indication that in most places that's roughly the territory towards which we are heading. The big dramatic departure from that are these consistent results in the northeast of England, Hartlepool, South Tyneside, Newcastle, Sunderland, where the Remain side is well adrift of what we're expecting. Not just in places where we thought Leave would do very well anyway, but even in Newcastle where we thought they would do relatively well. Now, outside of that, the figures are not so dramatic, but again, we're keeping on getting places where the vote for Remain just seems to be a couple of points adrift of what we're expecting. So what happens in London is certainly going to be pretty crucial.
City of London, the first London counting area. It has to be said, City of London is a tiny number of voters compared with the big boroughs.
Total number of ballot papers counted.
Central part, where not very many people live. It's mainly banking and finance and all the rest of it. And expected to go for Remain.
1, 2. The number of votes cast in favour of Leave was 1087. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows: 2 for both answers voted for, 4 unmarked or void for uncertainty, giving a total number of 6. Thereby the result for the City of London's area is as declared.
Right, so the smallest number of voters of any counting area apart from the Isles is silly, this one. 1,087 for Leave, 3,300 for Remain. 25% Leave, 75% Remain. What we are waiting for is some of these big London boroughs. Wandsworth we thought would be a fairly early one in, but it's not come in yet.
We did, but signs I've had from that borough are looking like more than 70% for Remain. I mean, people are pretty confident in that part of London, and a couple of the other boroughs, Whispers coming with very, very healthy votes for Remain. So we'll see.
Let's have some more of the results that have come in. Blaenau Gwent. Let's just see that. Remain 38, 62 for Leave. There are a column of them there on the right. You can see the latest results. But again, we're still well under the million. Leave is about to get a million. It's 958,576 at the moment. So, John, we broke away from you. So you're saying it's far too soon.
Yep.
Is there any? Can you detect any tendency in that people watching this can say, "I go to bed" if they want to? Well, I hope they don't go to bed. It's only 2 o'clock. But can go to bed or pause or say to themselves, "Looks as if we're going to win this side or that."
Well, I think
or is it too soon for that?
The thing I would worry about if I was the Remain side is that, yes, there are quite a lot of places where we're doing more or less as we expect if there were a 50-50 split. Though, mind you, only if we're doing a 50-50 split. But there are far more places where Leave are doing better than we expected, than where Remain are doing better than expected. We've just had Middlesbrough in, David, and yet again another place in the northeast where the Remain vote is some 10 points adrift of what we're expecting. Now, Laura is quite right to point out, however, the importance of London. But we should say that our expectation is that in a lot of boroughs in London, simply to get to a 50-50 result, we would expect the Remain side to get 75% of the vote. The crucial thing will be which boroughs they do well in and whether the figures they kick in the capital are indeed significantly better than our expectation.
And is what you're expecting happening?
Well,
or are your expectations being disappointed? You keep saying we expect this, we expect that.
No. I mean, the truth is that for the most part, the places where the Remain side are doing better and the places where the Leave side are doing better are largely the places where we expected. Even within the northeast, although the northeast is standing out as exception, the relative standing of the local authorities is roughly what we expect. Okay. Just remember, the point about our expectation is not a forecast. It's an indication of what we think that local authority result means if we're heading for 50-50. And of course, we're going to get some places that they're going to do, one side's going to do better, some places where the other side do better. It's not going to be perfect. But the thing that, just to reiterate, the thing that Remain have to worry about is at the moment there are many more places where they're not doing as well as we would expect than there are places where they do a bit better than we would expect.
Right. I think I make head or tail of that. Let's go back to the gambling men, because they've been following this market. How are the odds looking?
Well, I mean...
They'll be shorting again.
Remain is still favourite, so David can still make his fortune at almost 7-4 on the...
Remain is still favourite?
Remain's still favourite.
What about Sterling? You haven't got Sterling on your
I mean, I think the gambling's much more reliable and less volatile than Sterling, surely.
If I were you, I'd short Sterling at the moment.
Yes.
Well, no, you shouldn't say. You'll never be Chancellor now.
No, I know that.
You shouldn't have said that.
Good.
You shouldn't have said anything, yes. You're not allowed to speak about Sterling.
Can I just make a point about the run? I mean, I don't argue at all with what my betters in the form of John Curtis say, but I was expecting to be sitting here with those numbers reversed. With, at the moment, Leave a 53.6%, Remain a 46.4%. This time of the evening, I expected Remain to be in the lead, given who's been counting in Scotland and London and so on. Now, partly it may be down to who came in, but this looks to me like a very good result for
yes. Leave. We're way behind on London. We've only had the City of London. But it's worth saying that Leave have now gone over the million mark.
Gone over the million, and total votes cast of nearly 2 million.
Yes.
So it's quite a big sample.
Yes, right. Wellingborough voting to leave, where Peter Bone is long-standing, Peter Bone and Mrs. Bone. Those of you who follow the House of Commons will know she's just as important as Mr. Bone. Long-standing campaigner against the EU in Northamptonshire. There is the Wellingborough figure, 25,679 for Leave, 1,462 for Remain, 62% for Leave, 38% for Remain. Laura.
I just, as David Davis and Alex Salmond are sitting there, I just can't help but put a conundrum to the two of them. But I'm sure they wouldn't agree on the answer. But if it does become the case that Scottish
They never agree
votes,
on anything much.
But if Scottish votes keep the UK in the European Union, where English votes have pointed out, what are the implications? I mean, David Davis, how would you and your backbench colleagues feel about that as a constitutional
Not at all. We're a
settlement?
United Kingdom. I mean, virtually every pro-Leave MP is a strong unionist. So we accept the judgment of the whole kingdom.
Do you think all of your colleagues who fought so hard in this campaign would accept the result if Scottish votes keep the UK inside the European Union?
They have to. I mean, the simple truth is you have a referendum. You know, you can hardly say this is a low turnout referendum. You can hardly say this is not a representative view of the people. You know, if it had been 30%, it might be a different argument. You can't say that. And if you believe in the kingdom, you must believe in the result for the whole kingdom.
And Alex, just a Labour source is already blaming the SNP for a lacklustre campaign in the referendum. What do you say to that?
Well,
you say the percentages all look very healthy for Remain, but turnout does appear in Scotland to be lower than the rest of the UK.
Well, our campaign in Scotland has yielded a very positive result. In industrial areas where we represent, Remain is winning 60-40. In the industrial areas that Labour represent in England, they're getting absolutely hammered. So I think the Labour Party are casting about for responsibility. They should look to themselves. If they'd fought the campaign that we've fought in Scotland, perhaps they'd be in a happier position this evening.
Just before we go to look at Wales in a moment, do you think referendum's a good way of conducting political business?
For big constitutional issues only. Because we don't own the Constitution. We don't own the future of the country. And so if you decide whether or not Scotland's independent, that's a decision for the whole people. If you want to decide whether we're in or outside the kingdom, that's a decision for the whole people.
Do you agree with that? Was it a wise decision to have a referendum?
Well, it's the only way to decide big constitutional issues. But with this proviso, if you're proposing a referendum, you should want to change something, establish an independent country. David Cameron fought a referendum basically not wanting to change anything. That was a fundamental mistake.
And then maybe to find he has to change things.
Well, it's very difficult to fight an inspiring campaign saying, follow me, I don't really want to change very much.
Right, thank you very much. Wales, let's just have a look at the latest results we've had in from Wales. Blue for Leave, Swansea, Flintshire, Blaenau Gwent and Merthyr Tydfil. And we're joined from Wales by James Williams. How is Wales turning out, James, in your view?
From everything that I've heard from political sources, from all parties and from both campaigns, it seems at this very early stage, and there must be a health warning added to this, that it seems that Wales is leaning towards Brexit. From everything I've heard, the valley seats that we were talking about at the start of the night, Merthyr, as we know, is already gone. We're talking about Blaenau Gwent is already gone. We're talking about Caerphilly is going, we hear that Rhondda might be going as well. There are some bright spots for the Remain campaign. I'm hearing that they're looking at about a 60-40 split in Cardiff, which is obviously the capital city and the high population density there. But Swansea, we're hearing, is also going for Brexit. Denbighshire, Conwy, Anglesey as well is to nip and tuck. So at the moment, all the indications is that Wales is heading for Brexit. But as I said, it's early days as we speak.
Yes, I mean, you talk about Cardiff, where there are large numbers of voters. If you look at it in terms of the numbers as opposed to the places that have gone Leave or Remain, are you saying that the actual numbers of votes cast will favour Leave in Wales?
Well, that is something we'll have to keep an eye on, obviously, but I'm saying in terms of the number of councils that we understand are going one way or the other, a significant number of them seem to be going towards Brexit. How that totals up at the end, well, it's still to be seen, but it seems that the tide is only going one way at the moment, at least.
Kind of have to be a bit careful about voting areas and counting areas as opposed to the actual numbers which we're looking at all the time, of course. Laura.
Senior Labour figure has just contacted me to say they think it's going to be a Leave win. One figure, very, very early in the night. We keep saying it, but a senior figure in the Labour Party has just contacted me to say that they believe that Leave is actually going to win. And we've been talking about London a lot. Also important to make a distinction there. Inner London sounds like it looks very good for Remain. 1.9 million votes there. Many more votes in outer London, which Leave sources still believe looks quite good for them.
A result from Bury voting to Leave, north of, in Greater Manchester, to the north of Greater Manchester. And the Leave vote in Bury is 54,674. These are the numbers that count, 46,354. And the percentage there, 54-46. Peter Henley joins us now from Southampton. And we've not heard anything, of course, from the south, Peter. But do you have news from people's reactions as what might be going to happen?
If Remain thought the South was coming to their rescue, I don't think that's going to happen. Everybody's talking about the Leave vote being ahead of what people expected. In Portsmouth, where it was thought to be about 50-50, they're talking about more like 57% Leave. In Southampton, a big city with lots of estates, they're all supposedly going for Leave, 60-40 for Leave. The count's carrying on behind me for Southampton. We expect the result in an hour or so, but it certainly looks that way. Even Salisbury, they're suggesting Leave has done well there. And it's fraying people's nerves. In Oxford, there was an incident, one of the Labour councillors arrested and taken away by police. He's been taken home. There are a lot of votes in the southeast of England, 6.5 million voters, 67 counting centres, potentially that's the biggest one. So potentially a lot of votes for whichever side, but it does seem to be going towards Leave at the moment.
Peter, thank you very much. And Alex Hammond here tells me that the voting has now gone in favour of a Leave victory.
In the spread betting, for the first time, Leave are now favourite. Not overwhelming, but now favourite.
There'll be many people watching this who are very unhappy we're talking about betting. Good Presbyterians who don't like particularly in your country.
No, Presbyterians are enthusiastic gamblers in the New Scotland. Absolutely.
Emily.
Presbyterian.
Let's talk to Sir Vince Cable, senior Lib Dem, joins us now. Your response at this early stage of the night, Vince Cable, particularly what's happening in Wales?
Well, I can't improve on your studio analysis, but it does look increasingly as if Leave are ahead, and that we could perhaps begin to think about the political and economic implications of that. I mean, obviously there's a lot of polarisation. Scotland's in a very different position, nationalist areas in Northern Ireland, and one assumes London. But the Labour voting areas, their support has crumbled very badly and failed to reach expectations. So obviously, I suspect the spread bettors know what they're doing.
You think it's more to do with the Labour vote not coming out rather than the Tory campaign scaring people off?
Well, I mean, I had my reservations about some of the techniques that were being used in the Remain side on economics. I mean, I clearly very much in favour of Remain, but I think the techniques didn't work. I mean, the politics of fear were used in the general election against people like me. They were used in Scotland before that, and I think there was an assumption it would work here, and it may not have been. I mean, there are other factors that have kicked in. People in highly deprived areas of the northeast expressing their frustration in this way.
How do you think the Remain camp will have to deal with this if it does emerge as a vote to Leave?
Well, there are some concrete issues which have emerged, and immigration is the most obvious one, and I think the question which David Cameron wasn't able to deal with in his renegotiation, which is some kind of break to provide some kind of reassurance that things are not controlled, I think that issue might well have to be reopened because, you know, if Remain does squeak in, and the figures may change with London, you know, there will be a lot of, you know, deep heart searching is going to take place. I mean, I suspect that if, you know, Remain does win with the majority of 1 or 2%, it could conceivably happen. I mean, the authority of the government is going to nonetheless be considerably weaker than it was before the referendum. I think we're in a period of relatively unstable, weak government.
I want to ask you to reflect for a moment on the nature of the referendum. I guess in an ideal Cameron world, this was never meant to happen. The Lib Dems were expected to be in government with him, and you would have presumably stopped this referendum ever going ahead. Was it a mistake to call it?
Well, we certainly argued it was, and I think for the reasons which Alex Salmon made a few moments ago, I think his analysis was actually spot on. I mean, clearly there are circumstances in which you do need a referendum when you have major constitutional change. We've always accepted that. But this wasn't such an issue. It was a way of resolving an impasse within the Conservative Party. I think there was just a chronic failure to understand what happens when you just throw the cards in the air in that kind of way, all kind of unpredictable things happening, all people's grievances find an outlet, whether it's got anything to do with Europe or not. And it was just a very bad call, a very bad judgment, and I think it will do David Cameron enormous harm.
Enormous harm in the sense that he will have to leave straight away if it is leave?
Well, I mean, you know, my former cabinet colleagues like Ken Clarke have said, well, you know, he's not going to survive 10 seconds if we lose this. I mean, he may. Let's assume that the scenario that it is a leave win. I mean, we don't know that, but let's take that scenario. I mean, if his party do persuade him to stay on, I mean, his authority is completely gone, and I'd have thought that any sense of self-respect would make him want to go. So if we are talking about a leave win, even if it's a very small one, I fear that his day is now gone.
What do you think the response, the real response, shall we say, from European leaders would be towards Britain if it is a leave? I mean, the days of campaigning, the threats are over. Do you think they would come back, try and woo us back in, trading deals and all the rest of it, or do you think the door is slamming shut?
Well, I think that Europe is governed by kind of legal processes to a very significant extent, and they will play out. Obviously, politics forms part of that. I don't think there's any sense of vindictiveness or a kind of anti-British feeling. I don't think that will play in. But nonetheless, they will be desperately anxious to avoid some kind of contagion. So I think any sense that the UK would be rewarded by being given, you know, full access to the single market without paying the costs in terms of accepting free movement or financial contribution, a Norwegian-type outcome, I don't think that's likely to be on offer.
Do you think it could trigger... Sorry to interrupt. Do you think it could trigger more referendums around Europe?
Well, some populist politicians in Europe are making that case. I mean, most of the people I've talked to in some of the peripheral countries, I mean, you know, Sweden's an example, they take the view that even if they did have a referendum, they would stay. I don't think you're going to have rapid fragmentation, but nonetheless, it would be a severe blow to the cohesion of the European Union. I think their instincts would be to stand firm, to make sure that, you know, Britain isn't rewarded from this, and I think that's what what I've worried about all along, that we're now potentially, again, assuming that leave win, entered a very prolonged period of unsettled, unresolved disputes. The whole problem of translating European law back into some kind of British alternative is a very, very difficult process. And I'll be listening carefully to Alex Salmon's comments about Scotland, because the issues with Scotland are not simply would they go for independence. The problem is that with all the devolved powers, many of which have a European dimension, if they don't want to cooperate, what happens? And I think we're potentially entering into an enormous legal quagmire, lasting for years, and that's one of the warnings that I think some of us have been trying to give, and that wasn't really heeded, I think, by the government.
OK, Vince Cable, thank you very much, David.
And we're joined by Aaron Banks, who helped fund Nigel Farage's campaign for UKIP. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Farage was going to and then vanished. What do you make of the result? Do you think you've won?
I think we have. We ran our own poll, which we released after 10 o'clock. It was 52-48. I think that's pretty spot.
We can't hear you very well. Can you hear me all right, Mr.
Sorry?
Banks? Can you hear me okay?
I'm hearing you perfectly, yeah.
Oh, well, okay, well, you...
Can't hear me.
No, I will be able to. Just, I don't know what's... where's your microphone? Anyway, okay. Just, so you think it's in the bag, do you?
I don't know if it's in the bag, but I think we've got a strong result, and I think I always thought whether we win or lose, we've made the point that I think this will change the European Union. And I think it's actually good news for Europe.
What did you make of what...
I think they're going to have to seriously think about it.
What did you make of what Vince Cable said, that if it really is Brexit, it promises years and years of chaos as they try to unscramble the legal side and enter into trade negotiations and all the rest of it, that it's not at all going to be a simple, straightforward deal?
Well, as I understand it, you exercise Article 50 and you've got 2 years to renegotiate with your partners. I think they're going to be very willing and want to actually renegotiate and come to a sensible deal. It'll be a lot less complicated than the politicians are saying.
How much did you give to the campaign yourself?
Nearly £6 million.
Nearly £6 million? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
It's something I believe in. I believe in that we should bring our democracy back to Parliament, and I think the people have spoken on it. I think win or lose.
Union Referendum Act 2015, and having been authorised to do so by the Regional Counting Officer, I hereby give notice that I have certified the following. The total number of ballot papers counted was 37,975. The number of votes cast in favour of remain a member of the European Union was 12,569. The number of votes cast in favour of leave the European Union was 25,385, and there were 21 rejected ballot papers.
North Warwickshire, 66.9% leave, 33% remain. There are the figures again. Leave are now 1,464,000, remain on 1,300,000. The winning post still remains 16,800,000 odd. I'm joined now by John McDonnell, Shadow Chancellor for Labour, MP for Hayes and Harlington, and Theresa Villas, Northern Ireland Secretary, who's been fighting for leave. You said, I think, early on that your instinct was it was going to go to remain this evening.
Yes.
Do you think
yes.
Do you think that was the instinct? Your instinct had deserted you?
Well, I'd be delighted to be proved wrong. I think obviously we're not able to predict the result, but my feeling was to be confident of a Leave win, I would have expected us to be going into polling day with a strong lead in the polls, because there's always a sort of reversion to the status quo. We tried very hard to demonstrate clearly to people that there is no status quo on the ballot paper. The risks of staying are very significant, but even so, you would expect the status quo option to gain support in the last few days.
And this may not have been triggered by this referendum, this traditional reversion to the status quo.
Well, by the looks of some of the results, it may not have happened. But as we obviously won't know that for another few hours.
Now, you're Northern Ireland Secretary, and you said during the thing there was no risk around illegal migration, trade in goods and the rest. If the UK leaves the EU, and Northern Ireland, of course, being part of the United Kingdom, how can you possibly not have a border between the two to stop goods going across and people coming in across that border?
But we've had a common travel area between the UK and Ireland since the creation of the Irish state nearly 100 years ago. It served both countries well.
Yeah, but we joined the EU together. I'm talking about trade. We joined the EU together, so there's never been tariffs between us. But now there would be tariff barriers.
the reality is, if you look around the EU's external borders, you know, thousands of lorries and goods pass every day without any restrictions. Modern technology means it is possible to deal with these issues, and it would be manifestly in the interest of both the UK and Ireland that we find a way to do that. And after all, the Irish ambassador to London himself has been very clear the common travel area is not affected by a Brexit vote.
There's the Northern Ireland, just have a look, there's the Northern Ireland figure, of course, Remain, and this is the other thing about Northern Ireland, it's likely to be a Remain part of Britain. 165, 278, 131, 342, Leave. The DUP, of course, were in favour of leaving, the Nationalists in favour of remaining. John McDonnell is also with us here. I have to cut to the chase with you. There's been a lot of talk about whether Labour was pulling its weight in this campaign, hasn't there? And that in some senses you may have lost a crucial part of this working-class vote who've been disaffected and gone for Leave, and that you've failed somehow to tap into that.
Well, I've toured around the country, and the result that's coming out now, is, to be frank, is exactly as I thought. I think it's going to be extremely close. And there is a disaffected vote, and it's disaffected with politics overall, disaffected with Westminster politics in particular. Some of that are Labour supporters too, and we've done our best to try and turn that round, but it's been tough. And it gets to feel like a by-election at the moment, where people's grievances are being aired as well as a result of this vote. People are concerned about how they've been treated with austerity and wages being frozen for the last 7 years. So a lot of people's grievances are coming out, and we've got to start listening to them.
London is thought to be one place where the Remain campaign will do well. We've had our first big result, and we had the City of London earlier. Here is Lambeth in South London. 30,340 for Leave, 111,584 for Remain. That's 21 to 79% Remain. And then we go to Exeter. We've got Exeter in the West Country, in Devon, and that's a Remain vote again, 55% for Remain, 45% for Leave. We'll just check on how Sterling's doing with Kamal. What's happened in the markets?
David, it's still going down pretty rapidly.
Sterling's still falling?
Sterling's still falling. It's down now at around $1.40. Got as high as 150 when there was a lot of confidence in the markets that Remain were going to win. There's another very important indicator, though, called the FTSE Futures, which is a judgment on where the FTSE 100 will open when it opens in London later on this morning, and that is down 5%. Both those indicators, these percentages sound quite small, but both those indicators, those are huge moves in the markets. The type of moves possibly for the pound not seen before, or certainly not since the 2008 financial crisis, and also for the FTSE 100. A 5% fall in a market would be a significant event and would really create a sense, I think, at that stage that the markets were in a major sell-off territory. And I think that the Bank of England now and others must be considering, if there is a Leave vote, and of course, as we said, we keep saying we're a long way from knowing that there may have to be some form of announcements made in the morning. Just to make one point clear, at the moment in sterling, the market is very thin on volumes. There aren't actually many traders trading the pound at the moment. So that means the volatility is very marked, because people moving can make very volatile spikes. So just to put that sort of slight warning and caveat into these numbers, but certainly the volatility is huge in market terms.
And the city is open all night tonight?
Trading. Forex is trading all night, trades 24 hours a day all around the world. On the Asian markets, the pound is down 5%. So it's down between 5 and 6%. And what's called these intraday moves within 1 day's trading, these are figures not seen, as I say, since the 2008 financial crisis, which I think just does show the level of market concern, I think more to do with uncertainty than to do with whether Britain is in or out of the European Union. As I said, I think at the opening of this programme, It's not political, this issue. It's not a judgment on whether Leave or Remain should or shouldn't win. It's about that uncertainty issue. It's about the notion of how will we trade with the European Union, which, of course, is our biggest market for export.
John MacDonald, you're the Shadow Chancellor. Of course, you're not allowed to talk about sterling, because Chancellors and Shadow Chancellors can't discuss sterling. He can. You can't. But what about the markets generally? And are you concerned about what you're hearing from your left?
I think some of the claims on both sides of the campaign were exaggerated about a recession, but we've always made it clear there would be a shock if the Remain camp didn't win and it was Leave. And that's exactly the sort of shock we're expecting. So I would expect the Bank of England to intervene in the morning. And I think we can't, Chancellors and Shadow Chancellors can't comment on sterling, but what we can do is have a mature approach to this and say whatever the outcome, we will negotiate the best deal we possibly can with regard to our trading partners in Europe, and in that way we might give some assurances to the market.
Glasgow has come in, the first large city in Scotland to come in, indeed the largest in numbers, 84,000 for Leave and 168,335 for Remain. So that's 67% share for Remain, 33% for Leave, boosting the number in Scotland. And Falkirk also came in, where the count is being conducted, 34,271 for Leave, 44,987 Remain. That's 43% for Leave and 57% for Remain. And this is how Scotland overall is looking, with 17 of its counting areas declared, 38% Leave and 62% Remain. So, Jeremy, do you want on your slidometer to show us how things are going?
Well, I tell you what's happened.
It's not a swingometer, is it?
Well, we have got a kind of swingometer for you later, which we'll bring out when the figures settle down. For now, we're calling it an index. You could, by all means, call it a slidometer. That's fine. It shows the 382 counting areas by size here. That's the length of the bar. But crucially, by the order of which they're arranged in terms of their Euroscepticism. Over this side, here we are, look, just at this end. Let's see it, where it says most Leave. See how many there are. And just come around here, and right at the other end, we have most Remain. Now, two things have happened just in the last few minutes, which we wanted to mention. The first thing is some very good news for Leave, with this one particular result from Swansea. And here's why. If I bring you Swansea out on our polling index, you will see it is this side of the centre. So it's on the Remain side. It's come in for Leave. So it's the first council we've seen, or counting area we've seen, where you've actually got blue in a yellow area. Let's see the percentage now. And this is the kind of thing the winning side needs to do, is to paint the opposing area blue or yellow. 52% for Leave and 48% for Remain. So that's very good for Leave. They're winning in a place where Remain were expected to win. But a different result from Lambeth, and I want to show you this now. If we go to the most Remain end, we've got a lot of London and Scotland, actually, on the Remain end for all the reasons discussed. London and Scotland will be likely the highest votes for Remain. Lambeth is right there. An awful lot of voters in Lambeth. Look at the length of the bar. But also look at the proportion of yellow on that bar. That is the margin of the Remain win. Now, this result from Lambeth is pretty much the first really good piece of good news for Remain tonight, because 79% is beyond what was expected, even with them on that far end of the bar. 79% Remain, 21% Leave. If Remain are going to pull this back, they're going to do it through building up majorities like that in dense urban centres. So Lambeth, suddenly, Remain have a moment with Lambeth where they think, if that happens all over London, there are an awful lot of votes coming their way.
We've just had Wandsworth in, Jeremy, as you speak, so in southwest London, including Tooting, where Sadiq Khan, the new mayor of London, came from. They're the raw figures: 118,000 for Remain, 39,000 for Leave, 25% for Leave, 75% for Remain. I don't know whether, John Curtis, that is good news for Remain, whether they expected to do better in both Lambeth and Wandsworth?
Those are both good results for Remain. In both cases, we're looking at figures for Remain that are about some 10 points above what we're expecting. So it's beginning to look as though London will indeed, even though we were expecting Remain to do well, may well do even better there. Contrarily, however, some of the first results from the northwest, places like St Helens, we are seeing the Remain side being well adrift. So it may be, we were long talking about in this referendum campaign about the potential difference between Scotland and England. We may also be talking about a major difference between London and the rest of England. And that at the end of the day, if indeed the United Kingdom does vote to leave, and we're not saying that's what's going to happen yet by any means, but if it does, it will be provincial England that will have determined the UK's fate.
You were talking earlier about turnout in London. Has turnout in London affected these raw figures? Has it had the effect you thought, or were the turnout figures accurate?
Well, I mean, what does seem to be true is that the increase in turnout in London above what we got in last year's general election seems to be somewhat less than it is in most other parts of the UK. It's rising by about 4 points or so in London. It's 6 points across the country as a whole. We should say, by the way, we've not really said this so far. I mean, at the beginning of the night, we were talking about very high turnouts. Well, that's a bit of an exaggeration. But it does look as though we've got something like a 72% turnout for this referendum, which will be the first time since 1997 in a UK-wide vote that we've got more of a 70% turnout. So the truth is, whoever does win this referendum, we still don't know who it's going to be, and those London results have added to the uncertainty. It will be very difficult to argue that they don't have a mandate and the country has not made a clear decision. Voters have been engaged by this referendum in a way that, frankly, recent general elections have rather failed to interest them.
And of course, the percentage is not a reflection of the actual numbers, because there have been a lot of people who've put their names on the register to vote who weren't there before.
Indeed, so the
as a result of this campaign.
Indeed, so the fact that we've got 72% of the vote, even though about 1.7 million added their names to the register since last December, is an indication of, as it were, an even greater democratic success than it otherwise would be.
We've had a leave from London, Barking and Dagenham, in East London, and 46,000, 27,000, 62%, 38%.
Yeah, that isn't surprising, David, but actually here now we get out of, as it were, the inner metropolitan core of London to an area where historically the far right's done rather well, and the Remain vote is actually quite well adrift of what we were expecting. So as Laura was suggesting earlier, it may be parts of London, maybe the inner core of London where there are a lot of young, mobile people, lots of them living in the city, etc., etc. Once we get outer towards London, which is rather more like the rest of England, maybe Remain will be struggling rather more.
And just a reminder over the UK as a whole, at the moment, the Leave side is running at 49.3% and Remain 50.7%. I mean, we keep showing these figures of percentages from counting areas. Remember, it doesn't actually amount to a row of beans. What matters is the raw numbers. And Leave is on 2,393,000 at the moment, and Remain on 2,462,000. That's what we have to look at. Here we are at Broadcasting House, BH as it's lovingly called, saying it's too early to call, but have a look at the figures projecting there on the front. The yellow for Remain at 50.7 and Leave at 49.3. And I think it still has to do something for us. Oh, it doesn't. I thought it emerged in some strange way. Anyway, there we are. There is Broadcasting House on the left and the new Broadcasting House on the right, all bright blue where the piazza is, added recently to the old building. Well, it's just after 2:30. We ought to get some news now. So let's have the news right now. Here's Rita Chakrabarti again. Rita.
Thank you, David. There's a mixed picture emerging from the first results of Britain's referendum on its future in the EU. With only a small fraction of voting areas having declared, the outcome is simply too close to call. A final result will not be known for several hours. Here's our political correspondent, Eleanor Garnier, and her report contains some flash photography.
It was the moment polling stations closed. The UK had given its verdict. And the first result to declare Gibraltar with a decisive 96% vote in favour of Remain. Not long after, Newcastle with a narrow win for Remain.
65,404.
A much smaller win than expected. But in Sunderland, a huge win for Leave with 61%.
Votes cast in favour of Leave was...
Away from the north of England, in Basildon in Essex, another big win for Leave. And another count with a big turnout at 74%. At a Leave campaign party in London earlier in the night, the UKIP leader remained defensive.
Win or lose this battle tonight, we will win this war. We will get our country back, we will get our independence back, and we will get our borders back. Thank you.
It's very narrow, this...
It was a bruising campaign, and some say whether it's Leave or Remain, politicians need to do more to listen to the country.
Whatever the result of this, there'll be lessons that have to be learned by the Labour Party, but not just on the issue of immigration, a whole wider set of things for the Labour Party, but also for the government. You know, about what people are saying about the state of the country.
It's looking increasingly like turnout will be above 70% for the first time in a UK-wide contest since 1997. As results continue to come in, remember the referendum isn't decided count by count, but vote by vote. Eleanor Garnier, BBC News.
Well, following the first results, the pound fell dramatically, although it's regained some of those losses in the last hour. When the New York Stock Exchange closed, the pound was trading at just under $1.49. It fell at one point to $1.43, but has since recovered slightly. One currency analyst said traders are very jittery. The Italian Coast Guard said it rescued around 4,500 migrants in the Mediterranean yesterday. Good weather and calm seas have led to more people risking the journey from North Africa. The charity MSF has been helping the rescue operation. A woman's body was recovered from one of the vessels near the Libyan coast. A man has been jailed for life for plotting a beheading on the streets of London inspired by so-called Islamic State, which could have targeted a poppy seller. 23-year-old Nadir Saeed was arrested in November 2014, just days before Remembrance Sunday. One of the world's longest-running civil wars in Colombia has been brought to an end after more than 50 years of fighting. The so-called FARC rebels have signed a deal to lay down their arms following 3 years of negotiations. More than 200,000 people were killed during the conflict. Storms and heavy rain have caused serious flooding in parts of London and in southeast England. Several commuter and underground lines in the capital suffered severe delays and cancellations during the rush hour. Commuters suffered further chaos as they tried to get home in the evening. The UK's population grew by 500,000 last year. New figures show it's now just over 65 million. The Office for National Statistics says the increase is in line with the average population growth. Well, that's it. More from me soon.
Good. Well, welcome back to our coverage here of a very fascinating, complex, difficult to predict race on the referendum on Leave and Remain. The figures you saw a moment ago, 2.6 million for Leave, 2.7 million for Remain, but it absolutely means nothing at this stage because we've so much more to come in. We've only had 74 out of 382 counting areas in. We've got a number of things to talk about, what's happening in Wales, various other things, and what's happening in the Labour Party with John McDonnell. But let's just join Emily first.
David, thank you. I'm joined by Andrew Rawnsley and Isabel Hardman for the Observant Spectator. I've got to pull your eyes away from what's going on Channel 4 at the moment, some sort of Swedish porno.
No, I was watching the markets, I promise you. I was watching the market.
Thank goodness for that. You put me at rest. This is tantalisingly close at the moment. What do you think is going on in Downing Street, Isabel?
Well, I think there's quite a lot of panic in Downing Street, and I suspect there's also quite a lot of panic in a lot of Labour constituencies in the north, as well as they see their voters who they thought they were in step with turning away from them and voting out.
It's been very engaging, though. The weird thing about this is if turn-up is high, if the race is very close, it hasn't put people off.
Well, you remember a lot of people at the beginning of the campaign were saying, ooh, how much do people really care? Most people about Europe, we know a minority of people care about it very passionately, but do they care that much? Well, at a lot of predictions, I remember turnout being very much lower than at a general election. Well, one thing, as you say, Emily, we don't know where we're going to be at 6 o'clock in the morning. But one thing we know is turnout's going to be higher than at a general election. And a lot of voters have obviously thought this is a very, very important moment, in whatever the result, very important moment in our country's history, and I'm going to go and perform my civic duty.
I heard John McDonnell was speaking a few minutes ago about the sense of a by-election, as if this was about austerity, as if this was about grievances, as if it wasn't about Europe. Do we not trust the voter to actually make this about Europe? What's your sense?
Well, I think most of the sort of public meetings that I've gone to and most of the people I've spoken to seem to be very engaged with the issues, even if it's the issues that Labour politicians like John McDonnell wouldn't like them to be engaged with, such as immigration. Actually, people aren't trying to stick two fingers up to the government. They're actually trying to send maybe the elites a message about immigration and issues like that. But it is about the European Union, not about the UK government.
I would agree with this, but although you could say it is a by-election about the establishment, or the elites, as the outcome have tend to call them, because whatever happens tonight, even if Remain should edge it, about a half of the country will have listened to every major party leader except Nigel Farage, about three-quarters of the MPs in the House of Commons, and every professional body you can think of, from scientists to doctors to people in the arts world, who've always been advising them to vote in, and about half the country will have voted out.
And that half of the country, and where it is quite important. If, as is expected, London and Scotland are carrying the Remain vote, what does that tell you about the divide?
Well, and if their votes end up leading to an overall Remain vote, that will cause huge resentment in other parts of the UK, that there's a sort of Planet London, and there's already resentment between certain parts of the UK and Scotland, that actually the UK is already quite divided, and this will really add to that sense of grievance.
Although that would be true if it goes the other way, remember. I mean, you know, Scots, who are clearly going to, most of them to vote to stay, will be resentful, and it may lead in due course to another referendum on independence. We know, I mean, I think we're pretty clear, a lot of London is going to be majority in. I mean, London would have as much right, probably, to be resentful back towards England if the rest of England had forced us out, saying, well, you're cutting our throats and you're cutting your own, actually. So it could go both ways, that resentment.
How many party leaders do you think will have left their job by the end of this week?
You go first.
I think the Conservatives have tried very hard to make it clear that Cameron will stay on to steer the course if there is a Leave vote, but he will have to set out a clear timetable for his departure. I do detect serious movings against Corbyn, though.
I'd say maximum one. I don't think Jeremy Corbyn will be disappearing this week. If any party leader might be disappearing, or at least having to say, I'm going in due course, it will be David Cameron.
Thank you both very much indeed, David.
Just a reminder of how things are going. The North East, for instance, there's the percentage, 50%, 41%, 59%. 59 for Leave, 41 for Remain. And but nice to have the percentages for, let's just go on a bit, Northwest. I'm mentioning the North East, the North West, 59%, 41% Remain. London so far, let's leave the raw figures and just see the percentage if we can. 31% Leave, it's running at 69% Remain. We've had Hammersmith and Fulham in. Hammersmith and Fulham, 70% for Remain and 30% for Leave. Now, we're joined by somebody who was Secretary of State for Wales until very recently, in fact, until Ian Duncan Smith walked out of Cabinet, and he became Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, Stephen Crabb. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Crabb. Is Wales proving a bit of a disappointment to the Remain campaign?
Well, I mean, it is early days, and we'll see what the rest of the night holds for us, but I'm not in any way surprised by these early results that we've seen for Wales. I felt for a number of years that the politics of Wales were being reshaped quite profoundly, and what you're seeing in the South Wales valleys and also in some of the North Wales Labour seats is the same phenomenon you're seeing in the northeast of England and in some of the other old industrial white working class areas of England. A large number of voters saying, sorry, we just don't believe the Labour Party or the government in the way they tell us that Europe and the European Union is good for us. And I think that's going to be one of the strong themes of tonight, is the way that the white working class Britain, certainly England and Wales, just haven't trusted the messages that we've been trying very hard to communicate about why staying part of the single market is so important for their jobs and for manufacturing and for revitalising these old industrial areas.
If at the end of the night we turn out to have a Brexit vote, the Chancellor of the Exchequer has said there's going to be an emergency budget. David Cameron said he's going to carry on with getting out of the EU. Do you think that both those things will happen? Will there be an emergency budget, or was that just a threat? And one of the things that may have put people off voting for Remain.
I think it's far too early to speculate what the outcome of the vote tonight will be. Other than that, we just know it's going to be very, very close. And clearly there's some quite deep divisions within the country in terms of the voting patterns. I spent most of today outside of London, actually in Wales, and when I arrived in London this evening, I'm afraid I didn't share the same buoyant feeling that some of my Remain colleagues did, who had spent the day in London campaigning and were reporting a very strong and positive message for Remain. So we've got to listen to what the messages are that are coming through from this referendum. But it's too early to speculate on what the outcomes and implications will be in terms of government actions to respond to what the scenario will look like tomorrow and the day after. But in terms of the leadership, I think it's absolutely essential that David Cameron stays on as Prime Minister. He has a clear mandate to be Prime Minister and to lead a government that provides stable governance for the country, and I think it's essential that he does that.
What about your failure to persuade Tory supporters in Wales to vote Remain?
Yeah, that's part of the similar picture. Don't forget, Wales is one of those parts of the UK that probably gets more European money than elsewhere, where a number of large manufacturers have located their plants and provided jobs, partly on the back of the European single market and certainly European assistance. But clearly people up and down Wales haven't recognised the benefit of that for their own individual lives, and there isn't any kind of emotional attachment from the people of Wales towards the European Union. And you know, we'll spend the coming weeks and months asking questions about why that is, but clearly politics in Wales has shifted. It looks a lot more like politics of the rest of England outside London rather than the politics of Scotland, which people were comparing it to just a few years ago.
Well, thank you very much for that. John McDonnell, you're listening to that. I want to ask you a question about Labour. And Andy Burnham, who was a candidate for the leadership, has said the message to Labour from voters for Leave was, it should be, we've heard you, we understand what you're saying, we've got to change. Do you agree with that?
Yes, we've got to listen to our own...
Well, why haven't you been listening?
Well, we have been, I think...
Well, hang on, you can't say we've got to listen...
But they're telling it that we have been listening, but clearly people don't think we've listened enough, and we haven't come back on those issues that they've confronted us with.
So how would you come back on immigration?
I think what we have to do now is look at free movement of labour. We've been saying this through the campaign, but I don't think that message has got across. The issue is that on the doorstep with regard to immigration is the feelings that people are having their wages undercut, that there's pressure on public services, and there's a deep feeling of insecurity. Now,
so what would you propose?
Well, in terms of free movement of labour, we've been arguing, and I don't think we've got the message across effectively, that we need to protect people from having their wages undercut. That means more employment rights. It means changes in some of the European Union directives, posted worker directive, for example. It does mean preventing agencies just recruiting outside of the UK, particularly types of workers. So that sort of, I think, employment rights approach is the one that would be protected. In terms of pressure on public services, we've said time and time again that the government was wrong to scrap the migration fund that was assisting areas where it came under particular pressure. And it does reflect, though, the austerity measures that the government have introduced. And a lot of the grievances that have come up with regard to immigration, I have to say, a reflection of what's happened in terms of austerity under this government. It is this government that's been cutting the NHS. It's this government that hasn't provided enough school places. So I think there's a whole debate to be had now, and we've got to say, yes, we are listening to what people are telling us.
It'll be a bit late, because you'll be out of the EU anyway, so all these things you're talking about, the Posted Workers Directive and all the rest of it, will be irrelevant.
Whatever happens to the decision today, we have to have a new relationship with the European Union. Whether we're in or out, that relationship has to be negotiated, and some of these issues will be on the table.
John Mann, the Labour MP, is just joining us from Westminster in favour of leaving the EU. John, what would you say to Mr MacDonald about the way Labour handled this campaign?
Well, Labour was somewhat out of touch. And I'm surprised, David, you're not calling it for a Leave victory, because every single result that's come through was predictable. In the coalfields, where there are no results out yet, I predict it's going to be 2-1 for Leave. In my constituency, turnout was up 10% on the general election. And if you look at, even in Scotland, Dundee, the Scottish heartland for the SNP, every party in the Scottish Parliament voting for Remain, 40% voted to Leave. Wales is going to vote a majority Leave. Northern Ireland's going to vote a majority for Leave. It leaves London, but if we take that Dagenham result, even in London, there's huge disparity. And Labour voters have decisively voted to leave the European Union.
Where have Labour got it wrong, then? I mean, let's not go into speculating whether, you know, you're right about all those places, Northern Ireland and the rest of it, and we'll have to wait and see what happens. But where has Labour gone wrong?
Well, Labour's gone wrong by not being in touch with its voters. I've been saying this for the last 10 years in relation to immigration and free movement of labour. I've been saying it in relation to what the offer is to working class people. It's not something new in this campaign. I'm not the only one, but it's a small number who've been saying it at the national level in Labour. I've said it for the last 10 years repeatedly. And what we're offering working class people is 0-hour contracts. What the country's offering, 0-hour contracts, agency work, insecurity, and people are sick to death of it. They've had enough. And that's why, in my area and elsewhere, Labour voters have voted in huge numbers to leave the European Union.
John MacDonald, do you think he's right in this critique of Labour?
I think John's right on a number of the policy issues, but on 0-hours contracts, we've already said we're going to scrap them altogether. In terms of insecurity at work, we've said we'll tackle the issue of the undermining of trade union rights in this country, and that means opposing the government's Trade Union Act. In addition to that, in terms of security, we want to have the workforce more involved in the planning of their company, represented on their company boards. So all of those issues that John has raised, we've actually got policies to deal with them. The issue for us now is how do we get those policies across? What's interesting is if you look at the shape of the vote tonight, is those areas that are not gaining in any way from the supposed recovery in the economy and have suffered economically over the last decade that are voting for Leave. And I think that is, yes, it's a reflection of what they think about the European Union not assisting them, but I also think it's a reflection of a condemnation of the government's policies over the last 7 years when it comes to austerity. So there's real grievances out there which we think we've got the policies to address, and we need to get those across.
Theresa Villas, as a Brexiter, do you think he's right, that that's what you're winning, if you are winning, because of the failings of the Conservative government?
No, I think that the people who voted Leave did so with a real understanding of the issues, that at the moment, as a member of the European Union, we do not govern our own affairs. It doesn't matter who you vote for at a devolved or a general election. There are many things that you cannot change, including free movement and immigration rules, and that's not healthy for our democracy.
So it's a constitutional matter for people, not what John is saying and John is saying, that people feel that they've been left behind and that they've had they've static wages for a long time, uncertainty about their jobs and all the rest of it.
People feel a lack of control overall. They feel not represented by the political elite, as they describe it, but they don't feel represented in Europe either. So they feel a lack of control over those very bread and butter issues about whether they can get a decent job, decent wages, roof over their heads, and decent education for their children.
I think that when we've been talking to hundreds of voters in the last couple of months around the country, for lots of people, it's been a whole mixture of things. But people have really thought about these issues. They have engaged in it. They have thought about the European Union. It's been about identity. And, of course, that is a complex thing. So whatever, we're going to hear politicians say all sorts of things over the coming days. But voters have thought deeply about this, many of them. You can't just dismiss it and say it's one thing here or it's one reason. There's a whole conglomeration of reasons.
All right.
Many of them are about the European Union. It can't be dismissed just as something else.
We've got Liverpool in. Let's see the Liverpool figures. 85,000 leave and 118,000 remain. A much lower turnout, 64%, than we were getting from some other parts of the country. 42% leave, 58% remain. There we are. And the United Kingdom as a whole at the moment, it was there, but it's gone. Can we have that? Yes, there we are. This is how things are looking at the moment. Pretty well even. 3.7 million either side. 49.8, 50.2. We've had 103 of 382 of our counting areas in. Islington has just come in. Jeremy Corbyn's part of the world. 25,000 leave, 76,000 remain. 25 and 75%. So, John Mann, thank you very much for joining us. Let's go to you, Jeremy, and what have you got for us?
Well, I think we'll just collate some of the results and have a look at the map here. It's the time where we've got enough results that we can actually show you the map of the UK, and it's worth just taking in what the pattern is here. So here we see where Remain have come first in a counting area, they get yellow. Where Leave have come first, they get their area coloured blue. And you see the immediate story here, a lot of yellow in Scotland. So if it does go at the end of the night to Remain, Scotland going powerfully for Remain, and London as well, will be the reasons. But of course, too early to talk like that, and it may well be going the other way. I can show you a heat map which just displays how powerful the support for Leave is. Now, on this map, to explain, where it is dark blue, Leave have had more votes. Where it is light blue, they've got much softer support. So you see immediately, Scotland, that situation underlying, where Leave is not really getting anything like the numbers it's getting elsewhere. And London as well. Can you see just down here in the southeast how light it is? Just here in the central London, those results we've had so far. But head out towards Essex, and suddenly the blues get darker here. And actually look at the whole of the map, and just look at the amount of dark blue there is in the north, particularly the north of England, the northeast. That's how we started the night, with some remarkable results from the northeast. So Leave is packing a powerful punch in lots of places outside London and Scotland. But maybe London and Scotland will pull it back for Remain. Now, this is our proportional map, and what we show you here is each counting area as a stalk, and the stalk is coloured in the colour of the side that won. And the crucial thing is this: the height of the stalk shows you the winning margin. So, for example, here in Scotland, that's Glasgow, the highest stalk. You can see that Remain won there by a very large margin. But also, if you look down south, just reminds you of the sheer volume of votes available in London. That's Lambeth, that very tall one, and other results we've had from London, where Remain is winning with powerful results. But elsewhere, just come in close if you can for a moment and have a look at this map, this proportional map. You're seeing so many of these blue stalks. There are so many places where Leave is winning outside London and Scotland, and actually the margins of those Leave victories are really very powerful. So yes, there may not be as many voters outside London, but my goodness, the margins for Leave are making it very difficult for Remain to make up the ground. David.
Thanks, Jeremy. Castle Point we have in Essex, the main Canvey Island. Large, I think one of the largest proportion of predominantly English speaking, white English-speaking people in the UK, and expected to go very much for Leave, and this is what Castle Point did. 37,000, 73% Leave, 27% Remain. Andrew Sinclair is in Chelmsford, political correspondent for the East, or the Eastern region. Andrew, hi there, good evening. Well, tell us what's happening in the East, as far as you can at the moment.
Well, we've just had that Castle Point result through as you join us. The East of England has always been seen as being a Eurosceptic area. We've got a very strong UKIP presence in this part of the world, particularly here in Essex. Of course, UKIP's only MP, Douglas Carswell, has his seat just down the road from here in Clacton. And 4 out of the 7 Euro MPs for the East of England have been in the Leave camp. So the expectation was that we'd always see quite a strong Leave vote here tonight, and indeed that's what we have been seeing. We had that result from Basildon a couple of hours ago now, 69% to Leave, Harlow 68%, Rochford 67%. They're counting Chelmsford behind me at the moment. At one stage, Remain thought there stood a good chance with Chelmsford. The expectation now is that Chelmsford could also go to Leave, and further afield I'm starting to hear stories coming out of places like Fenland, Great Yarmouth, Ipswich, that Leave could do very well there as well.
Thanks very much. Tim Donovan is in Guildhall. Tim, good evening. London, is it hacking it as far as the Remain campaign is concerned? Is it pulling its weight?
Is it 6 results out of 33 expected tonight? And there is a pattern emerging. Big, hefty wins for the Remain camp in Lambeth, in Wandsworth, here in the city itself, in Hammersmith, in Islington, and Barkingham-Dagenham, though, has gone to Leave. We're trying to get our head round what we think will emerge as the significant factor here in London, which is the variations between in turnout. And while, you know, the Lambeth victory was 79% Remain to 21%, it was on a turnout of 67%, which is going to be lower than the turnout we're hearing elsewhere in parts of the country, albeit people are telling me, you know, that is high for that part of the world. The key issue appears to be, from the turnout figures we're getting so far, is that at places like Richmond, 82% turnout. We're going to be getting that result shortly, we're told. Harrow in the 70s, Bexley in the 70s, Croydon similarly. The turnout is higher in that outer London area, and all the polling up to this referendum in London had suggested that gap between Remain and Leave in London narrows dramatically in outer London, and that appears to be very much where you know, the secret or the answer in London will lie tonight.
And turnout affected at all by weather? People early on this evening were saying that this monsoon rain that London's been suffering, and the flooding and all the rest of it, has brought the turnout down, and that would affect the Remain, the raw numbers of Remain, because we keep on reminding people it's not who wins where, it's actually, in the end, the number of people who vote one way or t'other.
Depends who you talk to. The returning officer here was saying earlier that he expected the turnout across London to be 74%, 75%, which is very high by London standards. It got into the early 80s back in 1950. There was a certain amount of disruption first thing this morning, but only 7 polling stations out of those 3,700 there are in London were actually disrupted, and very briefly. And it's not automatically clear that the weather has made a difference, and it may well be that actually people being delayed in London, as they were in Waterloo Station and whatever late this afternoon, that might have affected the turnout and the vote in areas outside of London, but it's not being blamed at this stage.
Come in while you're talking. We've had Richmond upon Thames.
We have
come in 31% Leave, 69% Remain. Prosperous area, very high proportion of people, I'm told, with degrees. Apparently, people with degrees tend to vote Remain. Do you agree with that rather snobbish view, Teresa Villas sitting here, that people with degrees vote Remain?
Well, I think that's
do you have a degree?
I do have.
You do have a degree. Good for you.
I think that's what some of the pundits are saying. But
do you believe it? I mean, do you believe this? It's almost a kind of class division that has been established, isn't it? In the minds of psephologists, people with degrees better off vote Remain.
Well, I was in no doubt that there's a strong support for Leave amongst the working classes. I think they have, in many ways, been at the sharp end of the depression of wages, which has come from mass migration from Europe. So they have felt directly some of the difficulties that come with our EU membership. And I think that's one of the reasons why many of them are voting.
Could Labour have done any better, do you think, to get them out for their side?
Well, I don't know, because the trouble was that in the renegotiation, Europe's leaders were fundamentally opposed to significant changes to free movement. And once that decision was made, it's difficult for people to convince, you know, those who are concerned about immigration that it's possible to get things changed.
Laura?
But I think, Theresa Villiers, you sound slightly hesitant about endorsing that theory that people who don't have degrees or who are less educated were more on your side. But in fact, the Out campaign absolutely went for that narrative. You built a whole narrative on this idea of David versus Goliath, the elites versus the working class, the gilded cage of London versus the rest of the country. And it appears so far the pattern of results suggests that that narrative really appealed to a lot of voters, and maybe they were onto something. They tried to make it a battle between the haves and the have-nots, and it appears still only halfway through the night. Are we halfway through the night yet? Maybe almost there. It appears that people are responding to that, and they didn't respond as strongly to the other side of the argument, which was trying to frighten the life out of people on the economy.
We're less than one-third through in terms of the count. You may feel it's halfway through the night because it's 3:05.
We're only just getting down to business, aren't we, really?
But of course, it also goes along with this contempt for, I mean, the thing Boris Johnson said, this contempt for experts.
Indeed. Michael Gove said people have had enough of experts.
We've had enough of the Governor of the Bank of England. We've had enough of the Institute for Fiscal Studies. We've had enough of the IMF. We've had enough of anybody who speaks we've had enough of economists.
But a fascinating thing that Stephen Crabb said a short while ago, people don't believe us. He even used that phrase. He was talking about white working class voters, and he said in a general context, people don't believe us, which it strikes me that's rather an astonishing thing for a member of the cabinet to say.
And how do you redress it?
That's an extremely difficult challenge. And if we end up, whatever the result is, whichever side is jubilant, if we end up where basically London has sort of been an island and the rest of the country is pointing fingers at saying, you don't listen, you don't understand, for any government, for any political party, it's going to be very difficult to find a way forward from that.
Patrick Burns is back, our political editor for the Midlands in Birmingham. Welcome back, Patrick. What more news have you got now?
Well, I think interesting developments really in the sense that, all right, no great surprise that places like North Warwickshire, Tamworth, Cannock on the outer edge of the conurbation have voted emphatically to leave. I think that was expected. But Malvern Hills, that was much less, according to those algorithms we've been talking about all evening, much less likely to vote leave. It has done by a comfortable majority of 53% to 47%. I think that's the real anxiety for the Remain campaign. Add to that the Remain campaign is braced for really substantial defeats in and around the Black Country. And one example of what's bound to be interpreted as the relative failure, frankly, of Labour to bring out their Remain support in core areas. Look at Sandwell, which is, well, it's jokingly referred to as a one-party state, and yet the turnout there, just 66%, which I think demonstrates what will be seen as Labour's failure there. And I can tell you, UKIP are going to be saying over the next few days that they stand ready to do to Labour in their core areas in England what the SNP have done to Labour support in Scotland. I was talking to one quite prominent local Labour MP who says that on the immigration issue, Labour has to change tack. It has to say to people, yeah, we get it. We realise that you're very concerned about immigration, that it doesn't make you a racist to have these anxieties, and to change the tenor of this debate rather than try to sort of present it in more simple, more traditional party terms. Well, so I think that there's some big questions.
But if Britain votes out, they've got all the mechanisms they want because there'll be no automatic EU immigration. So presumably John McDonnell and Jeremy Corbyn will be able to do what they want.
Yes, I think there is a a debate here for the Labour Party. I think we're just at the beginnings of this. Interestingly, that turnouts, again, do seem to be lower in the traditional core Labour areas. That's, again, a big worry for the party's leadership, it seems to me.
4,389,000 for Leave, 4,354,000 for Remain at the moment, and we have 122 out of 382 declared, so it is only a third of the way through. Emily.
Let's talk to the Conservative MP, Bill Cash. I suppose we might call you an early Eurosceptic, Bill Cash, and when you look at where we are tonight, a third of the votes in, but let's call it a high possibility that it could be a Brexit by the end of the night. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm watching it with enormous interest, and I'm being extremely cautious because at the moment things are going very steadily in the right direction. I actually believe this is about the common sense of the British people. They didn't buy the Armageddon arguments. And above all else, they want to govern themselves. And that's really the basis. Even when I set up the Maastricht referendum campaign all those years ago, that's what I said it was going to be about European government and whether or not the British people wanted to govern themselves. And I actually think that that is coming through at the moment. But I'm not going to make any predictions. I'm not a John Curtis. I'm just going to wait and see.
There's only one John Curtis, as we shout in the stalls. But in terms of what you think might happen in the event of a Brexit, do you think that David Cameron should stay on? Would you like him to trigger Article 50 straight away? What do you see as the next step?
Well, I certainly don't think that we should trigger Article 50 straight away. Actually, it ties us right into the question of the consent of the European Parliament to the deal. There's majority voting. It puts us at an enormous disadvantage. And by the way, because it's passed the Lisbon Treaty, if we've just voted against the treaties, then why would we want to implement one of the provisions which ties us down when actually we've got a better opportunity to be able to work out a negotiated deal on the basis of the vote which has actually led to a Brexit, if that's what happens?
You skirted past the first bit of that question. Do you think David Cameron should stay in the job? Did he sign the letter?
I simply say this, that it is incredibly difficult if you're in number 10 with all the government departments, each one of which reports to the Cabinet Secretary and, of course, obviously dealing with the Cabinet Office as well. As Chairman of the European Scrutiny Committee, I'm extremely conscious of the interaction between government departments and the European issue. And I can simply say this, it has to be done from within number 10, and therefore whoever is in number 10 would need to be absolutely and completely committed to Brexit, because this is going to be a very, very, very important and historic development for the United Kingdom.
It wouldn't be odd for you to reckon on a Brexit campaigner, a Tory leader.
Well, look, I'm not going to go down there because we don't know what the result is. I'm just simply giving you my view as Chairman of the European Scrutiny Committee and making the point that, as far as I'm concerned, the question of who runs the ultimate European policy has to be in number 10, and to do that and to negotiate with all the implications for European legislation right the way across the board of all government departments, they will actually have to unravel about 55% of all our laws, because those come from the European Union.
We've heard from the Labour side people throwing up different ideas as to why, particularly in the North East, in Sunderland and Newcastle, it seems to be such a strong vote towards Brexit. Do you think this is purely about Europe, or do you concede it's about a whole host of other dissatisfactions in people's lives?
Well, I think they interact. And you only have to look across to Europe itself to see there are protests and riots going on there. There is massive unemployment, youth unemployment up at 60% and so on. But I think actually, really and truly, the bottom line is this business of people wanting to govern themselves. I mean, I was talking to a lady this morning in the greengrocer's shop, and I said, you know, what are you intending to do? And she said, very, very simply, she said, I want to leave. Why did they die in the last war? That is the kind of thing that's also motivating a lot of people. They want to know whether in fact they can govern themselves, and they ask themselves these much deeper questions than some of the things about whether or not there is a shallow recession, as the IFS puts it, or whatever. It's actually much deeper than that, and I think this is the soul of the British people coming out and saying we have actually had enough of being governed by other countries. We want to cooperate with them, we want to trade with them, but we don't want to be governed by them. And I think there is a German question as well, because they're becoming increasingly dominant in Europe, and I think that's also a factor.
OK, Sir Belkash, thank you very much.
So let's just see where things are. 3:15, John Curtis. Where are things?
Well, we've seen quite a lot of results during the course of the night whereby it looks as though the Leave side have been doing rather well, and certainly rather better than we expected they would do in that local authority if we were looking at a 50-50 outcome. Now, conversely, we've also seen some places, most notably in London, where the Remain side have been doing rather better. But the truth is that so far, at least, we've had many more places where Leave are doing better than expected than where Remain are doing better than expected. Particularly the North East, the North West and the West Midlands are places where the Leave side really do seem to be doing rather remarkably well. Remain, yes, in London, rather better than we expected, perhaps in the South West. But those better performances in London, so far at least, just don't look to be sufficiently better than we were expecting to compensate for what appear to be rather adverse performances in the North East, North West and the West Midlands. Now, the truth is there's still an awful lot of votes to come in. We've only... although we've got a lot of local authorities that have come in so far, the relatively small ones. But certainly, one, we are looking at a close referendum. But two, probably at the moment, the Leave side are a bit more of the favourites in this referendum than are the Remain side. So that's not a forecast, but it certainly seems to be the direction of travel. Perhaps the Leave side just managing to win this referendum by the end of the night, but many more results to come.
And just to clarify it for people who may just have come in on this act, your expectations were based on 50-50, in other words, on absolute even results.
That's right.
So if your expectations are disappointed one way or the other, it means it's going to go one way or the other.
That's the current direction of travel. Now, we never expected all our expectations to work perfectly. Of course, they wouldn't. The point is, we, at the moment at least, have more places where Leave are doing better than we expected than we have places where Remain were doing better than expected. And certainly if that pattern continues during the night, then Leave are going to win this referendum. But, of course, there's an awful lot more yet to come.
Hilary Benn is here, Shadow Foreign Secretary, and Jacob Rees-Mogg, the Conservative MP for North East Somerset. Hilary Benn, 41 years ago, I sat with your dad.
Indeed.
Indeed. I think probably on referendum night, and he said the problem with the EU was it's undemocratic. Is what we're seeing tonight the British electorate catching up with him? Because in those days it was 2/3, 1/3.
It was.
And now it's looking 50-50, if not a bit the other way.
Well, I'm tempted to say it's not yet late enough to know, which is a different way of saying it's too early to say. But look, what is quite clear, watching the results come in this evening and this morning, is one leads and then the other. I think what's happening is the country is split absolutely down the middle on this. And it's partly to do with the EU, it's partly to do with other changes that people have seen, concerns they have, the continuing effect of the global crash, the way in which communities have changed, immigration, all of those things, and they're bound up in this referendum. But yes, of course, I met people on the campaign trail and talked to a lot of them who said, we want to take our own decisions. The argument is, how do you best influence what happens in the world, in which there's some things you have to decide on a European level.
Was it wrong to have the referendum at all?
Well, we didn't want the referendum because we're not in favour of leaving, but the Conservatives won the election, and the British people are now going to make the choice.
Was it a mistake to have this referendum?
Well, I don't think so, no, particularly as it currently looks as if we may win. So if we win, it was a great thing to have the referendum.
Do you think it's the right way of deciding things as important as this? Just a straight... I mean, as Hilary Benn is saying, and many other people are saying, it doesn't become an issue about the EU. It becomes about poverty, it becomes about discontents of all kinds.
I don't agree with that. I think
it's not about what you pretend it's about.
No, most of this debate was about the European Union. The Remain side said it was about being economically attached to Europe and said that was beneficial. The Leave side said that it was a lack of democracy, a lack of control, and the issue with immigration. Most of the debate is focused on the European Union. And it seems to me that the one area where referendums are absolutely right are on constitutional matters, because the one thing Parliament can never do is give away its own power. That has to be returned entire to the electorate every 5 years. Within that 5 years, there is discretion to act, but the power must be returned to the voters for each general election. And the problem with the European Union is that power has steadily eroded and been given away to unelected officials in Brussels.
But you don't have to ask this kind of question. And indeed, you could leave the EU by dint of general elections. And having a party that in the... You know, if UKIP formed a government and said we're leaving, you could do it that way.
If you take the view that sovereignty comes from the British people and is delegated to Parliament for 5 years, which is, I think, a pretty traditional view of parliamentary sovereignty, then you would agree, I think, that the one thing where the people must be consulted is when their absolute powers are given away or there's a fundamental change in the Constitution. And leaving the European Union would be a fundamental constitutional change.
Well, joining was a fundamental constitutional change.
And it had a referendum.
And that had a referendum.
It had a referendum 3 years late. It should have had one in advance.
But it had one in '75, so no particular reason to call another one now.
But as so often, our constitutional practice is developing, and the theory of referendums was not well developed by 1973. It developed through 1979 with the referendums in Scotland and in Wales. Likewise in the devolution referendums and the referendum for the Mayor of London in the late 1990s, the referendum on the alternative vote. The British Constitution over many centuries has evolved, and one of the evolutions over the last 40, 50 years is that the biggest constitutional issues are referred to the people. And I think that's a very sensible way to proceed.
If you decide there's a need for a constitutional issue to be resolved.
That's right.
Which you don't necessarily decide. But you think it's a mistake, Hilary Benn, to have had this referendum. Do you think that one of the consequences is that what appeared to be, as Jacob Rees-Mogg puts it, a constitutional issue, has actually attracted all kinds of discontents and turned it probably not into a constitutional issue, but a view about, you know, we heard about experts being, we don't like the Governor of the Bank of England, we don't like the Institute for Fiscal Studies, we don't like the IMF, we don't like our wages, we don't like the insecurity, we don't like immigration. All these things got bundled together. So it's not actually about the Constitution, it's about all these other things.
Well, look, let's be absolutely clear why we had this referendum. It's because David Cameron realised that he couldn't control his party. That's why we had this referendum. And as you will know, this is 41 years ago repeated, but in mirror image. Because 41 years ago, the Labour Party, the Labour movement was split on Europe, and the Conservatives were united, and they've passed each other in the intervening 41 years and now are occupying the same position, but the opposite. And David Cameron, who had resisted having a referendum, decided in the end, the only way I can manage my disputatious and divided party is to hold the referendum, and we will discover in the not-too-distant future what the British people have
3 hours, 3 hours from now, with a bit of luck.
Something like that.
Jacob Rees-Mogg, during the course of all this, you said about your Chancellor of the Exchequer, he needs to calm down and stop talking nonsense. Do you think he should go?
What I was referring to was when he suggested that there should be an emergency budget, which was an absolute panic measure. And George Osborne is a fine Chancellor. He has done a lot of good things as Chancellor. But that panic budget was a really very silly thing to say. And he did need to calm down. It was something that wouldn't happen, wouldn't get through Parliament, and wouldn't be the right economic response, even if a Chancellor tried to propose it. So I thought that was a foolish thing for him to have said.
And all right to insult him in that way, like you insulted Heseltine and John Major, humbug and whatever it was, frightful humbug and vengeful men and all that.
Well, I only responded to what they had said about people on my side. It was a fair old tit-for-tat, which you get in political campaigns. I don't think there's any great harm in that.
If tomorrow morning we wake up, well, we will be awake tomorrow morning, so it's...
we already are.
I am awake pretty well. And Britain is to leave. Do you think all that stuff about emergency budgets will go by the board? Do you think none of the economic problems that the Chancellor foresaw will come to pass?
I do not think they will come to pass. I think the emergency budget will not happen. There's some volatility in the foreign currency markets. They're on very thin trading in Australasia overnight. you would expect volatility in sterling, and sterling is one of the automatic stabilisers of the economy. I don't think that's a particular problem. No, the plague of frogs and the death of the firstborn that were being predicted during the campaign are not going to happen.
No recession?
There will be no recession because of Brexit, though there are fragile economic conditions in other parts of the world. So I can't say no recession ever, but not caused by Brexit specifically.
Hilary Benn, do you agree with that?
Well, look, all of the experts whom we're told now that we shouldn't pay much attention to seem to be of the view, and certainly we argued it during the referendum campaign, that the country will be worse off economically. One of a very strong argument for remaining in the European Union. Now, the extent of that, who knows? It depends on the result. But look, I think if there were to be a vote to leave, then as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, I don't see how he's going to remain in his job for very long at all.
What does very long at all mean?
Well, I think it's very hard for him in those circumstances, were that to be the outcome, for him to remain.
John Mann, Labour MP, said that by the time the children were going to school in the morning, he'd have gone.
Well, I don't know about that, but I think, look, if you are the Prime Minister, you have called this referendum, you've laid your reputation on the line and your arguments. I think it is going to be very hard, but I'm hoping very much that we get a Remain vote and it continues to ebb back and flow as we watch the results come in.
Laura.
Hilary Benn, are you frustrated as the Shadow Foreign Secretary, somebody who's passionately for the European Union, that Labour came rather late to the party, shall we say?
Well, as Tom Watson, I think, was saying when he was on earlier, it was quite difficult to start with to break into the Conservative fight that was going on. It really was very, very tough, and we got more of a chance towards the end. But can I just say that all the indications thus far, we'll have to see the final result, is that a majority of Labour supporters, we think, will have voted for Remain. The problem party is for the Conservatives. Will the Prime Minister be able to say that? I somehow doubt it.
Well, there are lots of other problems. Will you stay with us and we may be able to talk a bit more, but we have to move on to just see how things stand and how far we've got to go. Here is the House of Commons as dawn comes up, not quite, 3:25. And this is the vote. The centre there is the winning post, the red dotted line. And it's 6 million Leave at the moment and 5.8 million Remain. So Leave has the edge, and the grey bit is, of course, the bit that has got to be filled in. Let's go to some more of our reporters. We go back to Steve Godden in Falkirk. Steve.
David, the local business here in Falkirk is finished. All that remains is for people to get up on that stage behind me and to announce the national result here in Scotland. Now, in Falkirk, it very much followed the pattern that it has across Scotland. It was a vote to Remain. Within that, some of the numbers, I think, came as a bit of a surprise to people, but we're expecting Edinburgh to announce imminently. Very much the expectation there is that Edinburgh will vote to Remain in large numbers. We also saw in Glasgow a vote almost 2-1 in favour of Remain. Now, there, the interesting thing was turnout. We've had a national figure for turnout in Scotland, that is just over 67%, but in Glasgow that figure was 56%. That's much below the level of support and the level of involvement and engagement that we saw during the independence referendum 2 years ago. Also, across the picture, I mean, there was an expectation that things were looking a bit patchy at one stage. Certain areas that may have been a bit more sceptical about the EU, an area like Moray, for example, but Moray voted to Remain. So now we only have a handful left, well over the 3/4 mark here in Scotland, councils that have declared, and all have voted in favour of Remain. So how that fits in to the national picture will be fascinating.
Thank you very much, Steve. Let's join Mark Devonport now in Belfast. Mark.
David, the count here is being conducted according to the 18 parliamentary constituencies. We're well through the count with 14 constituencies declared. We're just waiting on 4 results. At the moment, Remain is in the lead in Northern Ireland. That was to be expected. We think it's a breakdown of about 54% to 46%. And because it's been unionists, by and large, who've been supporting the Leave camp and nationalists who've been supporting the Remain camp, we would predict that at least 3 of the 4 constituencies that are to come, which which are nationalist constituencies, will probably vote for Remain, and therefore they will probably stretch that lead slightly. So I wouldn't expect anything other than a Remain vote here, but it has to be said that nationalists haven't come out in the numbers that maybe have been expected previously. We've had some lower turnouts in nationalist areas, so that might mean that the level of the victory that Remain takes in Northern Ireland is less than expected. At the moment, there are about 40 to 50,000 votes in the lead.
Thanks very much, Mark. And now James Williams in Wales, in Deeside. James. James, you have the conch.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
Yes,
Sorry,
we can hear you fine.
We're getting a lot of results coming through here in Wales, so we're trying to keep an eye on them. So far, we've had most of the declarations. We've just got some 4 left, 18 declarations out of 22, and so far we've had 3 for Remain. Surprisingly, Monmouthshire has just voted by the narrowest of margins for Remain. That is a very conservative area. David T.C. Davis, one of the more vociferous proponents for Brexit. He represents the seat in Parliament, and that is a surprise result. Vale of Glamorgan has also voted for Remain. That's Alan Cairns, the Welsh Secretary's seat, and Ceredigion is the other seat that has voted for Remain in West Wales, but very small population there. So 4 left to declare: Torfaen, Gwynedd, Cardiff and Powys. And of those, we're expecting Gwynedd and Cardiff to vote for Remain. And quite frankly, it seems at the moment, given the way things have been going, that it all comes down to how large the majority for Remain in Cardiff is. It seems at the moment, from the soundings I'm getting from people in Cardiff, that they don't think that they've done enough, that the margin isn't big enough to make up the shortfall that they currently have. But we just have to wait and see what happens in Cardiff, and it seems that it'll all hinge on that as to how Wales as a whole votes.
Thanks very much indeed, James. The Leave campaign is now, if you look at the top right or the bottom right-hand corner there, is ahead by just over 300,000. Jeremy, should we see how things are settling, if they are?
Yeah,
it's quite volatile still, isn't it?
Well, really? It is, and our index is actually proving very, very handy in working out what's going on. Yeah, that is a relief. So we put all these areas into the order of how Eurosceptical they were, just to go back on this ordering from the most Leave all the way over there to come this way to the most Remain over here. And the calculation is done on this basis, and this is really important. Were there to be a 50-50 vote across the whole country, where the dotted line is over there would be 50-50. So those particular counting areas would be absolutely 50-50. So what we're looking for is areas where yellow for Remain pops up where you're expecting blue for Leave, or vice versa. And so far we've had some very interesting results up this end. Just come with me if you can, and I'll show you. So these are the areas that we would expect to be going Remain in a very, very even result. And most of them are. But you can see there, and we've heard these results, Lincoln, Swansea, Coventry, Watford, places which we thought would go Remain in the event of a 50-50 result, actually going Leave. Now, Remain's response to that has to be to pile up votes in their strongest areas. They are hampered by a lower than expected turnout in Scotland, and whether they can do that in London is going to be the crucial question of the night. Now, take a look at this. I'm showing you regions. Regions of the UK, nations and regions. We'll start from the right here, and the colour at the top is the winning colour. So in London, Remain have won. The proportion as well on the bar is important. In London, Remain won by a lot. In Scotland, Remain have won by even more proportionately. So far, this is just what we've got in so far. Northern Ireland, again, Remain in the lead, although by less. Now, in Wales and the rest of England, just look at this. So these are the regions. South West. You can see South East, North West, Yorkshire and the Humber, North East, West Midlands, East of England, East Midlands and Wales, all going for Leave. Now, if that isn't a portrait of a divided country on this one issue, I don't know what is. That is almost the most dramatic portrait you could have of what's going on tonight. And if Remain do win, it will be Scotland and London that keep the UK in the EU. But it looks at the moment as though the drift is towards blue. What have we got so far? Always worth emphasising, so many more votes to count. Let me just show you, if I can. We'll go back to our index for just a second, and I'll bring on the votes we've got so far. Let's bring the camera up to the ceiling. There we go. Look at the grey. That's all the counting that still has to be done. But you can see 6.4 million leave, 6.1 million remain. Bring it back down. And it's so poised, isn't it? I guess if you're watching at home on TV, you're not going to go to bed anytime soon. Wow, David.
We've turned Broadcasting House into the equivalent of Times Square or Piccadilly Circus tonight. I don't know what the old building makes of it, but there we are. We've got the figures on the front of it showing how things stand at the moment, running through the night. And it's showing 51.3% for Leave, 48.7% at the moment for Remain. Still, we're saying it's too early to call, which is obvious from what we've been saying. There's no point in calling it until it's safe to call. So there are the figures. And it's time for a roundup of the news. So, once again, here's Rita Chakrabarti.
Thank you, David. Well, the results emerging from the UK's referendum on the EU so far show a very close contest between the Leave and Remain votes. Leave is consistently doing better than predicted in vast swathes of the country. Remain is performing better in London and Scotland, suggesting potentially a very divided UK once all the votes are counted. Here's our political correspondent, Eleanor Garnier, and her report contains some flash photography.
It was the moment polling stations closed. The UK had given its verdict. And the first result to declare Gibraltar with a decisive 96% vote in favour of Remain. Not long after, a flurry of good results for Leave in the north of England. In Newcastle, Remain only managed a narrow win.
65,404.
A much smaller victory than expected. And in Sunderland, Leave had a huge win with 61%.
Votes cast in favour of Leave was...
Away from the north of England, in Basildon in Essex, another big win for Leave. And another count with a big turnout at 74%. But there was good news for Remain in the London borough of Lambeth, with 79%, a much better result than expected. Though overall, it's looking very tight indeed.
I think it's going to be extremely close. And there is a disaffected vote, and it's disaffected with politics overall, disaffected with Westminster politics in particular. Some of that is our Labour supporters too, and we've done our best to try and turn that round, but it's been tough.
At a Leave campaign party in London earlier in the night, the UKIP leader remained defensive.
Win or lose this battle tonight, we will win this war. We will get our country back. We will get our independence back. And we will get our borders back. Thank you.
It's looking increasingly like turnout will be above 70% for the first time in a UK-wide contest since 1997. As results continue to come in, remember the referendum isn't decided count by count, but vote by vote. Eleanor Garnier, BBC News.
Well, early results have upset the world's financial markets. The pound initially soared as polls closed, but then it suffered its third largest fall on record, plummeting from about $1.50 to almost $1.40 as results began to show stronger than expected support for leaving the EU. More recently, the pound has recovered, but the markets are still volatile. The Italian Coast Guard says it rescued around 4,500 migrants in the Mediterranean yesterday. Good weather and calm seas have led to more people risking the journey from North Africa. The charity MSF has been helping the rescue operation. A woman's body was recovered from one of the vessels near the Libyan coast. President Obama has suffered a setback in his plan to spare millions of people living illegally in the US from deportation. The Supreme Court has blocked the reforms, with the opinion of 8 justices split equally. Mr. Obama called the ruling heartbreaking. A man has been jailed for life for plotting a beheading on the streets of London inspired by so-called Islamic State, which could have targeted a poppy seller. 23-year-old Nadir Saeed was arrested in November 2014, just days before Remembrance Sunday. One of the world's longest-running civil wars in Colombia has been brought to an end after more than 50 years of fighting. The so-called FARC rebels have signed a deal to lay down their arms following 3 years of negotiations. More than 200,000 people were killed during the conflict. Well, that's all for now. More from me in a little while.
The result from Edinburgh, 64,498 leave, 187,796 remain, 26% to 74%. That's the largest part of Scotland, apart from Glasgow, the largest number of voters. And a lot of people, incidentally, with degrees. I don't know whether you agree with this thing, Jacob Rees-Mogg, because you're a reasonably well-educated fellow. But they've been saying all along that the educated people vote to remain and the people who don't have qualifications vote to leave. What do you make of that? You've been hearing this.
I have been hearing this.
Insulting, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I mean, people do these surveys and they come to these conclusions, and clearly they've come to the conclusion that people with degrees have not been backing Brexit. But
you're the exception to the rule.
The exception to the rule. And I think it's very interesting. I think this has been basically an insurgent campaign. It has been a campaign against the establishment. And I think this is important because there is a feeling that the rulers of this country have got out of touch with those who elect them. And I think this applies across Europe, and I think Europe is at the heart of this, because there are so many things that British politicians can no longer do because the laws are made in Brussels. And we slightly carry the can for this, because when voters are concerned, we can't change it. And so I think that disconnect between the elected and the electors has widened through the EU, and this is a kickback against it. And that's why I think people furthest from the establishment have been the most likely to vote leave. And I say this without beginning to deny that I am a copper-bottomed member of the establishment. I just happen to agree with the anti-establishment tribe on this.
If it's very close, either way, is it going to lead to a great sense of disaffection by the losing side? Because they have been asked to make a sort of Manichaean choice. What do you think, Hilary? I mean, there'll be the people who've lost out one way or the other. Will they be difficult to satisfy, difficult to please? They're going to find something that they obviously believe in just taken away like that.
Whichever way it goes, there's going to be a great deal of disappointment and sorrow on the path of the losing side. And one of the challenges that society will face, politics will face, is how do you try and heal the divisions that have been created by what has been a lively and at times a feisty debate. And I fear that if there is further disappointment on the part of those who thought they were voting to get something and then it doesn't appear, that it will be even more difficult to manage. Now, I think we have to try and address the root cause.
Sorry, which are those? The Brexiters?
Well, look, for example, if Leave were to win, and then if you look at the issue of migration, a lot of the Leave campaigners have said, well, there will continue to be a need for migration into the country for a whole host of reasons, skills and the economic contribution that they make. But the real task will be to try and heal the divisions that this referendum has created, and that is responsibility on all of us to make that happen, and to reflect, each in our own party, about what it is we now need to do to play our part in ensuring that...
Of course, the Leave side never put any number on its control of immigration, did it? Unlike the Prime Minister, incidentally, who did, and your party, who did put it. The Leave campaign never said, never gave a figure at all, 100,000, nothing. They didn't say, just said we'll have control of it.
That's a very important point, because it's a referendum, not a general election. And the Leave campaign could only put forward broad outlines of what it thought ought to be done.
Oh, come on, it took VAT off fuel, it had all sorts of things it was going to do.
A mandate coming from the British people, that in a general election you can set out policies on every last detail of what you want to do, and then if you win an election, you have a duty to implement them, because you've got a majority in the House of Commons, you can pass the legislation. But in a referendum, you can't put forward a detailed manifesto with any realistic prospect of getting it through. So yes, some suggestions were made that we could take VAT off fuel, but as the Leave campaign will not be the government, even if we win this vote, it's going to be up to the government to look at the mandate that it's been given.
Should Cameron go for a new, go for an election and go for a new mandate? Briefly, if you would, because we have to...
I wouldn't rule out a new election altogether.
in this autumn?
Well, it's complicated under the Fixed Term Parliaments Act, but it's not impossible.
You could just change the Act.
You could just change the Act, or there are ways around it. A new general election is not impossible.
Right. Thank you very much. We're just going to rejoin or bring Scotland back to join us and Wales to join us, who've been briefly away looking at their own events. Here we are. So we've had 200 out of 382 in. We've just had we've had Edinburgh in. I gave County Durham 153,000 leave, 100,000 remain. Can we just see those two? Yes, thank you very much. 58% leave, 42% remain. And Jacob Rees-Mogg has just been saying he doesn't rule out an early election. In order to get a mandate to get things moving again?
Well, there will be a lot of policy changes that need to come about if we leave the European Union, that inevitably areas that have been controlled by the European Union will now be controlled by us, and they will be a matter for natural political debate. So I don't think it's impossible. It really depends on what the response is in Parliament and by the government to this.
Hilary Benn, do you expect an election?
Well, I mean, that depends on the result of the referendum and who is Prime Minister once we know what the result is. I mean, it would be in the hands of the government if they decided they wanted to do one. But I think the public might say, well, hang on, we had an election not all that long ago. Why are we having another one? Because we've made a decision about Europe in the referendum. It's government's job to get on and govern, and it's our job to hold the government to account.
Although earlier, Hilary Benn, you said that David Cameron would be almost straight out on his ear if he lost the referendum, and that, for a lot of voters, might think...
Sure, well, that may or may not result in a general election. Clearly, if he did leave as Prime Minister, well, then it would result in a new Prime Minister arriving. But that's a problem for the Conservative Party, not for me.
John Curtis, Leave are now ahead by nearly 500,000. Is that significant? I mean, it's a lead of 500,000. Statistically, from your point of view, would you expect that to fall, or is that going to grow?
Well, I think the truth is, I mean, the crucial thing that I'm looking at, David, is that, you know, there are some places where the Remain side are doing better than we expect, according to the index. Yeah. But for every one of those that I can see, I've got between 2 and 3 places where the Leave side are doing better than we expect. So you can see that the balance is one... It certainly doesn't look like anything other than a close result, but certainly that tally that says that Leave are ahead is a tally which is telling you something. It is that indeed Leave do seem to be ahead, and that at the moment at least, though it's by no means definite, they are the favourites to be ahead at the end of the night. So yeah, that number is something you should look at, because actually that it seems to be the direction in which we are heading, unless the second half of this referendum night is very different indeed from the first half.
You're being very cautious, John.
Well, you know, David, we don't wish people to get the wrong impression. And the truth is, there's a lot of uncertainty about things. There's more than half the votes to come in. A lot of the local authorities to come in early on are the relatively smaller local authorities. But again, you know, if I were Remain side, I'd be worrying about the fact that they've lost in Sheffield, Coventry, Wolverhampton. You know, relatively large local authorities are going towards Leave. So, you know, we certainly can't say that, you know, it's definitely going to be Leave going to win, because the truth is we're looking at a pretty narrow referendum. But just to reiterate, it does look as though the Leave side are favourites, and that the conversation you've just been having with your 2 politicians about what would happen in the event of a Leave vote, shall we say, I think is no longer a purely academic one.
James Landale is at the Remain headquarters. James, we heard earlier that the Prime Minister's staff... Are you hearing me all right? I think you're not hearing me because you're looking for something. Oh, you're not attached. Oh, right. Nick Watt, Nick, you're there, good. You are connected from the Leave campaign. They seem pretty confident there. Do you think what John Curtis was saying about it's still, you know, it's too early to call and all that, do they believe that, or do they believe they've won?
Well, the Leave.eu people, it's fair to say, a lot of drink has been taken. You heard another cheer there. They are very, very confident. It was interesting, I was talking to a senior UKIP figure, and this UKIP figure looked almost shell-shocked and said, what have we done? I think we may have pulled it off. Because, of course, Nigel Farage was saying earlier on this evening that he didn't think he was doing it, but now his aides are saying they think they may have got them across the line. But, of course, Leave.eu is not the official Leave campaign. That's Vote Leave, which is across the river, and they too are sounding increasingly confident. Matthew Elliott, the chief executive of Vote Leave, he's just said he's cautiously optimistic, and a source that I've been talking to at Vote Leave says, yes, we've seen those London results, but we think we can overcome them because we are smashing Remain everywhere else in the country. And it's interesting, you know, that Vote Leave are not having a party this evening. They say they've got more important things to spend their money on. It's called getting the vote out. And also, there's that political decision, which is those cabinet ministers at the top of the Vote Leave group, Michael Gove, Boris Johnson. They are, at the moment at least, supporting the Prime Minister. And the plan is we will not hear from Boris Johnson and Michael Gove until after the Prime Minister has given either his concession or his victory speech. But what I'm hearing in Whitehall are very, very, very severe nerves. Been in contact with one senior source who said, oh, and then I won't repeat the words to you, David, there, and then he said this wasn't meant to happen. And I said, look at the pound, that's been going down. And this source said to me, if this carries on like this, everything is going to go through the floor in the morning.
Thank you very much, Nick. Let's go back to James Landale at the Remain headquarters. We heard earlier that Cameron's staff had left, presumably to go into conclave somewhere and decide what to do. Is that so? Or is there a party atmosphere?
Yeah, that's right.
It doesn't look much like a party atmosphere, I have to say.
No, it's not. I mean, at the beginning of the evening, this was buzzing. This place was full of cabinet ministers, Labour front benchers. We had former Liberal leaders. We even had a visitation from the comedian Eddie Izzard in a rather fetching pink beret. They've all gone. This place has thinned out completely. I don't know if you can have a look now, but I don't think you could describe this as positively buzzing. It's like that moment, David, at a drinks party when you suddenly look up and you realise that most people have gone and there's a real danger that you're going to be the last person
left on the floor, James.
If you talk to the strategists here, David, they say, look, it's still doable, it's still possible. Look to some of the results in London, Birmingham's got to come in, Manchester, but they admit they have to win really, really big now there. So, you know, that might be just a little bit of realism, a little bit of, you know, wishful thinking, but that is what they're thinking at the moment. But a lot of long faces here.
Thanks very much. Just a question to you two. When Harold Wilson had this referendum in '75, he was quite careful not to be the sort of leader of the let's stay in. I mean, he signed a thing saying we want to stay in, but he didn't go around campaigning. He kept back, rather, so that if he lost, he could have carried on and government would have continued. Do you think that David Cameron made a mistake by becoming so totally involved after his negotiation in Brussels in being cheerleader for the Remain campaign, rather than saying, I've done my best, here you are, now you decide?
Yes, I do, on balance. I think it would have been better if he had been rather more Olympian in his approach and had risen above it. I think it would have made the issues of reuniting the Conservative Party afterwards easier. Having said that, he was in a difficult position because he is the most popular figure on the Remain side. He has a lot of influence, and he had made the decision that we should have a referendum. So it wasn't an easy choice for him to make, but on balance, I think it would have been better for him to have been more impartial.
Let's go to our Asia business correspondent, Karishma Vaswani, who joins us from Singapore. I can't think what time it is in Singapore right now, but what has been the reaction of people in Singapore and the markets?
Well, across Asian markets, there's a real sense of anxiety. Just in the last few minutes, we've seen the pound fall to levels not seen since 2009 here. Traders on this trading floor telling me that at 1.37, the pound last hit that level against the US dollar in March 2009. You're seeing that anxiety being felt across Asian markets today, when earlier in the day, when results first started trickling in, traders told me that there was a sense of complacency. Most of their clients in Asia had factored in a Remain vote. That has changed dramatically over the last couple of hours as these results have started trickling in. And as one trader here told me, this is the closest decision he's ever seen.
Karishma, do you think this is a panic reaction which will, as people in favour of our leaving the EU have always said there'd be a bit of a disturbance, but it would soon sort itself out? Or is there a feeling of this is a serious downturn that's going to sustain itself?
I think there is a degree of panic, and as I was saying earlier, that sense of complacency that the Remain vote would emerge as the stronger vote today. It's still a long way to go till we get those results, as you've been saying all morning on the channel, but certainly a sense of long-term impact is also being felt on trading floors across Asia today. I think there is a sense of anxiety and how this will all play out as the results come through later in the day.
Thank you very much indeed, Karishma. Now we join James Reynolds in Brussels. James, I don't know, you were going to be at a pub, presumably meant to be celebrating Remain. The Funky Monkey, I was told. Is that right, in Brussels? But you're not from the Funky Monkey, obviously. What has been the reaction so far?
We're standing in the cold now.
Oh,
the Funky Monkey gave up hours ago. We're standing in the cold, looking up at the Berlaymont building because, as you can probably notice, some of the lights are on. That is a little bit unusual at past 4 o'clock in the morning, but I doubt that anybody in the building behind me has had any sleep. They will be incredibly nervous about what they're seeing. And if there is a Brexit result, we expect Donald Tusk and Jean-Claude Juncker to come out about late morning and say something. If they have to negotiate with a Britain which is about to leave, they will not want to make it easy. Remember, the European Union, the European Economic Community, was designed, of course, to go one way, to have more integration, to have more passengers, more nations. It wasn't designed to stop and let someone off. And the danger here, among those in this building, they're worried that if Britain goes, more countries with Eurosceptic populations may be tempted to hold votes of their own.
So you don't think that that was just scare tactics to get Britain to stay in the EU? You think it was, they meant it when they said out is out and we'll have no truck with you? Or at least it won't be much fun for you?
Not just them, Francois Hollande said that as well, because all these countries are incredibly worried, not just about Britain, but about all these other countries as well. France, Austria, Italy, Finland, Denmark. They don't want to give too good a deal to Britain for fear that the others might think, well, that's not a bad idea, let's do the same.
So you're expecting some statement or other in early in the morning, or later in the morning, I should say, because it's 4 o'clock now.
Yeah, we expect Martin Schulz, the President of the European Parliament, to speak first, and then a few hours later we expect Mr. Juncker and Mr. Tusk to speak as well, perhaps late in the morning.
Are you alarmed about what they might say, Jacob Rees-Mogg?
No, I'm not. I think that there will be an initial period of bullying attempts to try and get us to change our minds. The EU is always very reluctant to accept referendums in any country that goes against their wishes, but that we're their biggest customer.
They normally try and get them reversed by another one a few months later.
But I don't think the British will stand for that. But we are their biggest customer. It's hugely in their interest to trade with us. If we had reciprocal tariffs against the European Union, the damage it would do to the German car industry, to the Irish farming industry, would be enormous. It is not in their interest. And therefore, I think ultimately they will not do it. I'd also add that if the European Union is the sort of club that if you want to leave it, you get kneecapped, it's not a club you want to belong to in the first place. It's a bit like the mafia.
Hilary, do you think that's a sanguine view, or do you think he's optimistic?
Well, the problem with the Leave argument has been, if you walk away, as they've made it clear, from the largest single market in the world, you create a great deal of uncertainty. And uncertainty is not going to be good for the economy or for people's jobs. But we have yet to see what the result is.
So you don't think there'll necessarily be punitive measures by the EU?
Well, it's very hard to see how they would give us as good, and certainly not a better deal, if we were outside of the European Union than they give themselves remaining in. And it's the uncertainty that is the problem. Because business investment hates one thing above everything else, and that is uncertainty. And if they think they're not sure what our trading relationships were going to be, they'd invest elsewhere. Now, that's why we argued so passionately for Remain, and I still hope we might just dip it, but it's really, really close, of course.
James, are you hearing all that going on here? Do you want to comment on it?
They'll be listening to, and they'll be trying to count the votes themselves as well. If they do get through to Remain, you can imagine the biggest exhale of breath that could possibly move tides. But at the moment, if it goes to Brexit, they'll be tiptoeing out, trying to make sure they don't step upon the smithereens of the European project.
I just wanted to add, there's an excellent report by the House of Lords European Committee setting out what happens if a country leaves under Article 50, and that the whole purpose of Article 50 is to make sure that the departure causes the fewest shocks to the EU economy as well as to the departing country's economy. It's a balanced report written mainly by a pro-European committee, and it just sets out the purpose of Article 50 and how it would operate.
Well, we'll see how that transpires. Emily.
To talk to a couple of young voters in their 20s, Generation 2016. Abby Awajobi, very nice to see you, for the Remain camp, and Darren Grimes from Leave. And Abby, you're representative in a way of London. You're for Remain, and you're County Durham, and you've gone with Brexit. I wonder how engaged you feel your friends and your colleagues and your peers have been on this issue. Do you think you're voting the same way as them? Has there been energy around it?
There's definitely been a lot of energy around this particular issue. I think that, in general, my friends, or the people that I normally associate with from university, they all have, you know, an understanding of politics. But I looked on, you know, my Facebook today, and every single post was about Brexit. People that I went to school with, people I went to university with, and it's something people care about, even if they don't fully understand everything to do with it.
And they've all voted. Do you think that vote has got out? Or?
I wouldn't say they've all voted, but I think they've all engaged in the debate.
Is that the same for you, Darren?
Yes, again, I think some haven't voted, and some feel like this is their opportunity to actually make change. You know, this is their chance to change things for our country.
That whole idea that I can't remember what they called it, call a gran or call your nan or whatever it was. Did you talk to elderly relatives in your family? Did you find there was a difference, or did you find that whole idea horribly patronising?
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
My grandmother, I was raised to respect my elders, not talk down to them.
Yeah.
Insinuate that they are racist or xenophobic, which is what I think that campaign implied.
Right. Because it was all about young people being for Remain and old people being for Brexit.
People ruin your future.
I think that's probably a bit extreme. I mean, there were obviously surveys that were done, and it did show that young people are more in favour of remaining. And I think that that is an issue, because at the end of the day, we'll have to live with the consequences of this referendum longer than someone like your gran, which is not to say that old people's opinions don't matter, but just that it might affect us for a longer period of time.
Where did you get your information from for this? I mean, there have been so many TV debates. There's been so much campaigning. There's been so many, you know, airwave speeches. But I'm wondering if it was all online for you? Was it Twitter? Was it in the pub? I don't know what.
So I don't study politics. So this was something that I took upon myself. I realised that this was such a monumental referendum. You know, this would change the direction our country goes in. So a lot of it, online, you know, researching and looking into how this would affect me personally and the country as a whole. And on the whole, deciding that it's better for us to vote Leave.
I'm a little bit different to Darren. I studied politics and international relations at Warwick University, and then I did an Erasmus in Berlin on an EU programme. So I studied the European Union in depth at university, so I had a lot of information in terms of theory. But what I found quite interesting was I learned a bit more about what people's feelings about the EU are versus what the facts are. And actually, I think this is going to be a referendum that's won on perception rather than facts.
Right, because there was a lot of talk about the tone of the campaign putting people off, but actually you could argue that a really vicious, you know, or quite a nasty campaign is something that you can't miss, and the turnout has been pretty high, hasn't it?
Yes, it has, but
I mean, do you think that's a bad thing? Do you think it was a bad campaign? Do you think it was an energising campaign? How do you see it?
I don't think it was a bad campaign. I think any campaign that gives power to individuals, you know, this is decided by the people, for the people, is a really powerful thing. And I think we should all be incredibly proud of our democracy for, you know, serving in action as it has over the past few months.
Did you feel alone for your age group as a Brexiteer, or not at all? Is that a myth?
Certainly an uphill battle, but we've had so many engaged young people realising that this is their once-in-a-generation chance to take back control and look forward to a brighter future.
And you talked about the Erasmus scheme, obviously very much part of what the EU does. If this is Brexit, then that sort of stuff is probably behind us, right?
I think it's a sad day if we do decide to leave the EU. I mean, I've talked about my experience going on Erasmus, but there's a wider debate, which is what kind of country we want to be seen as. Do we want to be seen as the kind of country that shies away from the decision-making, or do we want to be someone that takes part?
We've got to leave it now because I think we're expecting Nigel Farage. David.
Thank you very much. So I think we're joined by Nigel Farage. I hope we are. He's speaking.
Ladies and gentlemen,
let's hear him.
Dare to dream that the dawn is breaking on an independent, United Kingdom. This, if the predictions now are right, this will be a victory for real people, a victory for ordinary people, a victory for decent people. We have fought against the multinationals, we fought against the big merchant banks, we fought against big politics, we fought against lies, corruption and deceit, and today honesty, decency and belief in nation, I think now is going to win. And we will have done it. We will have done it without having to fight, without a single bullet being fired. We'd have done it by damned hard work on the ground, by people like my friend Mr. Banks here. And by people in the Labour Party and the Conservative Party and UKIP and of no party who've taken part in this campaign. And we'll have done it not just for ourselves, we'll have done it for the whole of Europe. I hope this victory brings down this failed project and leads us to a Europe of sovereign nation states trading together, being friends together, cooperating together, and let's get rid of the flag, the anthem, Brussels and all that has gone wrong. Let June the 23rd go down in our history as our Independence Day.
Interesting there, Nigel Farage, in effect, claiming victory for the campaign, even though he wasn't part of the official campaign. We haven't heard from the leaders of that campaign, from Michael Gove, or we haven't heard from Mr. Grayling. It's Nigel Farage actually just sort of taking command of the situation and saying that victory is theirs and all the rest of it. So, we join Justine Greening. What do you make? Do you hear Mr. Farage there, Justine Greening?
I did, yes.
Relishing his moment of glory. Why are things not going so well for your party and for the Remain campaign? I mean, we're making no assumptions about who's won.
Yeah, and obviously this is still way too close to call. It's still comparatively early in the evening in terms of the results coming through. So I think Nigel Farage has really jumped the gun in what he's just said. But in the end, what we do know is this has been a very close-fought campaign and referendum, and it'll have a very close result. And so what we'll need to do is knit our country back together and recognise that whoever wins tonight, whichever side, probably 1 in 2 people watching this programme right now will have voted for the side that didn't come out on top. And it's really important that whatever path our country takes, first of all, that we respect the result of this referendum. This is respect for democracy as well. And I'm certainly committed to making whatever path we take work. But it has to work for the whole of our country. And I think it's way too early in the night to be calling it one way or another. What we do know is that it's incredibly tight, it's incredibly close. A lot of this is going to go down on turnout. And clearly, as we just heard from the 2 fantastic young people who were interviewed earlier on, the engagement of young people in this referendum has been absolutely critical, and we shouldn't forget that in the end it's their future that were very much deciding
I have
tonight.
to say, yes, I think your optimism may be ill-founded, but anyway, we shall see in an hour or so's time. But if your optimism is ill-founded and if it's a vote leave that wins, what should happen?
Well, again, I think it's way too early to call this referendum result. What I do know is that whatever the result, we have to respect it.
Okay, fine, you said that.
And we'll have to make the best
All right.
of it for our country.
Okay, let me try you on another one. Why has it got so close?
We had the referendum because this is a heated debate that many people around our country have had for many, many years. There would have been no point having a referendum on a topic where people largely agreed. Everyone knows that this has been a debate that has very much divided public opinion. And it was time to take this debate out of Westminster, away from MPs, and actually give it to people in Britain to decide. And we've had a historic referendum. We will have a historic result that will take our country in one path or another. But I think it was right to give the British people their say.
And did you fight the campaign in the right way, or was it too negative on your part, on the Conservative part, on David Cameron's part? A negative campaign, things like George Osborne's budget threatening to put our income tax by 2 pence in the pound, to remove pensioners' triple lock on their pensions, all those things. Do you think people just turned away from it because it was trying by fear to force them to vote the way that David Cameron and you wanted them to vote?
I think we did run a positive campaign. At the same time, though, it was important to talk to people about some of the clear risks that Britain faces with the decision of leaving the EU. And I think whoever you are interviewing now, whichever side they've been campaigning on, I think you could ask them the same question and they'd probably say, oh, the other side did Project Fear. So I think it was a hard-fought campaign. There were pros and cons of whatever choice people made, and I think both sides were very keen to obviously point those out. From my perspective, certainly within London, we ran a very positive campaign, and I think that's been responded to very well by lots of young people, and I met lots of people yesterday out campaigning, and they were voting for the first time. So I think aside from this result, I hope that one of the legacies of this referendum will be a brand new generation of young people who've become electors in the election system that we have here in the UK, and I think we'll hopefully shout loudly and shout for their view for our country, not just today but in coming elections.
Thank you very much, Justin Greening. Thanks for joining us at dawn, as dawn breaks over Westminster. Jeremy, shall we just have a look at these key central 40 or so counts that are going to determine or will demonstrate to us which way this is going?
Sure. In general elections, we call them bellwethers, don't we? And we wondered, can we find any bellwethers in this list of 382 counting areas? About 24 hours ago, a friend said to me, is there any one moment that I should stay up for that will tell me what the result is? And I said, well, try Durham. Now, I'm not suggesting that Durham does give you the result, but let's just see why I chose that particular area. So here we have 382 counting areas. They're arranged by Euroscepticism. The deal is this: if it's a 50-50 result, the ones in the middle, we'll call them the middle 40, would go 50-50, so would be evenly split. Once the result goes towards one side or the other, to remain or to leave, the middle 40, by definition, start to shift. So let's have a look in close-up at that middle 40 now, and see what it tells us. By the way, take a glance at the map. The pretty random selection of places that we're looking at here, but that's in the nature of this. So here are the middle 40 for you. And just a glance will tell you that there's a bit more blue than yellow at the top of these bars. The colour that is has won the area is at the top of the bars. So blue for leave at the top of more bars than yellow. Now, I mentioned Durham. Why Durham? Well, Durham is in here. Let's just see where it is. I'm just trying to find it. Left hand in. Oh, this way. OK, right. So now I mentioned Durham because quite a lot of voters in Durham. It's not just the city, it's the county council area. And it's one of these 50-50 areas which, if there is a national swing one way or the other, is going to paint this lot either blue or yellow. And Durham did go blue. But let's be a little bit more scientific. Let's take all of the 40, the middle 40, those 50-50 counting areas, and try and work out what percentage they're returning. We put them all together. Let's have a look here. So we bring on our graph. So the middle 40, those ones that would be 50-50 if the nation were to be evenly split, have come in like this. And isn't this fascinating? 52% leave, 48% to remain. So the ones that we've thought of as the bellwethers here have come in with a 4% lead to leave. So there we are. I mentioned Durham at the start. I don't know whether Durham will be borne out by events that follow.
OK, hold on a second. Let's just get
over
these
to
down.
you.
Thanks very much. John, come on then, mark our card.
Well, I think there you've got another indication of why we've been saying for quite a while now that A, this referendum looks close. 52% is not a big victory for either side. But that secondly, the balance of advantage in the results insofar, we've now got, getting close to 60% of the votes in, it does appear to lie with the Leave side. And that if things carry on as they have been for much longer, then I think the truth is it's going to be difficult to escape the conclusion that Leave have won. But as I say, there's still quite a lot to go. Maybe there's a few tricks up there later in the stage. But at the moment, at least, Leave are undoubtedly the favourites. And Jeremy's bellwethers shows you why.
Thanks, John. Well, I'm joined here by Chuka Umunna, who's Shadow Business Secretary, and Steve Hilton, the former Prime Minister's Director of Strategy, thought to be, I won't say the Prime Minister.
I think the former went in the wrong place.
Yeah, I'm the former.
The former Prime Minister.
Prime Minister.
I'm a former Shadow Business Secretary.
You're a former Business Secretary, Shadow Business Secretary, and you were the Prime Minister's former Director.
Early in the morning, David. Exactly. It's early. It's very early.
It's very early in the morning, and we're at our best early in the morning. Steve Hilton, where do you stand now? Because you had an extraordinary role in this campaign. Two things you said. One is you said, if the Prime Minister were a Cabinet Minister, not Prime Minister, I know he'd have been for Leave anyway. That's his whole instinct. And the second thing you said, when they started producing government statistics showing how they'd have to change taxation, how the damage would be done, oh, these statistics, they're all made up, I know, because I used to do that stuff. Is that true? Did you mean that? Total fiction.
I don't mean literally.
Well, you said it literally.
I was referring, I think, to the way in which campaigns, including those that I used to be involved in, exaggerate in order to make their point. And a specific thing that they do, which we saw in this campaign, is take a general argument, for example, you will be worse off, and in order to make that point tangible, try and put a number on it to specify, because that is just a more memorable way of putting it. That's how we ended up with the claim that you'd be exactly £4,300 worse off. Now, there's all sorts of bits of data that you can put into such a calculation, but truly, everyone involved knows that that is not literally true. They don't really mean
£4,300, right. but do they mean people will be worse off?
They believe that they'll be worse off.
And do you believe they'll be worse off?
I don't, but I'm on the other side of the argument.
Well, no, you're not entirely on the other side of the argument, because people have talked about, I mean, Michael Gove talked about bumps along the road. People have talked about temporary upsets and all that. You don't believe that will happen?
I don't know, and I think that's the fundamental point here, which is that none of us really knows, because the future is, in the end, unpredictable. And the argument I was making all along is that the question today was, what are the circumstances for running a country that give you the best chance of helping people avoid bumps in the road, helping people to raise their living standards when we don't know what the future brings? The world changes very quickly. And my argument was, if we actually control the levers of economic power, it's more likely that we avoid those problems.
And the litany of experts, which was so much reviled by Michael Gove, among others, the Bank of England, Mr. Carney, the IFS, the Treasury, all those. You concur with all that all these experts are just blathering away to know. Well, I mean, are they not doing proper sums? Are they not? What do they spend their days doing?
I believe that they believe it.
They believe it.
But, you know, in the end, that's just one view. People...
They could get rid of them all.
No, they do very important jobs. But I think that people listening to that actually understood that this was not about that. This referendum was much more fundamental about how we run our country, how we govern our country. And I think that was what really happened in this campaign, that it shifted from some of those very specific things into a deeper argument about the best way to give people a sense of control over the things that matter to them. And I think what's happened is people have expressed real anger at a sense of being ignored by the system, a sense that they aren't listened to, and that almost whoever they vote for, nothing really changes. And and that, I think, was at the heart of all this.
Chukwuemeka, former Shadow Business Secretary. What do you make of this? Do you think all those experts were wrong? Do you think the campaign was fought on a false prospectus?
No, I don't think so. And I think one of the important qualifications to make to Steve's remarks are the fragmented nature of the result. It's not going to be an overwhelming victory for whichever side wins. Look, I thought at the beginning of this campaign that it was going to be a very close result. You have to say, I agree with John, that looking at the results that have come in so far, it is not looking promising for Remain. Whatever the result is, we have to respect it, we have to listen, and we have to learn the lessons. But in
you have to leave the EU.
Well, that may be what is about to happen, but let's not forget.
Well, it will happen, won't it, if that is the
Yes,
result?
yes, absolutely. Yeah. If that happens, that will be what
even by one vote?
Even by one vote. But you've had geographical variations in how people are voting. You've got differentiations according to social class. There's definitely a generational difference here. There may be a gender difference as well. So you've got quite a fragmented society in some senses there. And that isn't just an issue for the Labour Party, that is an issue for every party. And that's why when Nigel Farage, and maybe he is being premature here, but when he gets up and when he says this is a victory for decent, honest, real, ordinary people, that tends to suggest that all the people who've just voted for us to stay don't fit into that category. Now, the challenge for us as policymakers, as politicians, is how do we knit together our society after this division? Now, I mean, there are particular issues here for the Labour Party, which I'm very happy to go into. But that, for me...
Go on, then. What are the issues for the Labour Party?
Well, I think for the Labour Party, there's no doubt that for part of the coalition that gets a Labour government elected, in particular, immigration trumped everything else in this debate. I don't actually think for a lot of our supporters and voters, sovereignty was quite the overwhelming issue that immigration became. And why did it become such an overwhelming issue, in spite of all the warnings of the experts that you talk about, David? Is because a lot of people felt, well, you're saying all this about the economy, but I don't actually feel I'm getting a hell of a lot from that economy at the moment. Now, many people in the Labour Party, the overwhelming majority of the Parliamentary Labour Party, by the way, are well, alive to this. And the reason that we as a party argued for us to stay in the European Union is that we didn't think the way that you deal with the issues that migration poses and all the other challenges we have, we didn't think the way you deal with that is by crashing the economy. I mean, look what has happened to the pound sterling. $1.35 to the pound, the lowest rate since 1985. Another observation is also, I mean, it would be quite interesting to see what happens to UKIP following what people think may be the result now, because what you've kind of seen, if you like, is a takeover of the Conservative Party by UKIP. I mean, you have these big figures, Boris Johnson, Michael Gove, Ian Duncan-Smith and others, who've basically been parroting many of the same lines that Nigel Farage has been running for the last few years.
But what about Jeremy Corbyn? What about the Labour Party? Why did it fail to galvanise people to vote Remain, which is what Labour Party's half-hearted policy was?
I think three things. First of all, the economy argument didn't work when there are people who don't feel they have enough of a stake in the economy.
Why use it?
Well, you're asking why. I'm just giving you the.
I mean, could Labour have done better? Is what I'm saying. Could Labour have done better?
Yes, we could have done better, and we need a more credible policy, a Labour, that's true to our Labour values on immigration. And we've struggled with this. We got to a OK position going into the general election, but it didn't convince the public. And in many respects, it was an accountant's answer to a problem that isn't just economic and in the perception of our supporters, but is also a cultural issue too. And people were not clear enough about what the Labour Party's position was. We had polling evidence 2.5 to 3 weeks ago where many of our voters did not know what Labour's position was. And it'd be completely disingenuous for me to sit here and say that was not an issue and that may have compromised the Remain vote.
All right, we'll come back here in a moment. Let's just go to Emily and we'll come back down later on. Emily.
I'm going to talk to Will Straw, who's the campaign chief for Britain Stronger in Europe. Will Straw, we heard what sounded rather like a victory speech from Nigel Farage a few moments ago. Do you concede defeat in your camp?
Well, there's still, as I think John Curtis said, about 40% of results still to go. So we need to wait and see what the outcome of all of those are. But whatever the result this evening, it's clear that it's going to be very close. And it's also clear, I think, that we are in a very divided country. Effectively, as the results we've been seeing this evening, big victories for Remain in London, parts of Scotland, some other big cities, and then big wins for Leave in many parts of England and Wales. So I think there is a real need, whatever the result, for both sides to accept it and to think about how we can come together as a country in what will, I think, be challenging times, whatever happens.
Yeah, I mean, Wales as a whole went Leave, and it sounds as if Birmingham is going Leave. Would you say that the campaign has gone badly wrong?
Well, let's wait and see what the result is. I'm proud of the campaign we ran. Today, right around the country, we had thousands of volunteers passionately believing in the case for remaining in the European Union, making that case in their communities and trying to persuade people to get to the polls.
So what didn't work then? I mean, from what we know so far then, clearly, you know, if Wales has gone for Leave, you've lost a whole country in the UK. What didn't work for your campaign? Was there too much David Cameron, too much George Osborne? Do you wish you'd done it differently as Labour?
Well, let's wait and see what the final result is. But given how narrow it is, I think this is definitely a wake-up call for political and economic elites. The arguments that have been made about the benefits of being in the European Union and the risks of leaving clearly haven't worked as well as we would have liked. Otherwise, we would be several points ahead. But I think we will find out in the days and weeks ahead, if indeed we have voted to leave, whether those warnings were true or not.
It's funny though, isn't it, to talk of a wake-up call at this point. You know, you've already seen UKIP doing well from 2013 onwards. Why is Labour still talking about a wake-up call 3 years after your voters have already told you what they feel on so many of these issues like immigration?
Well, I think the truth is that in different parts of the country, people have different issues that they care about. And what we tried to do in this campaign was to set out the benefits for people, economically, for Britain's place in the world, from remaining in the European Union and the risks that they would be lost. We tried to confront the Leave campaign on what we thought were the misinformation that they were spreading on immigration in particular. I thought that was done very well at the BBC debate at Wembley earlier this week. But as I say, I mean, it's still very close. There is still more results to come. But the country is divided, and this is a very, very close result. So there's clearly going to be a lot of reflection that I think all sides of politics will have to do when the dust has settled tomorrow.
If it does come down to a percentage point or so, do you see any possibility of a second referendum? Is that something that you would push for, or would you accept a result for Leave?
No, I think whatever the result, we have to accept that. This has been a democratic process. There's clearly been very high turnout across the country, and it's important that the decision is respected. But of course, in a referendum like this, the consequences of people's decisions are also theirs, and we will see in the days and weeks ahead, depending on what the outcome is, whether those warnings from economic experts do come to pass. And I think it is striking that already the pound has plummeted to $1.35. I think Chukwuemeka was saying the lowest it's been since, or the fastest drop since the 1980s. So there's clearly going to be a huge amount to unpack. But as I say, I mean, there are still a number of results still to come in.
Just briefly, because Chukwuemeka said you have to be true to our Labour values on immigration, and many of your supporters would not know what that means. What are true Labour values on immigration?
Well, what we've tried to do in this campaign when talking about immigration is to recognise this is a big issue for people up and down the country. That, I think, is very clear, but that there are also a lot of positives that we get from having people come to this country from the EU and elsewhere, the benefits that it brings to the National Health Service. And indeed, if we do decide to leave the EU, that there will be consequences for Brits, and we'll find out if indeed we have voted to leave, what those consequences might be. So that's the argument that we've been making. It's now for the political parties to think about whether there are different policies they want to propose on immigration. But I think again, if we have voted to leave, what we will spend our time doing over the next several years is working out how we unpick our relationship with the EU. This is not going to be something that happens overnight. We know that there is this Article 50 process that would have to be triggered. Then we would need to negotiate our trading relationships with other countries around the world. So I think the main preoccupation is going to be trying to work out if there has been a leave vote this evening, why that was the eventuality that took place, and then really understanding what is going to happen to our position in the world and our economy over the not just days but years ahead.
Will Straw, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So Martin Oates joins us from Poole in the West Country, Dorset. Martin, what's the position in the southwest? Has that been a disappointment to the Remain campaign, or is that pretty much along the lines they were expecting?
Pretty much as expected, and if you look at Exeter, which was expected to vote Remain, they've done slightly better than they expected. Exeter is by no means typical of the southwest. In many ways, it remains a monument to New Labour. Ben Bradshaw's seat, he trebled his majority at the last election. Labour did very well at the last
and Bristol,
local
Bristol
elections.
and Bath are there, of course, too, aren't they?
Yes, indeed, and those were expected to be Remain strongholds. The South Hams was actually the bellwether, Sarah Wollaston's seat, the bellwether seat we were hearing from Jeremy about earlier on. There Remain did slightly better than expected, and of course an interesting background there with Sarah Wollaston having declared for Brexit initially, to the surprise of some of her colleagues, although if you looked at her Twitter feed since she'd been elected, you'd have seen lots of evidence for that, and then her sudden change of heart just before the
the whole of South Hams was influenced by Sarah Wollaston? I rather doubt that.
No, I'm not saying that at all. There's a very interesting demographic there because you've got the enormous fishing port of Brixham, which I think you probably know well, and then the town of Totnes itself, which is the main urban centre, which has got a different profile, affluent, educated. We've been hearing about these potential differences in demographics, so an interesting seat.
And what else have we got to come from the southwest? Are we there now? Is it home and dry? Have we had everything in?
We're waiting for Cornwall, which will be an interesting one. There's been a lot of interest in Cornwall nationally throughout this campaign because Cornwall's received hundreds of millions of pounds of European aid. In fact, there's nowhere in England, there's a bit of Wales, which has received that level of funding. There's always been this sense, though, that nonetheless Cornwall's very, very Eurosceptic. We should know very shortly whether that's true or not.
I mean, mainly because of fishing. Give us back our fish.
Fishing, I mean, clearly it's a very emotive issue, but on the other hand, if we look at the rest of the profile of the southwest, I mean, Cornwall's got a strong sense of independence, as I think most people know, but on the other hand, in many ways, in terms of its Euroscepticism, the senses it shares that with the rest of the region. So given what we've seen through the rest of the southwest, it probably won't be that surprising if it's finally confirmed, but it will mean that people like me can finally answer this question definitively, because there's always been this sense that it's very Eurosceptic. There's never really been any solid proof for that.
Martin, thank you very much indeed. The turnout in the United Kingdom as a whole is 72%, which is the highest turnout in a nationwide ballot since 1992. So 1992, 72%. So it's not kind of wildly above what we get in general elections.
No.
Some places it's up to 80, but
indeed, which is exceptional. Some places it's very, very high, but it is higher than where people expected. A few months ago, there was even a concern in Westminster about how much this would actually catch light at all. If you look back, say, to the AV referendum, where turnout was sort of the same as a local election, people were saying, gosh, I really hope that it gets to something like a general, because what we want is the result to feel like it is valid for whichever side to have a mandate. I think nobody is going to be able to cry foul with a level of turnout such as it is. And I think, given how divided the country appears to be, the fact that there is high turnout has got really to be a good thing. People will have to accept this and they'll have to move on.
Patrick Burns, you're looking rather lonely there in Birmingham now. What's happened? Everybody's abandoned you.
Well, all the drama is down in front of the stage, David, because clearly the result here in Birmingham is imminent, and it has all the makings of an absolute knife edge. One moment, Vote Leave supporters are preparing to raise their placards. I hear now that the Remainers maybe haven't given up the ghost, but the significant thing about this is that it's exactly the sort of place that the Remain campaign have been pinning their hopes on, that the second part of the night's going to be better than the first part has been. This single biggest local area count anywhere in mainland Britain, 700,000 voters in the city of Birmingham. And the very fact that this is such a close-run thing speaks volumes, because at the beginning of the evening there was a sort of general expectation that there would be a very comfortable victory for the Remain campaign. I was talking to a Labour MEP who was very sort of jaunty and optimistic about it, and then a little bit later on she, without me even asking, told me that her earlier optimism had evaporated. Another local MP said that whatever the outcome of this in the end, it's exposed the tensions between one region and another, the tensions within the United Kingdom, and there's going to be a sense of real resentment, come what may, either way, given the outcome. Clearly this result in Birmingham is coming up any moment now. One thing I can absolutely assure you is going to be very, very close, David.
Thank you. Well, we'll come back to you as soon as it comes through. Patrick Burns saying this feeling of resentment on one side or the other. Do you think that's true? I think that
well, I think I think it's really important we try and avoid it in that sense. I was a little disappointed, probably more than a little, with what we heard from Nigel Farage earlier, because it felt to me not just that the timing of that was wrong, because I think it is too early to be so clear about things, but much more importantly, the tone of it.
But what, are you surprised?
Well, hang on a second. I just think that I'm very excited by what's happened. This is a great move forward, I think, for the country, and will have a really big impact around the world as well, in a positive direction, in terms of people feeling that they can assert their sovereignty. But it's also a really serious moment. It's not a time, I think, for shouting and jumping up and down in that way. I think it's really important that we recognise this is a really big decision, something really momentous.
Yes.
Looks like it might be about to happen.
Do you think your friend, or perhaps I should say former friend, David Cameron, can remain Prime Minister and carry through the consequences of this vote? And
Definitely.
Go back to Europe and negotiate on behalf of a...
I really do. I'm not just saying that because I want...
It's a humiliation for him.
Look, I think that he's someone who takes very seriously his duty as Prime Minister to be a steward of the nation's affairs. This is going to be a really big moment where I think this is exactly the kind of thing where he will want to make sure that the country is in safe hands. And I think that he himself, although he's lost this argument, it looks like, although, again, it's a little early to be certain of that, he was saying not that long ago that we can prosper and flourish outside the EU. I think that he is the best person to lead us in what will be a very, very
but he won't know which direction to go in, will he? Because his whole argument has been about the necessity of staying in the EU. Can't then suddenly start arguing about the necessity of leaving the EU.
Well, I mean,
you're right.
But that argument is over, frankly, because we had the vote today. So it's no longer about whether, it will be about how. And I think that he will be able to... He's the one who's in the best position to do that well.
But by the very least, Steve Hilton, surely his time in office, the timetable will be shortened and curtailed. Certainly, ministers, MPs are split on whether or not he'd have to go immediately. But what everybody agrees on privately is that his timetable is shortened, no?
I don't really understand why that needs to be the case. He was elected last year for a full term, and that... knowing that there'd be this referendum, there were no conditions attached to that. He should serve the full term.
We have to pause because it's time for an update of the news. So let's join Rita Chakrabarti.
Thank you, David. Well, with more than half the votes counted in the UK's referendum on the EU, it's looking increasingly possible that the Leave camp has built up a clear lead. The overall result is still too close to call, but Leave has better than expected results in vast areas of the country. Remain has had good results in London, Scotland and Northern Ireland. Here's our political correspondent, Eleanor Garnier, and her report contains some flash photography.
Moments after polls closed and in Sunderland, the traditional race to be the first to complete their count. And it wasn't long before Leave marked a huge win here, with 61%.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Across the northeast, results soon showed Leave doing consistently better than predicted. A big win in Hartlepool and pushing Remain into a narrow victory in Newcastle.
65,404.
A much smaller win than expected.
Votes cast in favour of Leave.
Away from the north of England, in Basildon in Essex, another big win for Leave. And another count with a big turnout at 74%. And in Flintshire, just as across much of Wales, voters are backing Brexit. But in Edinburgh, the Remain campaign secured a big win. And there was good news for Remain in the London borough of Lambeth, with 79%, a much better result than expected. By 2 a.m, the result was still looking very tight indeed.
I think it's going to be extremely close. And there is a disaffected vote, and it's disaffected with politics overall, disaffected with Westminster politics in particular. Some of that is our Labour supporters too, and we've done our best to try and turn that round, but it's been tough.
But as more results came in, the UKIP leader started to smell victory.
This, if the predictions now are right, this will be a victory for real people, a victory for ordinary people, a victory for decent people.
It's becoming increasingly clear there is a north-south split in England, with Remain doing better than expected in London, fulfilling expectations across the south east and west, but doing far worse in the north and across the Midlands. Eleanor Gania, BBC News.
Well, early results have upset the world's financial markets, with the pound falling again in the past hour to $1.34, its lowest point since 1985. When the polls closed, it soared to $1.50, but as they showed stronger than expected support for leaving the EU, it began to plummet. Markets in Asia are down nearly 3%. The Italian Coast Guard says it rescued around 4,500 migrants in the Mediterranean yesterday. Good weather and calm seas have led to more people risking the journey from North Africa. The charity MSF has been helping the rescue operation. A woman's body was recovered from one of the vessels near the Libyan coast. Rescue workers in the eastern Chinese city of Yancheng are searching for survivors of a tornado and heavy hailstorm. The state broadcaster says 98 people have been killed and more than 800 injured. A man has been jailed for life for plotting a beheading on the streets of London, inspired by so-called Islamic State, which could have targeted a poppy seller. 23-year-old Nadir Saeed was arrested in November 2014, just days before Remembrance Sunday. One of the world's longest-running civil wars in Colombia has been brought to an end after more than 50 years of fighting. The so-called FARC rebels have signed a deal to lay down their arms following 3 years of negotiations. Well, that's it. There's more from me in a little while.
Well, at 20 minutes to 5, we can now say the decision taken in 1975 by this country to join the common market has been reversed by this referendum to leave the EU. We are absolutely clear now that there is no way that the Remain side can win. It looks as though the gap's going to be something like 52 to 48, so a 4-point lead for leaving the EU. And that's the result of this referendum, which has been preceded by weeks and months of argument and dispute and all the rest of it. The British people have spoken, and the answer is, we're out. Laura.
Well, so rare that a country, as individuals, we get the chance to take a decision as big as this. This was the most profound question we had been asked for decades as a nation of voters. And we have answered it with a vote against the status quo, against political expectation, against the traditional political rules that in Britain voters tend to go with what they're told is their economic self-interest. Instead, people have decided to defy those conventions, defy the expectations of Westminster, defy all the advice from experts, big business, economists and the like, and vote to leave the European Union. And this is a vote that has huge consequences, not just for our country, but also implications for a whole continent. And it unleashes a period of huge uncertainty, maybe huge opportunity, but also maybe huge risks too.
And the immediate results, Kamal Ahmed has been following. What are the financial markets saying?
Well, David, I think this has come as a shock to the financial markets. We were seeing the pound at 10 o'clock last night at record levels for 2016. It has now hit lows not seen since 1985. That is how much the markets are concerned about this decision for Britain to leave the European Union.
Pound is
and I
what,
think just,
what now to the dollar?
It's down at 134, 135.
How did it begin the evening?
And it started at $1.50, so it's lost 15 cents today. It's fallen over 10%.
What
in
about
currency
stock
terms,
market
David,
figures? Is there anything there?
Well, in currency terms, David, that is astonishing. That type of volatility is higher than in the financial crisis of 2008, when Britain crashed out of the European exchange rate mechanism in 1992. On the stock markets, the Nikkei in Japan, obviously the Asian markets are open at the moment. The Nikkei in Japan is down 3%. This is really a global issue. It just adds to this notion of global uncertainty around. And also that the euro has weakened significantly against the dollar. So clearly, not only is this a UK issue, but this is a euro area issue as well. Because what will the ramifications be when Britain leaves? What will that mean for the other European Union economies, the possibilities of other referendums? But just as Laura says, Britain has made a decision that has sort of reversed that old famous phrase by the Clinton aide, it's the economy stupid when it comes to issues of elections. People have said they don't care what they've been told about the economy, what the reaction may or may not be.
You may just have a different view on the economy from the experts.
Or they may have a different view. And
like
I think,
Steve
frankly,
Hilton,
as well,
they may believe it's going to be better.
Well, I think as well, David, I think a big point which I think has been underestimated by what might be described as the establishment. In 2008, nobody predicted, or very few people predicted, that people might not be able to go to their ATM and get out their own cash out of a bank. I think that really produced a complete disconnect between the public and the people so-called in charge. And I think that is still running now, because if economists tell you A, B and C is going to happen, but in 2008 they couldn't guarantee you could get money out of your bank, well, why listen to them?
Do you think there'll be emergency measures taken by the Chancellor or by the Bank of England this morning to stop a run on sterling, for instance? Are there measures they should or could take?
I am sure that the Bank of England will be considering now what statements they need to make to the markets before the markets open in London in the next 3 hours. And
will the markets open in London, or can the stock market be closed?
They will do. They will do. I mean, we will see the FTSE's futures, which is an index which predicts which way the FTSE is going to go when it opens, is down 8% at the moment. It would be, although we are in uncharted territory, it would be remarkable if the London market did not open. You can, of course, suspend trading if the volatility is so high and the initial fall is so deep. That decision can be taken, and it will be for the Treasury and the Bank of England to come together to talk about that. I'm sure, though, that Mark Carney, the Governor of the Bank of England, and I'm told that he is planning, this is being planned at the moment, will come out with some form of public statement. They hope to do it after the Prime Minister has spoken, to give some form of reassurance about liquidity, about financial support for banks in particular. Banking stocks are likely to be heavily hit when the markets open in London. HSBC, which is one of our biggest banks, is also listed on the Asian markets, and its share price is already falling. Why does this really matter to people? It's quite interesting. I'm getting quite a lot of tweets from businesses saying, I buy in dollars from, from suppliers from abroad, and therefore my costs are going to go up hugely because of this. So on one side, it will be bad for some businesses, but of course, if sterling falls markedly, that is very good for British exports. We've always struggled in the export market. So although economically there are pluses and minuses to what is happening, in terms of the currency, they clearly were far too complacent at 10 o'clock last night about which way this vote was going to go, and they are now desperately trying to change their position on sterling, because sterling, I'm sure, is going to have a pretty torrid time on the markets all day
and with
today.
some holidays coming along, it's not much fun for people planning to go abroad on holiday. They're going to find their pound doesn't go very far.
Those people who were queuing outside currency exchanges yesterday to buy their euros were pretty smart.
John Curtis.
Well, I think you're expressing a degree of surprise about the fact that a majority of people voted to leave, even though they were given the warnings about the economic consequences. Well, I think one thing one needs to realise is that it was only ever the case that a plurality of people, not a majority of people, a plurality of people felt that the economy would suffer. As a result of leaving, and that many of the people who were saying they were going to vote for leave were just saying, look, it's not going to make much difference. Conversely, however, on the other crucial issue of this referendum, a majority of people felt that A, immigration is currently too high, and B, that leaving the European Union would result in it falling. And therefore, at the end of the day, although I think some people voted to remain despite their concerns about immigration, the immigration pool was potentially always rather greater than the economy pool. I think the other thing I would say about the financial markets, I've taken the view for quite some time that the financial markets were seriously underestimating the probability of a leave vote. The truth is, if you followed the internet polls throughout this referendum campaign, they never, ever had Remain ahead. They called it a 50-50 shot all the way through. It's also true that actually in the last 2 or 3 weeks of the referendum, the vote for Remain was clearly weakened. And in fact, once you take out some of the methodological changes that the pollsters made along the way, it's very clear, and it was clear before we opened a single ballot box, that the Leave side had actually won the campaign. There'd been a clear shift towards Leave in the public opinion polls during the course of the last 3 or 4 weeks. So you put all that together, I frankly did not understand why the pound was so calm during the course of yesterday.
Thanks, John. James Reynolds joins us from Brussels. Now, I don't know whether anybody's around, whether you've had any chance to talk to anybody, James, but we'd like to know if you have.
They're all hunkering down at the moment, David. It's almost like a giant Brexit-coloured wrecking ball is about to swath its way through the Berlaymont building. So I would imagine that Eurocrats at the moment are getting ready for the day of their lives. Carl Bildt, one of the most outspoken, high-profile European diplomats, has been almost one of the only ones speaking in the last hour or so. He said that Europe now faces immediate turmoil and possible long-term uncertainty. We expect possibly the President of the European Parliament, Martin Schulz, to come out in the next few hours, and then we expect the other presidents, Donald Tusk and Jean-Claude Juncker, to speak as well. In effect now, it's over to David Cameron, because the European Council will await Mr. Cameron's informing them that he is triggering Article 50 of the European Union Treaty, which calls for 2 years of negotiations for Britain to leave.
Thanks very much indeed. Steve Hilton, let's come back to you and Chuka Umunna and talk a bit about immigration, which John said was one of the key factors in this. Chuka, you start on this. What do you think that Labour's view on immigration, now that you will be free, of course, outside the EU, what should the policy on immigration be? How would you change it?
Well, the first observation to make is I think those who have argued for us to leave the European Union have a huge expectation to meet. Because what they have said is if we leave the European Union, you get back control, as it were, and you can bring immigration down to the tens of thousands. Now, personally, I don't think they're going to be able to deliver on that. If you just take non-EU immigration, it's running at 188,000 net at the moment. That's before you consider current immigration from the EU. And, of course, the Vote Leave campaign's policy is to keep the current European citizens living here. So I don't see how they're going to be able to deliver on that. In fact, I don't see how they're going to be able to deliver on a lot of the things, because they've also, people have also been told if we leave the European Union, that's going to lead to huge increases in public service investment. I don't see how that is going to happen, given the track record of many of the people who are saying this, is to cut our services. Now, our investment in our services. In terms of immigration, look, I think we need a much better debate about this. On the one hand, there is this kind of suggestion that just get rid of the EU immigrants and all of our problems will be solved. And clearly, as I've just said, I don't think that is going to happen. On the other end, you have people who say, look, immigration overwhelmingly has been a good thing for society. Just look at the economic data. I don't agree with that either. I think we have got to look at the way free movement operates within the EU. Now, maybe we're not going to have to look at that anymore. In fact, we definitely won't have to look at that anymore in that sense, because we're not going to be in the European Union, so it would seem. But we need to look at the way migration flows work. And I think we also need to look not only at the economic impact of immigration, we need to be clear that there are benefits that come with it as well. But it's not just an economic thing. We've got to work out how we better integrate people into our society. We're obsessed with the numbers, and it's right that we should look at the numbers coming in. But actually, although we're very diverse communities, we're not terribly integrated. Can I just say a couple of final things? This moment, this is a seismic moment for our country that goes far beyond all the personalities. There's going to be a lot of chat what happens to David Cameron. This is a big thing for our country. And what this has exposed is a lot of division, and there's a lot of talk as if this is an overwhelming win. It isn't. There's 48% of people on the current projection who did not vote for this. Now, the challenge for people in this context is how to lead and bring our country together. Because we can take one of two courses. You can go the Donald Trump avenue, which is to go into the blame thing and look at who we blame for our problems, or you adopt a different approach, which is how do we bring a splintered and fragmented society together to meet these big, complex challenges. Now, my view is that is the way forward, is how do you unify and bring our country together? And I tell you, this is a big wake-up call to the European Union itself, because this is going to have a profound effect on the French presidential election next year, in the election in Italy, the year after that. They need to see this as a wake-up call as well. This isn't just an issue for us here in the UK, it's an issue for Europe, the European Union as a whole.
I'll come back to you, Steve Hilton. We're just joined by Keith Vaz, who's the chairman of the Home Affairs Select Committee, who joins us from Kettering. Mr. Vaz, what do you think is going to happen now?
Well, David, good morning. This is a crushing decision. It's a terrible day for Britain and a terrible day for Europe, with immense consequences. 41 years when British ministers went over and embedded themselves in trying to make sure that Europe was open, protecting the single market. This is all gone in this day, and it's just so terrible. I think what needs to happen now, of course, is there has to be an emergency summit. I would be surprised if next week the EU leaders did not meet together, because we are one of the biggest countries in the EU. We are crucial to the success of the EU, and therefore the leaders have got to get together, and David Cameron has got to be there, and there has got to be a workable plan to ensure that we implement the wishes of the British people. Even though we think it's the wrong decision, we have to respect that decision. It will have huge implications for our security, in particular the migration crisis, dealing with illegal migration. We need the support of our EU partners to deal with the situation in Calais. It will have huge implications for our counter-terrorism strategy, the issues surrounding the European arrest warrant. All these matters are now put at risk by the decision that has been taken. Frankly, David, in 1,000 years, I would never have believed that the British people would have voted in this way, and they have done so. And I think that they voted emotionally rather than looking at the facts, and it'll be catastrophic for our country, for the rest of Europe, and indeed the world.
Why do you think they voted this way?
Well, I think you've correctly identified the issues of immigration are extremely important. If you look at the campaign, I think that there needed to be a much stronger campaign to stay in. the Leave campaigners were prepared to indulge in hand-to-hand combat in local constituencies. I'm very pleased to say that the Leicester result has come in, and Leicester has voted to remain, but with a very, very small majority, only 2,500. This is a big shock to all of us in Leicester. If a city like Leicester just manages to vote Remain, then there is a real problem in the way in which we put across the arguments and explained what we plan to do in reforming the European Union. The country obviously accepts that the European Union, in the Prime Minister's words, was not perfect, and they've decided it isn't perfect and they want to come out. So we have to accept that. But I think that the way we put these arguments across was perhaps not as effective as the way the Leave campaign was prepared to go into local constituencies, appeal to the emotions of local people and act in that way. And that is what they did. They rejected the advice of all the experts. They rejected the arguments that had been put forward by almost everyone in Parliament. I mean, those who are going to vote against this were in the minority, and the country has accepted it. They've rejected everything that's been put before this.
It's democracy. It's very, democracy, isn't it? It's
crushing.
It's democracy.
It is. Absolutely, it is democracy, and that's why I'm saying that we have to respect this decision, but we have to act in the best interests of our country. And I think that David Cameron really fought a very strong campaign. He went round the country and he put the arguments to the British people, but they have rejected those arguments. And therefore what we now need to do is to work with colleagues to make sure that we get the best deal in respect of our exit.
Keith Vowes, thank you very much.
I never thought I would ever say.
Thank you for joining us. Fiona Hislop joins us now from Falkirk of the Scottish National Party Culture and External Affairs Secretary, and has responsibility for Europe. Now, all along, the concern has been by unionists that if England voted Brexit and Scotland voted Remain, it would be an argument for another referendum and Scotland would leave the Union and remain in the EU. Is that what you now think is a prospect? Is that what should happen?
Well, Scotland's clearly and decisively voted to remain part of the European Union, 62% to 38%, an increased turnout even from the Scottish Parliament elections barely 6 weeks ago. Now, that clearly sends a strong message. It's quite clear that we see a different type of politics in Scotland, a different approach to constitutional affairs, and I think people will be looking very closely at this result and looking at the prospects for Scotland and what was in the best interests of Scotland going forward. We set out in our manifesto barely 6 weeks ago our conditions and our concerns about when and if an independence referendum would take place. But the reaction from people, many of whom will have voted no to Scottish independence less than 2 years ago, on the premise, quite falsely from David Cameron, that somehow we wouldn't be part of the European membership, should be looking very closely and reappraising their situation just now. So I think the reaction from Scotland will be strong. It's been strong tonight, but we'll see it in the next few days as we obviously see the final result playing out.
So you certainly wouldn't... Well, the final result, I think, is fairly clear. There seems to be something like a 4-point or so between them. But Nicola Sturgeon says that when it becomes clear, let's just see her quotation, her remarks, while the overall result remains to be declared, well, we're nearly there, the vote makes clear that the people of Scotland see their future as part of the European Union. The process for that, what would that be?
Well, we clearly have interests in our European Union membership, and clearly we want to make sure that our trading and our connections with our European neighbours and partners can continue. The basis of that will have to be negotiated, whatever the result finally as it comes through. But we're quite clear. The Scottish Government will protect Scotland's interests, whatever the circumstances, and we intend to do that. Now, how we do that will depend on exactly what the result is. But we're very, very clear. The Scottish people have spoken. Their interests are about maintaining that membership. They are interested in maintaining our relations with Europe. We have to find the means by which we can do that. But clearly there's some way to go in terms of determining the mechanism of doing that. But, you know, decisions have consequences. And if the United Kingdom has made a decision against the interests of the Scottish people, that will have consequences.
Fiona Hislop, thank you very much. Laura, you're off to Downing Street,
I am,
gather. What are you going to do in Downing Street?
Well, we're going to wait and see what the Prime Minister is going to come out and say, because this is
What,
such
at 5
an
in the morning,
moment.
you think he'll be
well,
out?
we've predicted there's going to be a dawn raid. It was being called and predicted as his dawn raid statement. Now, we are not necessarily expecting anything very imminent, but we are out at Elstree, so it might take me a while to get there. We certainly don't want to miss it. This is such a huge moment for our politics. This is certainly the biggest political decision we've taken in my lifetime, probably the biggest political decision we will take in my whole lifetime. This has implications for absolutely everything, for our economy, for immigration policy, for our place in the world, for good or for ill. This decision will define our politics for years to come. But of course, one of the most pressing immediate issues is what it means for David Cameron's time in office. There's a tension there between whether or not this huge defeat, a huge snub for his personal authority, drives him out of office, or whether or not he feels that pull that Steve Hilton was suggesting, that at a tumultuous time it's his responsibility to fight to stay on, to try to give an impression of calm at least while this decision sinks in around the world and around the country.
Well, you be off to Downing Street, and we'll hear from you
talk
there.
Very shortly from there, depending how quickly I can get there.
OK. Thank you very much
Pleasure.
indeed.
Talk to you soon.
Kamal, just pick us up on the latest moves on markets and money and all the rest.
Yeah, so the Nikkei, that's the Japanese stock market, has fallen sharply. It's down about 8%. We've seen the pound as being down now, flirting with levels not seen since 1985. As I said before, David, what's called FTSE Futures, so that's an index that predicts where the FTSE 100 in London will go once it opens in 3 hours' time. That's down 7%. I mean, just touches on this point, as Laura was saying, this is a global issue. The euro itself has fallen towards parity with the dollar, so the euro currency is also being sold. There's a real flight to safety, I think it's called. So people are moving towards the dollar. Gold has gone up by 7%. Today. I just think that the uncertainty that this creates will create this very volatile day on the markets and will mean that for the next 24 hours, certainly, and certainly for the next few days, as the markets try and digest something that, frankly, they didn't believe was going to happen, will be astonishingly volatile. And I'm sure that, well, of course, George Osborne, whilst he remains as Chancellor, Mark Carney, the Governor of the Bank of England, will be in discussion about how they can provide at least a degree of reassurance that volatility doesn't spiral into anything worse within the UK economy.
OK. Steve Hilton, you heard Keith Vaz from the Home Affairs Committee really moved, speaking as though the earth has dropped beneath his feet, that the whole world has changed in a trice, and worried about the effects of it. Do you think it's as seismic an event as that?
I do.
Yes.
I share the emotion, in a sense, but in the other direction. I think it's an absolutely stunning result, but one that has huge opportunity for our country and indeed the world. But I think we've got to make the most of it now. That's the most important thing. And I agree with absolutely everything Chuck has said earlier about really using this as a wake-up call to address some of those problems that have been festering for so long and I think have led to this result. And it's not just the last few years. I think it goes back decades, actually. This sense of people losing control, about power going into fewer and fewer hands, not just in relation to government and politics, but in the economy too, with big businesses operating around the world and being callous about the impact of their decisions on real people's lives. I think that's what this vote is all about. It's a rejection of all of that, and I think we've got to really take it seriously.
But Steve, I think the interesting thing about this take control argument that has been made by many who've advocated us leaving the European Union is the idea is to take back control to the UK state. But most of the people who've been making the argument do not believe in active government, in the economy, in terms of interventions to make and try and shape the global economy so it better delivers for people. And that's why I think there's a slight, I mean, there'll be lots of interpretation on this. You see it as a constitutional power thing. I think there's definitely that. But I think ultimately, why is it that immigration has prevailed and been such a potent issue? Is because you've got an economy that people don't think is working for them. And actually, this thing comes down to how do we make globalisation work for middle and lower income earners who frankly think that for a kind of internationally mobile 1%, it works, but for them, it doesn't. And I don't think necessarily the small state solution that many of the people in Vote Leave believe when it comes to domestic politics is necessarily what people are looking for.
I don't think it's a small state solution either. I think it's a decentralised state. It's a state that understands and responds to the real lives of real people. If we're talking about making globalisation work for people, in the end, that's not to do with what happens in Brussels or institutions miles away. It's about human beings. Do they have the skills and the potential to actually flourish in an economy that's changing so quickly? That's got to be done at the human level, at the neighbourhood level, and I think that's why this should be a wake-up call to pass power back, not just from Brussels to the UK, but within the UK as well.
I don't necessarily disagree with that.
All right. Well,
in terms of the need to decentralise power and give people more power, and that's not just going to the town hall, but going to people.
You saw Keith Vaz's face. It's an earthquake.
This is seismic.
Yeah,
it is an utter earthquake, and I think we, in some senses, will degrade this debate if it all comes down to a discussion about the future of David Cameron.
Yes.
This is going to affect every single person watching this programme, every family, every community. And if this just descends into, 24 hours, will Cameron stay? I frankly don't care. The priority in the short term has got to be to stabilise our economy, stabilise the markets. Sterling is dropping like you will not believe. This is a very, very serious situation.
There is a question, of course, a legitimate question about who can best stabilise things at this stage, isn't there?
Well, I have to say, I mean, in the medium to short term, I don't see how Cameron can lead the negotiation. And I think it's very, very important that we get the best deal possible in terms of the negotiation of our exit for my constituents and every person watching this programme. I think he is slightly compromised because of what's happened in his ability to lead that. And I'm just saying, I'm not making a party political point here, but whoever is in charge, they've got to get the best deal now. The people have spoken. But we've got to remember in this debate, 48% of people did not want this to happen. And everybody must respect the result, but also respect the fact that this is a divided result.
All right. Emily, go back to you.
Yeah, let's talk to Andrew Rawnsley and Isabel Hardman. It's been called seismic, this moment, but it's also...
Yeah, it's Richter 9 or 10. How high can you go on the Richter scale? I don't know.
I think we're off 10, aren't we? Yeah. But it's also unprecedented. Nobody has ever left the EU before, and I don't think anyone has ever left an economic union
Greenland did, but long ago, and that's a slightly non-comparable example. You're quite right, Emily. I mean, this is a major member of the European Union leaving, one of its most important economies. So we've, this evening, obviously, and overnight, we've been concentrating on the effects in Britain. But I mean, there'll be people reeling with shock around Europe. Now, when I was talking to diplomats and other people around Europe before the referendum, yeah, they were seriously concerned. But I think deep down, they thought in the end, the Brits, even if reluctantly, would vote to stay. And a key thing now will be how they react. Now, of course, they're going to bring out statements saying we regret it, but the show goes on. But the truth is they know this is a massive blow to the EU's sense of its own self-esteem, potentially its clout in the world. The people it's most likely to energise in politics in Europe are people like Marine Le Pen in France and in other European countries, populists to the right who also want to take their countries out of the EU. And we'll see how they react, because obviously if things go really badly, because we're still going to have some relationship with our continent, the negotiations will become very poisoned. And will people in the European Union say, we've got to be punitive to Britain to deter anybody else from doing this? Or will others say, we still need a relationship with Britain? And of course, that will slightly depend on how Britain approaches it as well.
And there will be real concerns about a domino effect in Europe, because it's not as though Britons are grouchier about the EU than other countries. Actually, the polling over the last few months has shown that in Italy, in France, in Holland, voters are not fans of the European Union. And this could really inspire voters, at least in
You think this is the beginning of the end of the EU as a whole?
Well, I think it's going to have huge effects.
Some serious people have worried
Union.
about that. I wouldn't go that far, but some serious people have worried.
What happens now? In technical terms, David Cameron's made very clear on his optimistic way of thinking that there was no plan B. The civil service didn't have anything in mind for if this happened. So how prepared are we for this?
Well, there's a debate about whether he should trigger Article 50 quickly or not, but also whether he should stay on as leader to do this. But what he has to do quite immediately is go back on some of the things that he said during the campaign. He claimed that Brexit would put a bomb under the economy. Now, things are already looking quite shaky. Yeah. For the Prime Minister to carry on leading, he needs to somehow say, oh, I didn't really mean that, everything's going to be OK, which is going to be quite difficult.
But there's an additional problem, I'd say, which is partly what people have voted for. Yes, it appears now pretty clear they're voting, although by a fairly small margin, to leave the European Union. But of course, we're not going to tow off into the mid-Atlantic. It will still be our biggest trading partners, our closest neighbours. That's a fact of geography. And of course, what this vote, by its binary nature, couldn't be was, well, if you don't want to be a member of the European Union, what sort of relationship then do you want with the European Union? Should it be Norway, Switzerland, Turkey, Albania? And the Out campaign never really agreed on this. I mean, they slightly changed their account of what we would end up being.
Before we get to that point, there is, of course, this question that's sort of been a shadowy figure of a second referendum, of going back to ask again, or another election which might trigger a second referendum. Are we now saying that cannot, in democratic circumstances, happen?
Well, Jean-Claude Juncker did rule that out pretty clearly this week, saying
that was before, wasn't it?
Yes, you might see some attempt, but I suspect that actually the European leaders will want to say to other countries, no, this is that, basically, that's it. You can't fiddle around, because actually if you have a second referendum, the chances are that Britain can vote to leave even more overwhelmingly, and you don't want that sort of dragging.
Although Boris Johnson, leading light of the Out campaign, did flirt with this idea of a second record. I mean, I do think, because this process is at least 2 years, probably, if not longer, if Article 50 is triggered, when and if that's triggered, as Isabel says. Now, if what's happening in the markets now is a precursor to the really serious economic damage that the Prime Minister, the Remain campaign, said would be a result of this out vote, well, we'll see what public opinion does, and whether people say, well, you can't reverse this, but do we want a referendum on the eventual terms of the deal?
Do you really
I
think
would broadly agree with Isabel. I think it's very hard to turn, when a country's voted as it has, to say, oh, we'll have a second go. See if you do the right answer next time. And the danger is you again, more resounding no, actually.
What about the Brexit?
Have a habit of doing that.
Yes, they
just
do.
saying you gave us the wrong answer.
Until you get it right. What about the Brexit austerity budget? Do you think we'll actually see that enacted?
I don't think so. I don't think George Osborne's going to survive for very long, but I don't think that a chancellor as political as him would.
You think he'll be gone by the weekend?
Not
in his current
I don't know
job?
whether it's by the weekend, but I don't think he's going to be.
Well, I mean, there's just a practical thing. When there's so much economic volatility, whether you want to, whatever his medium to long-term future, and this goes for David Cameron as well, whether you want to lose your chancellor in the middle of what could be potentially extreme turbulence on world markets.
But Brexit Tories were gunning for Osborne way before this, even when they thought that Remain might win, that they saw him as the sacrificial lamb, so the idea that he could survive for very long is...
Does one character emerge for you to take on the Brexit negotiations?
That's a good question. Who's going to be the Brexit negotiator?
That was my question to you.
Yes. Well, they never told us, did they? I don't think they know. I mean, because I think deep down they're quite surprised. I mean, remember, Nigel Farage was conceding earlier in the night.
Yes, it's been a strange night if you're Nigel Farage,
which is normally not what politicians do. No, I'm not. I mean, there are big questions for them now because their huge responsibility is descending.
So is it your sense that they were never quite expecting to win this? It was just meant to be a sort of an insurgent rallying cry?
No, I think there were lots of true believers in the Leave camp who always thought this was possible. But I think you've got two key figures here, which are Boris Johnson and Michael Gove, who've actually had very good campaigns, obviously.
They won't, so they become the establishment that they railed about the last few months.
And the experts.
And the experts.
Thank you both. David.
Thank you very much. Let's now look at how things stand and how this story is unfolded and where it is that the Leave campaign has won and where it is that the Remain campaign has won in this very close vote, which leaves 4 points at the moment between the two sides. Jeremy.
Yes, let me actually take you inside the Queen Elizabeth Tower here. And what we thought we would do is a comparison with the first referendum in 1975 so we can see how the nation is divided. So let's just bring on a clock face here And this is, I guess, as close as we get to a swingometer in a referendum night. This is England in 75, and you can see the blue there is leave, and England was 31.5% leave in 1975. Now, this is so dramatic. Watch this as we feed in the results from the last 24 hours. Look at that. Over the 50%, nearly 55%. England actually more Eurosceptic on average than the country as a whole. So a massive change in England over those 4 decades. And actually in Wales too. Have a look. We'll turn the tower, change the clock, go back to 75, and 35% in Wales saying no to the EU. On the losing side, the majority saying remain. Now look at the figure for 2016. Here it comes, and again it's over 50%, so Wales much more Eurosceptic than it was in 1975. So England and Wales very similar. But now the story changes. If you look at Northern Ireland in 1975, you see quite a high level of Eurosceptic voting in that referendum, very conservative part of the country back then, nearly 50% against. They've actually become more inclined towards the EU in the last 4 decades, and the Leave voters dropped there to below 45%, so remain then on the increase in Northern Ireland, we learn in the last 24 hours. And Scotland also, the same sentiment. So in 75, this was the Leave vote, 41%. In 2016, it drops back, and you have this extraordinary situation, whereas one Scottish politician was saying earlier, you're told to stay in the UK to remain in the EU. You stay in the UK, it has the reverse effect, with parts of England effectively pulling Scotland out of the EU. So it's very dramatic.